Hello? What's up?
Did you see the Chen Boo Boo? They said the Julie Chen Boo Boo.
Yeah, it's funny.
They did this.
The Bob. Okay, well, let me say, when you guys are so, disproportionately excited to see America on the stream, I love you hyping up my girlfriend. I love that. It does feel hurtful, the energy now versus the energy when it's just me. It feels like there's a rift between these two. America, so beautiful, gorgeous, perfect. See, it's comments like that. I agree.
Where are the beautiful, gorgeous Cory stuff?
All right, mods. You ready to have a good stream?
Do you have multiple?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you've mentioned it before.
Cory's so kind. I don't know if I like the kind one. Thanks for raising money for me, specifically you. But hello, everyone. Thank you, the mods in advance, always. Okay. By the way, before you guys start pouring and giving me money. What's up, Teeny? How are you?
Streaming.
Teeny, if it's actually you, say something. Where did we first meet? Because I'm very, very happy to VIP you.
It's no fair. I think we've mentioned it before on stream. I'm sure somebody remembers. Cory.
But before you guys give me money, there is a QR code on screen along with a link that is pinned. We are raising money for the Trevor project, which is under assault by you know who. And we are trying to raise money to help him out in this time. Any money that is donated towards me specifically, meaning like subs and stuff of that sort. Yeah, that's teeny. But what I was going to say was any money that is donated to me, meaning subs and gifted subs and stuff like that, I get.
Teeny, I knocked your drink.
Yes. I get a stream report at the end with the exact amount of money I got, and I will be making that donation to the Trevor project, of course. So don't worry about that. The subs rolling in is still going to the right place. But while we're doing that, let me thank some subs. Thank you, Amber and JPR, Aubrey, and Amy. Appreciate you guys. Wow. Big day for Amy's. Please tell me the name of the song. It's called Princess of Power by Marina and the Diamonds.
Just Marina now.
That's true. Happy Kelly didn't go home because I drafted her. Give up on Kelly for draft purposes. You can give up on that. Thank you, Anonymous, for the 5 gifted. Again, thank you all for the subs. I appreciate the gifted. I would prefer if you scan the QR code or use the link. Just because if you donate to me, some of that money goes to Amazon. I can't do anything about that. But any money I get will go.
Go straight through the link?
Go straight through the link or the QR code on my screen. There's a lot of different things. Kelly tanked her game to fly under the radar. I don't know if I'd call it under the radar, but Kelly fulfilled the Tucker prophecy by winning tonight, except she's not going to get AFP, which is tough.
Wait, babe. The link that you sent me, is that this link?
Yeah. You wanted the stream link? It's just twitch.tv/my name, corywurtenberger.
Okay.
We got a gift. Thank you, Lavender, for the $10 to the Trevor project and the double anonymous. I appreciate you guys. We have a hefty goal, $1,000. It's a lot, but I do appreciate it. Anonymous, another $25. Appreciate it. Post the direct link on chat BCC to donate. It's a good idea.
You can.
Should have given the crown to Zay. That would have been the Tucker move. That would have been a sick move. Could we talk about how shitty that blockbuster was, though? Like the comp design? Super fair and equitable, which is more important to me. But God, that was not watchable.
It was boring. Trying to follow along, it's hard.
It was incredibly boring. Taryn Armstrong raid. What, has he got a podcast to do? Is he too big time for Twitch? I guess that's probably also on Twitch. But thank you, all the Taryn viewers. Here's the great thing about Taryn rating me. Guess what I'm talking about. If you had a theory about what I'm talking about this stream. But let me give a quick intro to everyone who's joining, even for a short period of time. We are streaming raising money for the Trevor Project. We're going to be live until nominations are locked tomorrow, which is probably going to be like 3 or 4 p.m. So we're going to get a new HOH. We're going to get the HOH Convos. We're going to get the HOH Noms. And maybe you guys are going to see me sleep on stream. Are raising money for the Trevor Project. So please use the link pinned or the QR code on screen. That's my spiel. That's all I got. But shout outs to Taryn. Also, hey, look, supporting the Trevor Project, good. Supporting Taryn's new book, no, that's also good. So
that's a separate stream.
Yeah. Kind of messed up for him to not give all proceeds to the Trevor Project. I got to talk to him about this. But no, Taryn's the best. Pre-order his book. Look, compared to, of all the Big Brother books that have been written, this got to be the best one. I feel very confident. Wow, Taryn's Raiders got some... Didn't you realize America was on the side because of the chat box? Oh, is the chat... No, you're there. You're there. Thoughts on tonight's outcome? 10 out of 10. Look, I wanted Kelly to leave because I find her more frustrating to watch on feeds. But a split vote with some people clearly being blindsided, it's hard to complain, right? Equitable arena. Tell us more about the Trevor Project and its purpose. Of course, I mean, the Trevor Project does a lot of things. First of all, it's kind of under assault by Trump these days. But its purpose is to support LGBTQ plus youth in a myriad of ways, providing resources, therapy. You really go down the list. I would go to the website if you want the full rundown. But essentially, it is supporting LGBTQ plus youth with a lot of things that often there's not much support for. And it's important because right now, the amount of support for these people is shrinking. So anything you can donate would be much appreciated. I am happy to announce that we're at $625 raised. I'm sorry? What the fuck? We're at 750?
Oh,
all right, let me...
Wait, and I haven't even posted on Instagram yet. Hold on. Did you post on Instagram?
I did not. I still have to. Let me thank some people, first of all. I'm going to run down this as quickly as possible. I'll go slower later. But thank you, Anonymous, for the 5, 10, 25. Anonymous, you're the best. Relevant Moose for the $10. Kristen with 25. Lavender with 10. Corin with 25. Anonymous with the 100. You're crazy. Card Girl with 10. Samantha with 25. Katie with 100. Thank you, Katie. Paul with 25. Sentient with $100. You guys are kicking ass right now. Chark with the 25. Thanks for supporting the gays and theys, babe. You're welcome, Chark. Your name is crazy, though. It's very fun to say. I'm a big fan. Thank you, Carly Thomas, for the 5.
It's almost like chalk from Golden Bachelor.
Thank you, Clow, for 10. I'm a big Klaus fan. Baluke for 25. Similar to Chark. Bree with the $25. John Steinhorn with the 10. Anonymous with the 25. Robert with the 20. Anonymous with the 10 and 25. You're crazy. Diane Hicks with 100. 100? That's crazy. Mariah, thank you for the 25. Alan with the 10. Donna with the 100. Amy with the 100. Again, huge day for Amy's, and shout outs to you as well, Donna. Anonymous for the 10. Nicole for the 25. Sarah with the 10. Beth with the 10. Kate with the $100. Why are you saying thank you to me? I didn't do shit. This is you. I appreciate you, Kate. Lindsay and Anonymous, both 10 and 25. I appreciate you guys. Psyched Reindeer with the 10. Tara with the 10. Lesbians Love Sonic with the $10. I would actually suspect lesbians to like Tails more. Obviously Amy as well, but shout outs to Sonic. Anonymous for the 10. Cassie with the 25. Natalie and Brian with the 10 and 25 respectively. Julia for BB28 with the $40. Look, if you're trying to get noticed by casting, perhaps Trevor Project donations is a good place to start. Anonymous, $10. Mountain Doofus with the 50. What's up, Mountain? Anonymous with the 10. Dion with the 25. Emmy with the 25. Micah with the 10. Aaron with the 10. Chark with another 10. It's pronounced shark like Charlotte. Shark. Got you, Shark. Thank you so much for another $10. If I mispronounce your name again, will you do another $10? Because that'd be sick. Kels, thank you for the 25. Rachel with the 25. Nathan, shout outs Nathan with $10. BB Lisa with the 25. Anonymous with the 10. Heather with the 50. This is very important. Thanks for doing this. Thank you for actually doing it. I'm just hosting it. Candace for the 50. Anonymous for the 25. Carrie's for the 25. Kathy with the 25. Look, guys, I promise we're going to stream eventually. Right now, I'm just vibing.
3 hours later.
We got 1170 viewers.
You've raised $1,800.
Please, I have people to thank. We could reflect big picture in a minute. Thank you, Kathy with the 25, Ash with the 25, Karen with the 25, Callie with the 25, Faith with the 25, Brianna with the 50. I appreciate it. Rune with the 40, and Jess with the $25. I appreciate all of you. I'm going to stop thanking for right now, and we're going to get to all the other people. Thank you, Katrina. We're going to start thanking all of them after, but I do want to talk for a bit to maintain a little bit of viewership, hopefully to donate more later. Yeah, I could spread like policy. We just passed $2,000, the goal being $1,000. I never know the goals that I should set for these kinds of things. It is totally ambiguous, but I appreciate all the support, everybody. I'm going to run a poll in chat. Actually, Katie, can you run a poll? Who do we want to be the next HOH? Actually, let's not do that. I don't like that. There's too many names. Are we happy with the evicted house guest? That's a good question. Are we happy with the outcome? Yes, bye Zay. I mean, look. There's a lot to dislike.
I'm ecstatic.
I'll say Zay was... I'd rather Zay go than Amy. I think I'd prefer Zay to Kelly, but maybe Kelly could do something. You know what I mean? Would Teeny say yes? I agree. Teeny, we're moving to the Northeast. Ish, like 4 hours away, but you know, we could hang out. I'd love to. Kelly winning was nice, though. I am happy for her. I found Kelly to be much more endearing when she started spiraling.
When she's vulnerable.
Yeah.
I like that too.
Because here's the thing about Tucker. The reason why Tucker played the way he played was because he didn't care about the result. Tucker didn't care if he got evicted. You know what I mean? Kelly, she cares. Like, she wants to be there, but she also, like, idealizes Tucker. Mm-hmm. So that's, like, the distinction between the two. Kelly is chaos. I am pro fun feeds. She's, like, fake chaos, though.
No. I think it's genuine. She's, you know.
Her plan is not chaotic, I think. I think her plan actually killed some of the chaos.
Yeah.
Because she's an outsider. It's not like Tucker, who had his cult, making these decisions. Everyone's down for Kelly to volunteer. Does anyone else feel like we're going to get a lot of Kelly and Keanu noms coming up? Keanu's got no one, and he's on the wrong side of the vote. Kelly's got no one, and she's on the wrong side of the vote. They feel like the easy noms to me. Let me thank some subs. Carly, thank you for the tier 1, the gifty. I appreciate it. Thank you, MLLDJ. Appreciate it. Creed with the prime. Just a reminder, any subs I get will be going directly to the Trevor project, of course. So if you have a prime, I would recommend using it. Otherwise, just donate directly to not give Bezos more money. Keanu talks way too much. I would argue too little. I need more Keanu. I think Keanu's my favorite house guest right now.
I love Keanu.
Yeah.
He's insane.
Who would be the most entertaining to win HOH? We're going to do a tier list later, but America, off the top of your head, who's the most fun HOH outcome?
Riley.
The fuck would Riley do?
Exactly. I'm thinking, what would he do? Zay seemed pretty surprised that he didn't get Riley's vote. I'm wondering who he thought flipped.
Well, that's Riley's thing. Riley was literally talking to Zay, reassuring him for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah.
Riley's a snake. I will say, big picture, the question that I want to ask is like, or not the question, the thing that we all have to understand is Riley is going to give and take. There are moments you'll like Riley, and there's going to be a lot of moments you hate Riley.
I
Okay.
We've already seen that.
I picked Keanu in my pool this week thinking he could go home. It's all about the points.
What would Keanu
Keanu's
do?
a good pick, Mom, I think.
Babe, for HOH.
Who would Keanu put up?
Yeah.
I think Rachel.
Yeah.
I would assume, yeah. Rachel Amy,
tried
and
so
someone.
hard with him, too. It's so frustrating.
I mean, for him, it's just like he doesn't know who to trust, and he thinks Rachel is a mastermind from previous seasons. And everyone's running to him saying Rachel's lying. Like, I get why Keanu thinks how he does, even if he's just wrong.
I don't know. I don't care. I just want Ava to be safe.
Rachel, Amy, Ashley. Yeah. That's why Mickey, I'm so high on Mickey, because Mickey, like, is the most safe of the clear Rachel people, you know? We gotta talk about Will's vote. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, I don't like that.
He's loyal to the Burger Boys. He better lie. He really should lie about his vote. I don't know if he'll have the gusto to do it, but that's the play. Thank you, Lee, for the prime. I appreciate it.
Did him
Carlay for the prime.
I definitely missed it. Sorry, I'm talking over you.
No, you're fine.
Did him and Ava talk beforehand about their votes? Did they say, like...
I'm pretty sure he talked about keeping Amy to anyone who asked him.
It's not good.
I thought Rachel was pretty passive-aggressive with Zay. I don't even know if I'd call it passive-aggressive or just, like, aggressive. I think Zay was being kind of...
She was straightforward.
Yeah, like, it was a fight. It was fine. There's nothing wrong. It's not like anyone treated anyone terribly. If anything, Zay was trying to be condescending, but he couldn't. Will literally told Rachel, I got you before the vote. I'm telling you, he's a snake.
That's right. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like him being loyal to the bros for no reason. Just because he's got this alliance with them. Right?
I don't mind it. If he fakes it, if he pretends, I'm down.
But he's clearly not faking if he's voting with them. That's not faking.
No. But I'm saying if he realizes he fucked up and then fakes that he voted the right way, like, I'm down. Cory, remember when Felicia clocked? She didn't clock shit. She was wrong about everything. But she is very fun to watch in fights.
She'd always be like, my gut's telling me one thing, and it was just the complete opposite of what was happening.
Yeah, she clocked that me and America were running the game. Huh? Huh? I've seen enough. The worst kind of chatter. Like, the ambiguous chatter. I prefer just actual hate. I don't see Will lying about who he voted for. That's just been his MO the whole time, though.
I don't see it either. I'm like, he's going to be honest about it.
Felicia gagged America in the kitchen. How dare you? Felicia was going through personal stuff in the moment. America was being respectful. It's what any good person would have done. We got to go into it more, but there was a lot of circumstances. Also, yelling at Felicia does not gain anyone anything.
Yeah.
That would not... Who would you guys be rooting for if I got into a screaming match with Felicia?
I totally forgot about that. But they cut my mic in the edit.
I mean, what did you say?
No, I was definitely, like, talking more and talking over her. And then you see the edit of that, and it's just, like, me staring at her. And I'm like, that's not how the conversation went. But anyway, we love Felicia.
Living with Alex? Is that you, Alex? I get confused who's real people in chat. And I know you're going to say, like, no matter what, yes, you are Alex because your name's Alex, but you know what I mean.
Yes, it is. We're going to OMAC.
It is him? All right. Let me VIP this guy. I feel so bad for Alex. He keeps asking everyone to play games, and everyone ignores him. When I say everyone, I mean me. America is a queen. See, that's what I love. Unambiguous support. We know they edit the heck out of the show. No. Nah, you guys are conspiracy theorists.
I was just telling Cory about the Ashley edit on night 1, that first episode.
Yeah.
Or the second episode, sorry, when they're playing HOH.
Mm-hmm.
And they cut Ashley's DR.
Yeah.
Or they did it twice, but she's saying 2 different things. She's like, I don't want to win HOH. And then they cut it to where she's like, I do want to win HOH.
They chopped the same DR up for 2 different things.
It's so weird.
Them editing the Zay comeback to sound better. It's amazing that Rachel found someone who she's better at getting in fights with.
Stumbling over his words.
It was funny because, like, I honestly think when it comes to insults, the more dramatic you get, the worse. How do I say this? The more dramatic the line is, the less it matters. Like, me saying, "I'm gonna punch you" is much worse than me saying, "I want to cut you up and eat you." You know what I mean? Like, there's levels to it. The beheading is almost like so crazy that it's not bad.
Yeah, no, it's like that Howie, like, I'm gonna eat pepperoni. I want a pepperoni pizza.
That was one of the best lines ever. Help me out, mods, if you can. There's also no honest BB game. Who's the most honest BB, like, winner? Who actually, like...
Winner.
Because it's been done before. Tara nailed it when he said it was a train wreck of people who are not good at comebacks. Yeah, I mean... I'm trying to think. Rachel... I mean, here's the thing. Rachel just didn't actually get in an argument. She had her lines, and then she'd walk away, which is actually the right move. Casey... Yeah, I think Casey's the one I thought of, too. But it's not necessarily like Casey...
I thought of Casey, too. That's the first one.
I don't think Jordan's loyal. Jordan snaked Jesse. I forget how active Casey was in, like, any of the level 6 schemes.
Babe, 2,700. That is huge.
Ian, other than how he treated Mike Boogie. Yeah, but you can't say other than his lies and betrayal, you know? Casey lied the whole first half of the game. Yeah, I would assume with, like, Fessy and stuff. Zay probably wanted ChatGPT to write his nominee speech. I thought he gave a great speech. It didn't matter, but, like, we all want them to actually say something. You know what I mean? I liked Amy's speech because it was unprepared, which I think is smart. Because, like, when you have a prepared speech, you can fuck it up. If you have an unprepared speech, it's a lot harder to fuck up. You know what I mean? Let me thank some people. Thank you, Katrina, for the 25. Carrie with the $100. You're insane, Carrie. Ashley with the 10. Love is love. That's right. Sydney with the 25. Shuck with the 25. Kayla with the 10. Jackson with the 25. Emo Hamtaro with the 10. Cory and America, spelled wrong, or you mean Cory Brooks. Anonymous with the 25. Ned with the 20. And that's Australian dollars. Those count for more. Anonymous with the 10. Melanie with the $10. Love Olivia Peachwine from Trader Joe's. Needs to be tried. Olivia Peachwine. I'll put it on the list. Court, thank you for the $10. Aubrey, be gay, vote out Zay. Love it.
I love that.
Oh, the $125, Aubrey. Thank you so much. Nathan, thanks for the 10. Anonymous with the 5. Jen with the 25. Andrea with the 25. Pandora with the 40. Emma with the 50. Will with the 25. Will, while you're here, why do you vote that way? Please explain that to me. Allie with the 25. Sparkle with the 50. Frail King Lover on TikTok with the $10. Someone sniped that username from you. Michelle Zahn with the 10. Katie with the 25. Michelle with the 10. Forgotti Wasabi. Forgot I was by, I think is more accurate.
Oh, I said Forgotti Wasabi too.
Forgotti Wasabi. Thank you. Jane with the 10 and Brigida from Bookends. Do you know Brigida from Bookends? Is that a member of the chat? Brigida? I know Brigida from Overwatch, so. Forgot I was by. Thank you for the donation. I like Forgotti Wasabi. Forgotti Wasabi goes unnecessarily hard.
You said it so confidently, too.
I'll say it again. But we'll thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Look, if you're gonna hate, do it on the Trevor Project page. I'm okay with that. I'm not banning you on this platform. Molly in the chat, perfect.
Just what we needed.
What's up, Molly? Let me VIP you.
I was gonna be like, speaking of haters, I'm kidding.
Yeah, our number one op. Who do you think goes on the challenge?
What were you telling me about today?
Everyone you expect.
Or actually, no one you would expect.
Well, honestly,
the way they've been doing it recently.
Honestly, Zay.
But
I feel like you have to be like liked enough. You have to fit the archetype and be liked enough, but also not liked enough by CBS. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't think CBS would let Tucker immediately. Zaysty might have a shot. Is that what they're calling him? Quinn, hello. What's up? Hi, Quinian baddies. Quinn preparing for his 12-hour drive. Did you sabotage Zay with your advice? Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about my advice to Zay and whether he listened to it or not. My first piece of advice.
Wait. First off, do all 700 and something, I can't read from here, viewers know what you're talking about? They probably don't.
That's a good way to set me up. You're right.
Yeah.
So, I was able to speak to Zay preseason through one of his buddies, Sammy. So I had a 40-minute conversation with Zay. I will say, I might have talked for 3 of those minutes. 3 of the 45. But I gave him some advice. I told him, because he was very worried about winning early comps, I told him to try to win all the competitions, because you're not going to pretend like you're bad at comps. Look at you, dude. Like, you're a big guy. And having that power initially is a very good thing. So that's what I told him. He immediately goes into preseason press and is like, I'm going to throw comps. I want to throw the early comps so no one thinks I'm a threat. Perfect. It's just Zay, right? Like, he was talking the whole time. I still think he's a better player than a lot of people, but he's not good, right? Like, he immediately just tried to bro down. That was a strategy. And with a different HOH, maybe it could have worked out. The problem was, he started kissing Vince's ass. Why didn't he start kissing Vince's ass before Noms?
That's what I was saying. We missed that.
It's weird.
Like, that day before, I don't know how many days there was before nomination.
Probably just a day, but...
Just a day, you think? The same schedule? It was just like... He did so much campaigning the last couple of days. Like, nonstop. I'm like, where was this before Noms? Because I know his options were limited.
I think it's just you get, like, surprised by how quick things move at the start.
Yeah.
Noms come out so quickly. We got no campaigning in the episode. I don't mind what they showed, but, like, as a casual...
They had to show the Rachel fight.
As a casual, I would have no idea what the fuck's happening. You know what I mean?
It is
because they showed the Burger Boys. That's it. So I guess they're just trying to make it men versus women, with the whole thing being Riley betrayed him.
Or I guess the whole thing being like Rachel's got a group, Rachel's got one side, and she's going against the boys.
Yeah, which I mean, look, that's as good of a
water it down.
It reminds me of BB25 more than 26. 26 they edited so well because it was a very simple story to follow. Usually, this was not a simple week at all, as you saw by the vote. So like. I think they edited they showed the good stuff. They showed the fun stuff, which is all you could really ask for. Like, they're very lucky they didn't show all of the fucking Ashley stuff. You know? Matt and Zay are already partying. Hardiman. That's your boy, Joseph. I'm sure you're there, too.
Well, and Matt's got a podcast now, so you can have him as a dream guest on
Honestly,
his podcast.
His teaser made me kind of excited. They definitely did not do the Rachel versus Zay fight justice. I don't think it was like the best fight or anything.
No, but I saw better compilations on Twitter.
Yeah.
Of like everything spliced together of the fight. You know what I mean?
Is Quinn coming on to stream? Yes. At some point, America's going to dip out. Quinn will dip on, but I don't know when Quinn's ready. And then America's going to be out. She's going to be here like throughout the whole thing, probably. Like popping in and out, but she'll go to sleep, I assume.
Yeah, I've been going to sleep pretty early.
Ban men with microphones unless their name is Cory. Nah, if we're making a sweeping declaration, I have to be included. I'll be very upset about it, but we can't, Born ready, LOL. All right, well, you want to do it in like 15, Quinn? At 50? You want to get on a call?
Also, where's Quinn driving to? Why is he always driving?
He's got a bachelor party.
Okay, I'm like, whenever we talk to Quinn, it's always like, oh, you said you're going to South Dakota, right?
Yeah, he's meeting up with Kelly, but I guess that's fallen through. What do you think of today's comp? It was awkward as fuck. They can't figure out normal AI arenas to like... I'm going to keep calling it that, by the way. I don't care. To me, it's just the AI arena. It's fine.
Yeah.
But it was fair, which is really important. It just was boring as shit. Thank you, Jen, for the 50 and Anonymous for the 25. I appreciate it. I'm going to head out for now, but I'll be back when feeds start. Manwolf, please keep me updated with your position. The set design was cool. I mean, they've been nailing that this year. Also, I like the theme is just more fun. AI as a theme was so lame. They did cool stuff with it, but like just the whole thing being blue I thought was odd. America going to bed at 8:30. Honestly, it's not that far from the truth. America's been sleep schedule. Like we've both been pretty good.
Since we got back from Grays, it's been crazy, y'all. I've been waking up at like literally 6:59. I'm like, like Squidward.
No, we've been doing a good job. 2 awesome people are raising money for an awesome cause. A Mike Bloom type. I was like, no way a random person had a nice first time chat. If someone, look, I'm just going to VIP you. If someone's impersonating Mike Bloom, that's fire, and you deserve to be VIP'd anyways. What's up, Mike? Mike. What a guy. I used to fall asleep listening to Down the Hatch. That's how uncaptivating Josh Wiggler is. Unable to add VIP? Am I out of VIP slots? After stream, I'll kick one out to bring you in, Mike. Don't worry. Yeah, Molly got the last one. Or what if I just un-VIP Joseph? Is that the play? Un-VIP Joseph. My boy Tucker set BB strategy back at least 20 years. It's not like he said it back. He just said it stupid. Because this is never how it was.
I don't think people were volunteering like that back in the day. Some people were.
There always was like one.
Of course.
But it wasn't celebrated. Like those people were always looked at like you're such an idiot.
Like Dodo, yeah.
Kick me out for Mike. Shut up, Mom. You can't be kicked out. You're the chat's mom. What do you mean? But thank you, Sam, for the $10. And again, Anonymous and Jen, I appreciate you guys. You can un-VIP me, I don't care. It's very Joseph of you, acting like you don't care. I think you do care, Joseph. I'm never on these. You're on these more than every VIP except like Quinn, maybe. Granted, my mom. Just mod a VIP, then it frees up a slot is an interesting theory. Okay. I'm not even kidding, Joseph. Like, most of my VIPs are like someone who pops in chat once. Anonymous gifting Molly Wirt is huge for you. Is this Joseph as in BB26, Joseph? It's one of 26 or 24. I want you to determine based on the chat messages. Molly has no ads IRL. It's true. Mod America? I don't think America wants to be a mod. I'll mod Quinn. Quinn's Twitch savvy.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to do that.
So Quinn's a mod. There you go. All right. There you go, Mike. I'm about to run so many polls. I hope so. Have a good night. See you, Joseph. Who do you think Joseph will be working with? The Burger Boys.
I like the little voice you do, too.
That's how they do it. It's right. Ooh, did you guys enjoy the live feed update I did with Mr. Armstrong?
You had him giggling, twirling
America has a theory that Taryn has a crush on me.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, he really... That's not what I said. Babe, come on. No, I said he really enjoys podcasting with you. You can tell, because I watched the stream, and I'm like, you have him, like, blushing and, like... You like laughing, like LOLing for real. And I'm like, I never see the side of like Taryn like that. Am I wrong? I know y'all see it too.
There's a certain sunlight in his eyes.
No,
when I'm
literally.
talking.
He's like glowing, like, oh yes, I get Cory. Like it's really fun to watch. Like
if I had to guess, I think the reason why, if Taryn likes podcasting with me, the reason why he would like it is because I come from his like school of thought, but I do push back on him quite a bit. You know what I mean? I think that's like my best thing about like my best quality as a live feed update person is I feel like I ask good questions of Taryn. You know what I mean?
No, and you're always asking questions back, which I don't think I see that with other podcasters, like with other live feed updates. You'll be like, wait, Taryn, I wanted to get your opinion on this.
Well, because sometimes it's like a different between, sometimes people are asking questions because they don't know the answer.
Yeah.
I ask the question to get like clarification on like what he actually thinks. Because I think often, because his job is like reporting what happened.
Bye, Molly. Have a good night.
Good night, Molly. See ya. You two co-anchor very well. The problem is we're both like white nerdy dudes. There's no longevity.
I love that line when you're talking about like girls, and you're like, yeah, no more qualified people than you and me.
Well, you know what's funny about the way live feed updates work is like Taryn with his guest. Taryn is always like the straight man. On top of just being a straight man. But you know what I mean? Like he's like
what do you mean?
He's like this, and then Mari will go off on someone and like be a bigger personality. Puya will be annoyed. I feel like with me and Taryn, I take the chill role and he gets more animated. Kind of because he has to, because I'm just not super animated. But thank you, Pandora, for the gift. I appreciate you. I appreciate this stream happening for many reasons, but mostly because I work late, so at least I get something to watch in between phone calls. I love to hear that. I love having streams in the background. Taryn is Gura and you're Poong in his fan club. I don't know if I like that comparison. We are almost $85 away from $3,000 raised. $3,000? You kidding me? Tripling your goal? Whoa, guys. Lock in for a second.
Wait, what the fuck?
Lock in for a second.
What the fuck? Oh my god. That is amazing.
Let's pace ourselves. Serena, thank you for the $100. $100 is a tremendous amount of money. Serena, you're great. Serena, thank you. Now, Anonymous, thank you for the $750 donation, pushing us closer to 4,000 than 3,000. I appreciate you, Anonymous. I don't know if it's one person, if it's a collection of people,
Wait. That's gotta be Jag.
You don't think Jag would plaster his name on it?
No, that's awesome. That's amazing. Oh,
we did have a call with.
Thank you so much. That's huge.
Yeah, we spoke with Jag, Jazz, and Quinn in a call earlier. We're cooking up some crazy stuff. Not really.
There's a float involved. Some hay bells.
I will say, way too much fish tank talk in that call.
Yeah, a lot of fish tank.
But outside of that, let me say, Anonymous, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think there's this weird thing where, like, after charity streams, so many people are like, thank you so much for doing this, Cory. When it's like, I haven't donated a cent yet. I will, of course, but like... I
literally had picked up my phone to go to the link.
All of you just choosing to donate, you guys don't get anything out of this. You know what I mean? So I really do appreciate it. Anonymous, $750 is insane. Serena with anyone, it's just so much money, guys. I appreciate it. And it's for a very important cause. Hey, it's the girl that saw you in the Athens Museum. LOL, hope you're doing well. Congratulations to the newlywed.
Wait, we saw a couple of people.
No, this is girls. In the Athens Museum.
Oh, wait, in the Athens Museum. Oh, wait, that's right. I was thinking ruins.
We got a Big Brother Canada fan in the chat.
Congrats. Congrats on the wedding, the honeymoon. I hope it went well. I'm sure it did. It was beautiful. Athens was amazing.
Thank you for using your platform as a catalyst for donations, King. Honestly, it gives me a more fun stream. I'm being selfish. So I appreciate you guys. But thank you so much. It was super nice meeting you, Jew Marcy. I'm going to call you Marcy. But yeah, we ran into this couple at the Acropolis Museum in Athens. And they wanted to get a picture. It was super sweet. We're like, of course. But like, it was a no photography zone. And I'm so like nervous and neurotic that I started freaking out. I was like looking around. I was like, I don't want to get caught. Let's sneak. It was a mess. But they just got married. So wish them congrats in chat. We met a couple people on their honeymoon. I guess it's a...
Yeah, it was a big spot.
That museum is so small. We did a video tour or audio tour, so like it stretched it for 2 hours.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Yeah, it was cool.
Highly recommend doing audio tours. We found one, I think, on the museum had one. In the lobby, they're like, oh, we have an audio tour available for free. So we're like, oh, let's do this. And it was like 2 hours. And so I think it was just 2 floors. It is a pretty small museum, but it took us 2 hours to get through 2.5, babe.
It's efficient too. It's not like small hallways. It's just a big open foyer with stuff. I didn't even know it was a no photo section. Sorry, Cory. I will never forgive you. Did you just go for vacation? That's so fun. We were there for a wedding, not Marcy's. I understand how you could be confused. But it was for a wedding in Ios, an island in Greece. What are you even referring to, Quinn? Thank you, Emmy, for the 30 bones. Reese, $5. She says for an amazing cause. Agreed. Steph Wirt, thanks, Mom, for the 25. I appreciate you, Mother. She's planning out her trip to Boston. That'll be fun. And thank you, Anonymous, for the $15. I appreciate it. I don't know exactly what Quinn's calling out. Is he calling that I met people in Greece? Is he calling out that I actually support the Trevor Project? Quinn has this disease. He used to call me Luke's boy, and now he calls me Zay's guy. Quinn's an op. He's always been an op.
That's your boy, babe.
It's my boy. It kind of sounded
That's
like
your, what do you call them? Jedi? No, what's the...
Padawan?
Yeah, like the student.
Who is the best student? This is an interesting tier list. Ranking the students of Cory in Big Brother. I think we have Zay, Joseph, and Quinn.
Oh.
And Joseph would kill himself before allowing me to call him a student. But he did watch my stream, and I will count it.
What's the average placement?
Mods, do you know why I see, like, messages from a blocked user? I can't see the message. I'm not going to look. But, like, shouldn't they not be able to type in chat? Are they not, like, fully banned? Let me know. I'm confused. I can't see it. All right. It's fine, then. They'll get bored. I can't see it. It just says... It's like on Twitter where it says, like, muted account. You're the best of that trio? I think you're the best player of those three. It's you or Zay.
Me? I'm a student?
No.
Oh.
I'm a student of life. I think you're the best of those three, Quinn.
Oh, Quinn, yeah.
I think people look at your game wrong, Quinn. People always look at the mistakes. It's like, look how well you did in spite of the mistakes. That kind of shows, you know. Maybe that's backhanded, but I think you know what I mean. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Adrian was saying today. What's the word? I saw someone said he used a stupid-ass word that's so Cory coded. I'm like, what the fuck? I've never done that. I feel like I was so much more low-key in my shout-outs. That was something people liked. If Rachel was in BB25 instead of Suri, you def would have been the first to argue with her. The similarities are there.
I don't think so. Not at all.
Who would get in a fight with Rachel on her cast?
Is Jared still there?
It's Jared and Rachel.
Yeah, it's Jared. Definitely Jared.
I don't know though. If she finds out it's Suri's son,
yeah,
I still think I don't think she can contain herself the whole time. Felicia versus Rachel, they'd be on the same side, I would think. But if they got into a fight, it would be good. I want to say shout outs to Rachel though on this episode. She was working, running around when Zay was saying that, like, Ben the Bane. This guy seems a little bit familiar to me. What's up, Ben?
Hey, Ben.
You know, I knew Ben from Twitter from before all this.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if you're in the gaming space at all or if I just knew you because of the fighting stuff. But I was, when I saw your profile picture, I was like, yep, I know that person.
What's so funny, we were at Quinn's house a few months ago, and his dad was watching some fight, and I was literally in the other room, we're in Quinn's room, and I was like, I know that voice. And I was like, what? I know that voice. And then I go to the TV, and it's Ben. I was like, what the fuck? That's so funny.
You know, it's funny. I have a quick Ben story, which is crazy, because how could I know Ben?
Okay.
But I called someone. I mean, the challenge cast is announced, obviously.
Yeah.
So I called Blue at some point and was just like talking to her about, you know, the cast. And I got to Ben and I was like, oh, Ben must be so annoying. And then I thought about it. I'm like, oh, he's me. Ben is me. Like, I'm sure we're the exact same. We'd get along so well. But that cracked me up. I was like, yeah, he's the Cory. Maybe a little bit more athletic Cory. But thank you, Ben, for the 5 gifties. That's very, very kind. I'm sure we'll meet up at some point. They need to sequester the winner of the AI arena because why is the focus always on congratulating them instead of locking in the votes?
It is so annoying today. All
That's
the hugging and the crying. Like, I don't care.
Let's get Quinn in the call. Quinn, do you want to just do audio? Let's just do audio because you're going to be driving, right?
Is he driving while...
No, not yet. But he might transition to driving at some point. It'll just be easier for me to set up that way, Quinn, if that's all right. I'll give you one AirPod if you would like, America, to hang out.
I'm going to go and cook and eat, babe. I'm hungry.
No worries. Pop in whenever you like.
No, of course.
I assume you'll pop in to wait for HOH with me, right?
Babe, I'm going to be watching you. What do you mean?
Discord, Quinn. Yeah. All right, Quinn Industries, you can call me whenever you want. Do not stream and drive.
Babe, this account said any tongue that speaks against Rachel shall.
It's true. All right, Quinn Industries, you there? I don't know if he is there. Quinn, say something.
Oh wait,
Oh, you're
how
not.
do I do this? Oh no, wait. Wait. I can't hear you. I can
I
only
say
hear you from the stream.
you're not using a good mic. I do not
Can you
believe.
hear me?
Yes, but you're using the wrong mic, I think.
Oh, I can't hear you at all.
He's
That's
loud,
crazy.
you're saying?
Decreases volume. Gotcha. Yeah, we can hear you, Quinn.
Is your
if you can
mic
see it on stream.
connected? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Let me hop
Who
on
dis
Twitch on my
ho?
mobile.
Don't call Quinn a hoe. How dare you?
All right. Let me hop on Twitch on my mobile. Ooh, my voice is so deep. I didn't realize I sounded like that. God dang.
I think it's a webcam mic. I don't think you have the right mic.
Wait, that's so funny too. That's so true. Somebody said, "I wonder why Riley flipped," and it's a photo of Cat.
Here. I can't hear you is the problem.
You can't hear me on Discord?
The output is headphones. Input is my Yeti.
Can't see.
Okay. Oh, now I see you in the chat. Try talking now.
Hello. Hi, do you hear me, Quinn?
Oh, I can hear you. Let's go.
All right.
Oh.
I think we're good. Is everyone okay with Quinn's audio? Does it sound decent enough?
Also, he's so loud. I don't even need an AirPod. I can hear him from here.
You can only imagine how much I can hear him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to lower you, Quinn. I'm sorry. Has anyone ever told you that you're loud?
Yes, constantly. I literally just got in trouble for being loud. My sister's so annoyed with me.
Okay, I'm lowering Quinn. Help me adjust him. I made him quieter. Can you give me a sentence, Quinn?
Okay, it's your boy, Quinn. I'm smoking on that Zay pack right now with Rachel Riley.
Yeah, I can't hear him anymore.
He's a little blown out. Oh God.
All right, I'm
It's too
raising your
quiet.
volume.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
see.
raising your volume.
Wait,
I'm
that's a lot.
tinkering. All right, Quinn,
There's
give me
too
another
much power
sentence.
here.
Give me another sentence.
Let's see. It's your boy Quinn.
All right,
I literally have to start driving in like 30 minutes.
Oh, I don't wanna
I'm
cook.
putting a 30-minute
I feel
counter
like
on
the
there
chicken's not even
because
gonna be.
That means we need 30 good minutes of analysis, Quinn. Thank you, babe.
100%.
I'm gonna order velvet taco later.
Okay.
So
Ooh.
Let me know when you do. I'll be watching.
Okay.
So just. Thank you.
Velvet Taco is this like taco place in Nat. You might have had it, Quinn, when you were here. But it's open till like 5 a.m. So like we can order it whenever.
Babe.
$15 away.
I love that.
See ya.
You just said that you guys fixed your sleep schedule, and then you're like, but dinner at 5 in the morning would be kind of a movie.
Well, Quinn, they're not gonna make Noms in the next hour. Like it's not my call.
Yeah, that is true. Your sleep schedule's screwed anyway.
I will say, Quinn, do you feel comfortable
that's-
being on this stream despite not supporting the Trevor Project's mission?
I'll let the record show. I'm kind of the blueprint here. You know, the last time Cory and I streamed together, we were raising money for the Trevor Project, and you know whose idea that was? Yo, boy. I was like, yo,
Yeah,
let's
that's
make
true.
money. Let's
He's a
get the
bit quiet.
cash flowing.
Yeah. So the Trevor
man.
Project's interesting because I can't tell if it still exists, but like I think Trump's in the process of trying to get rid of it. So my thought is like, get all the money they can for now, and I assume no matter what, it'll go to, it'll go to the right people. So
It's
little
trickle
louder for
down
Quinn.
economics.
well, I mean that famously works. Quinn, what do you think of the episode?
Off the rip. Before that, I need to acknowledge a hilarious joke. From Chat BBC. For my baddies in there, you know what I'm talking about. Cory famously said that Keanu is like Josh if Josh was bad at Big Brother. And then I made a hilarious joke saying Jimmy's like Cory if Cory wore bandanas. And I had like 20 plus people thumbs downing it. I was like, this is the funniest thing I've ever said in my life.
You don't want to go against the shippers. It's a bad call.
That's true. It's a kiss of death. But how do I feel about this episode? I feel great. Everything I wanted to happen happened. Other than Will voting out Zay, this was the most ideal situation for me.
So, give me the rundown of the noms. I know your thoughts on Zay, but what did you feel about Amy and the other one, of course, Kelly?
I currently have 15 clients right now. Well, now it was out of 17. Now it's 15 out of 16. Amy was one of my early clients. She said that she wants the all women's alliance. I'm like, I'm sold. Let's do it. She killed it as the accomplice. So I'm feeling confident. I'm loving her energy this season. She cries a lot. That's hilarious. Like, we need that on Big Brother, that mess. And the only negative thing I have to say about Amy is that for a split second, her and Ashley were like, you know what would be great for our game? Is if Zay stayed and targeted Rachel. That's the only negative thing I had to say about her. And then I would say in terms of Kelly was my draft pick. I did a Big Brother 27 draft, and she was my first pick. I sought her out. She follows me on Instagram, but she wants to play like Tucker. I'm very confused by her. I think she's an agent of chaos, and that's why we need her in the Big Brother house.
Okay, I'm curious about this, Quinn, because obviously, yes. I don't think you're a fan of gameplay-wise, of course, like Tucker's playstyle, right? Like, I don't think you enjoy watching it necessarily. So what's different about Kelly?
Well, I didn't know Kelly was going to do this. That's kind of the whole thing. Is I thought she was just going to be her fun, quirky self. I was honestly getting some T-Core vibes when she said that her, like, what she most excited about Big Brother, and she's like, I'm excited to make friends. I was like, oh my God, she's T-Core. Like, she'll go up as an early nominee. People will fall in love with her because she's quiet, and then she's fine. Next thing I know, she's telling us about, I don't know what it's called, this condition where she can't see her loved ones when she closes her eyes. Mm-hmm. And then it's like Rachel, Amy, Ashley, they're like hugging her. They're like, we wanted to connect, but we just felt like we were there. And she's like, thanks guys, I love you. She leaves, instantly starts dogging on him, being like, they think they can emotionally manipulate me. So I don't love what Kelly's doing, but I do co-sign the chaos. And yeah, you know what? That's all it is. As long as she doesn't win HOH, I'm chilling.
So here's the thing. I want her to win HOH now. Like, if we're going to have Kelly, let it be so she can get an HOH. Let me thank a donation or two, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Because we passed $4,000, Quinn.
4K.
So, for Kizzy. Thank you, Anonymous, with the 25. Shell with the 10. Aiden with the 10. DJ Nay with the hundo, that's crazy. To 4K we go with the 115, and then Gabby with the 25. 115, 100, it's just so much money, guys. I appreciate it. Cory Thigh Stream, that's what you get for 115. It's pretty simple.
Well, I was just about to suggest a stream goal. You've been live for what, an hour, and you've already raised $4,000?
Sure. If
you raise $6,000, will you do your rendition of the TikTok I posted this week?
I mean, here's the thing. Like, my gut says, let me see the TikTok first, but obviously it's for charity, so yeah. I'm not going to say I'm going to post it on TikTok, but I'll send it to you and you can do whatever you want with it.
People would love it. I've got a lot of views on it. It's that trend where it's like, I'm talking about in it. And even once you gotta spend it. I think that if you do that, it does some numbers.
Pretty good. I think for 10K, I'm gonna post something in chat BCC. I'll let you guys pick the message.
It's not enough people are posting in chat BBC, by the way.
Stop calling it that. Stop calling it that. It's not chat BBC.
Why? It's memorable. Everyone's gonna remember chat BBC after this. My concern is that I'm posting too much in there, and it's a direct result of others not posting enough. So if you could start using your connections, Cory, I know you and Andy are best friends, hanging out constantly. If you could get him and all the other Big Brother alum to start posting more, that'd be great for me. Because at this point, it's coming off a little echo chamber, and it's just my beliefs.
Well, dude, last time I tried that, Bowie and Izzy started fighting.
That is true. Chat, so... You know what we're talking about, by the way. Bowie was posting in there just as much as I was. Izzy sent one message. Bowie has not posted since, and that breaks my heart. I was like, oh my god, that's crazy.
I thought it was rude. I was like, I told Izzy, like, don't do that.
It was mean.
Yeah,
It was mean.
It was not. And here's the thing, right? Like, this is my actual opinion. Who's a better Big Brother player, Bowie, Jane, or Izzy? I think it's very close. I don't know who. Like, my gut, I prefer Izzy's playstyle, but I think Izzy goes out pre-jury most of the time, and Bowie makes it to the final 3 like half the time. Which is like, that's not indicative of who's the better player necessarily, but that is true, right? I don't know how often Bowie wins, but
I don't know if placement is a representation of skill, you know? So I don't know.
yes, but consistent placements, you know what I mean? Like, I think if we simulate 1,000 times, that's when placement starts to matter a little bit more.
The poll is live. You all have 60 seconds on the clock. Bowie, look, we'll find out. In All Stars 3, we'll find out. Because I think Bowie's, you know, she's hibernating right now. She's loaded. You
Is
put
there
her
a
in
less
Big Brother
likely
27?
person to get a call? Yes, is
Joseph.
the answer.
No, I'm just playing.
Honestly, they could be on a captain season, Bowie, Jane, and Joseph Rodriguez. That'd be pretty good.
They would be great. That would do really well for them because you would have like the vague authority of being a returning player, but without the like data to suggest that you should be afraid of them. I feel like that's one thing, and I wonder if you agree with me, where they are currently vastly overestimating Rachel as a player. Where it's like Rachel was a comp beast that was very loyal to her team, you know? She took it so personally when Danny Donato like flipped on them for the newbies. It's like honestly, Rachel is the perfect ally, honestly. And she's in her like social game era. I'm like, I would die to work with Rachel.
Yeah, honestly, here's the thing about Rachel, right? Like, and I would consider Rachel a friend at this point. Like, I really like Rachel. I think if I was doing like a winner's ranking, throwing away Eddie, I probably just have her above Evil Dick. Like, and she's right around Ian and Jag. Like, I think that's the only person I would put her above in terms of like winning game. Which is like, first of all, that doesn't make her a bad player. But also, when you look at her in terms of like how the house guests are viewing her, it's so incongruent with the reality. Like, I wish there was someone like you or me, Quinn, to be in there to be like, to be honest, BB13 kind of has an asterisk next to it. Brendan came back twice on like an audience vote, and there was the final 6 twist, and they all had safety for the first. Like, that would help Rachel a lot.
The way that they were dismissing Amy as a competitor, Zay was out there. He's like, you know, some of us were brought on to be players, and other players like Amy weren't. And I'm like, well, Zay, you're the first boot. So now, like, were you a player? You were on the block. Like, what are we talking about? And so it's like, if I'm in that Big Brother house, I would almost be leaning into the house propaganda that Amy isn't a competitor and trying to apply that to Rachel, where I'm like, yeah, but her whole thing was she was a comp beast. Like, as Izzy was to Suri, I think I would take that role because, like you said, I would say I've teared up before, like on stream, talking about how nice Brendan and Rachel are, where I'm just like, they're like the coolest alum. If I went in there with my current mindset, I would be Rachel's Izzy.
Yeah, well, the beautiful thing about Rachel is she's not a good enough player to be annoying as a returning player. Like, well, I think Quinn and I, we texted about it a little bit, where it's like, I love this cast so much, I'm almost bummed Rachel's on the cast because she's going to dominate the DRs. Like, no one's going to have a chance to shine. This episode was very Rachel heavy, to be fair, but I feel like even on the feeds, it doesn't feel like we're watching the Rachel show in the same way we're watching the Suri show, the Paul show, the Jesse, you know? It doesn't feel that way. Thank you, Brianna.
Shout out Brianna to Sharpshooter 69.
Used to be my guy, now it's Quinn's guy.
Cam, that's my dog at the crib. I would say, despite having a Big Brother great and having Jimmy Snakebite, Ava is still finding screen time. That's one of my clients.
So didn't you say
And
on a
notice
call
how
with me?
she's getting screen time.
Quinn told me he had 15 clients. I feel like you have to narrow down this list. It's not that special.
Not yet. Riley stopped being a client 20 minutes ago.
So is everyone a client until assumed otherwise?
No. Well, the only person who wasn't a client of mine was Zay because of like preseason press. I was like, oh, this guy will be a liability on live feeds. And then it's crazy. There's a TMZ article. Also, let me get into it. Zay, last night, he's like, yeah, I didn't get into it with Rachel because, like, I'm on a higher level. Brother, it hasn't even been 24 hours since our last PR nightmare. Let's sit down on this. I'm on a higher level, actually. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. And so,
Kelly said Rachel was a bad mom. Sorry.
Yeah, he's like, guys, she's 40, by the way.
No, this is Kelly, apparently.
Kids, and she talks this way. Can you believe
I know he said that, too.
Kelly
but
did
Kelly,
it to,
That's so funny. It's just funny because, like, Rachel is such an aggressively good mom. Like, I've seen it.
She's such a good mom. It's, like, unbelievable how good she is. It's wonderful.
Rachel is great to her allies, and I assume her kids are closer to allies than enemies. Like, when you have Rachel on your side, she's one of the greatest people out there. Oh, Rachel would be the most annoying and expressive soccer mom of all time. She had the Vuvuzela, remember them? The horns.
What?
They had the massive horns they'd have at the soccer things.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be her.
Oh yeah, and then people with the I know that she gets into it with the referee. Especially if her kid is getting like fouled, I know she's getting into it. And that's hilarious to me.
Wait, so Zay said, it's a good thing I didn't call her a B word. She would have used that against me. It's like...
Yeah, is Zay in the chat right now?
I think the thing that frustrated me about Zay with the slurs, I was just saying them is the problem, right? That's already, we're fucked. But like...
Yes.
He expressed regret, but kind of for the wrong reasons. Like, his regret was like, oh, I'm going to get in trouble. Shouldn't have said that. I've been practicing not saying that. Which, like, I like the intention of trying to not say it. If it's in your vocab, try to take it out. But it felt obviously more like the reason he was trying to take it out of his vocabulary was like, I've been training for the show.
Yeah, it's like growth in the wrong direction. It's like, wait, no, you're not supposed to hide it. You're supposed to learn from it. Like, it's okay to be wrong if your goal is to be like a better person. It's so funny.
Well, so the whole thing, though, I think in general, with like a guy like Zay, who is going to come out of the house with a lot of backlash, less than a lot of people, to be clear, but like he wasn't there long enough and just no one cared about him enough, really. But like most people in this position go the Daniel Durston route, where it's like, fuck the world, I'm going to go on these podcasts and talk my shit, and the woke mob is trying to get me. It'll be very telling how he goes from here. He's obviously friends with the reality people, so I would think he's going to be steered in a better direction, but who can say?
Yeah, I think that he is the type of person. How I kind of talked about him preseason was Zay gives off a vibe of someone who graduated high school during COVID. And I was like, I think that he is just like very naive and like, he's noticeably young, you know? You two might be the same age, Cory, but I feel like you're very mature for your age. You know?
But look, no shade, but I didn't grow up in the Mormon. I didn't grow up in the Mormon church, which probably honestly helped.
That there would be a difference. Yes. But
I agree with you. I think it's just like he looks deceptively not young, but when you hear him, he sounds young.
Absolutely. I guarantee you, he is the greatest salesperson. He needs to work in software sales with that end of the month push. Him campaigning 24/7. It's like there's a difference between being able to articulate your value in a way that feels rewarding to the customer. I worked in software sales. It's true. And being annoying. And you wouldn't believe it. There's people who are just so annoying that the person on the other end of the phone will just say, okay, fine, I'll do a meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll sign up for the free trial. Okay, please just stop talking to me so I can like unsign up on the website because you're pushing so hard.
It does make a ton of sense that was his job, Quinn. Because like you have to say so many words before the door is slammed. He gets out the whole spiel. in the first 3 seconds.
He's threatening them that like if you don't vote to save me, I will be targeting you. I wish that Rachel like because Rachel's whole thing is that she'll get into an argument. I wish that she was a better arguer because if he's like, is that not a good game move? My response when I'm like pretending to shadow box in the shower and being like, what would I say? I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. Do I think it's good gameplay to threaten and try to incite fear in other house guests while you're vulnerable on the block? No, I don't think that that's a good move. Like, I wish that she was better at arguing, but she got her one-liners in, and then they edit out the awkward silences, so she's up. She won.
Nah, Rachel's not good at arguing, and that's why she's fun. Like, she has good first lines, and then she has nothing after that, but Zay's worse than Rachel. And, like, yes. I think what was really funny about watching Zay argue is, like, when he's saying, is that not good gameplay? I think a part of me is him actually asking, is this good? Yeah. Like, is this okay, Rachel?
You let me know. I'll adjust. Who do you think right now has fumbled the greatest in Big Brother 27 so far? Other than Zay, who was our first boot, who do you think like was in a good position and had an instant fall from grace?
Well, look, I don't think we're there yet, but Zach. Like, and look, I only say that because Zach is falling from the highest point. Like, Zach is theoretically, according to the live feed updates I'm watching and the conversations and the discourse, he's supposed to be the front runner. He's on the wrong side of the vote. He's crying. I don't think he knew he was going to be on the wrong side of the vote. Kelly, it's like, was she in a good enough position to have a downfall? Was Keanu ever in a good enough position? I don't think so. Like, downfall-wise, I'm confused out of my mind what happened to Zach because he's just going to be on the outs, and he's the obvious target for so many people. We'll see if people actually do it. I don't think they will, but.
Yeah, I really liked Zach like 3 days ago. He was in a phenomenal position. We had a lot of people voting on the wrong side of the vote. Adrian did this tonight. I liked that Zach cried. I think that people are so emotionally driven, and that's not a bad thing. I think that it's good that he cried and literally wept and was like, because it just shows it wasn't game. It was just emotional. Like, Amy, I still love you. It was just like, it was so hard saying goodbye. I knew he didn't have the votes. Yeah. Adrian is who, first of all, I think Keanu flubbed it up the most. He had Rachel on his side, steering him away from someone who campaigned for him to be out. And his response was, but Zay has big muscles, so I want to hang out. I think I want to hear your opinion on this. I brought up Adrian and his vote.
Yeah.
It feels like he's doing the Big Brother 10 Dan move. I gave my word. I'm going to stick to it. I hope you can respect it. Mm-hmm. If you are someone who wants to work with Adrian, which is more important to you? That he kept his word to Zay, or if he had flipped to vote out Zay and show that he's with you? Like, which do you think is more beneficial for his game? Because I'm team lie to Zay and then tell them, like, hey, I'm telling Zay one thing, but I have your back and I will never lead your side. That's how I got screwed over with the Visionaries, but I'd like to hear your perspective.
No, nothing Adrian did was good. Like, his plan makes no sense. Like, I understand what Dan was doing. First of all, it's a different time, and Dan is one of the best social players of all time. Adrian has proven socially to be, like, fine. Like, he's okay. But the whole problem with Adrian is he's not actually in anything concrete. Not really. And now people are going to assume he is in something with the boys. Because why else is he so adamant about keeping Zay? It makes no fucking sense. So, like, I think what Adrian did made, like, the least amount of sense. I think Will could just lie. Will should lie about his vote, and he'll get away with it. I think people will be very quick, like, could it have been Riley? That seems pretty fucking believable to me. Could it have been Ashley, who's talked about wanting to keep Zay since the start of the week? Lauren, who's been wishy-washy? Like, I think Will can totally pull this off if he tries. I just don't know if he's going to try.
This whole week, I've been liking every fan cam with Ava and Will, and I was like, they voted back to back. I'm like, here we go. We call this the double decker. Get ready, Zay. And then he sits there and he goes, I can't do it to my boy. I vote to evict Amy. I was like, God damn it. Please, Will. But
Well, what I like about Will
Do you-
is he snowed the audience. Like, I thought he was keeping Amy based on his conversations.
He's so cracked. Do you think, like, from the edit, who do you think is benefiting most? We've had 3 episodes so far.
Okay.
Who do you think has gotten the best edit so far, just in the face of their gameplay?
I mean, I'm going to leave out Rachel. I
think that's fair.
Whatever. But I think Keanu has gotten the most generous edit for how bad of a player he is. I mean, Zach, by virtue of just being on the screen and looking like that, is getting a good edit. But I think Keanu, like, he got a very sympathetic edit. Obviously, his story about his father, which is just, very, very emotional. And then it kind of contrasts that with his terrible gameplay. So I think it softens the terrible gameplay. You know what I mean? Because we're all kind of rooting for this guy and hoping he figures it out instead of being like, what a stupid idiot going against the vet,
I wish more than anything we could have seen his attempt at forming this 10-person alliance. Like, I think that would have been funny. I think it's worth including in the 90-minute episode of him going up to everyone, big swing, hear me out. 10 out of 17 people were in this together. That's crazy. It's the barbershop all over again.
It was 10, like, with periphery people. Like, 10, and then we'll rope in, like, 11 and 12.
And then it's like, I don't know if you've ever seen season 12. He's talking to Rachel. I don't know if you've ever seen season 12, but, like, the brigade had their people outside of that. Yeah. We have our 10, and then we actually have 16. It's like, okay, so the one person? Like, so funny. Question, I got another poll here for the chat. Yes.
I have a question. Are you a locked-in Rachel for AFP vote?
No,
We're assuming she doesn't say some crazy shit. I'm curious, just because we know her.
Whoa, that's true. Yeah, if you, like, is there an AFP for the challenge?
No.
That's bullshit. That's so lame. Because then I would absolutely, you would think that, like, America was a politician.
I would jump off a bridge before I participated in challenge AFP discourse.
That's true. That's true.
Are you kidding me?
And I don't believe that. I think right now, if I had to vote for AFP, I'm tossing 9 votes Ava's way and then 1 vote for Rachel. Because I know Rachel's me. Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, hey, I love you, you're cool, but I got my favorite here I got to root for.
I think
Riley is locked in. No way.
I have one question to ask you about, Quinn. Here's my thought.
Yes.
Okay? There's been a lot of discourse. The RJP side of things has a certain perspective of this guy, and I get it. I feel some of it, but I'm curious your thoughts as an objective guy. Vince, 1 to 10, how do you rate his week of gameplay and his position going forward in conjunction with each other? You're considering everything.
I think out of 12, I would give him a 9. I really don't think that, like, this is that bad for him.
No.
Because everyone was so worried about, he put up Kelly, and it's not the same as, like, me fucking up and putting up Joseph. It's just not. Like, he has so many other people interested in working for him, and Kelly isn't going to be the greatest ally. Like, yeah, she'll listen to what you say, but there's also, like, so much heavy lifting associated with working with her. It's why I was comfortable with Lisa going home, because I was like, oh my God, it's so hard placating you 24/7.
Yeah.
And so I'm team, he'll be all right. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
I do have some propaganda to spew, and I know that you'll agree. I think that production should give Vinny one of those big millennial hats. You know which ones I'm talking about. I think he would look great in that.
He said, I know you'll agree.
Yeah.
I'm on board. Look, I guess you were right. Here's my thing with Vince, right? So, like, it's you putting up Joseph is an interesting example. It's like if you put up Joseph, but also you and Cam had a final 2, and also you were in the Visionaries legitimately. You know what I mean? Like, he still made a mistake, because it's not just putting up Kelly. That was the obvious one. Zay leaving is worse than Kelly leaving, in my opinion, for Vince. Like, Zay was a bigger shield, a bigger target, an easier person to control. And as far as we understand, Zay was deathly loyal to the guys, right? Like, that's how it seemed. With Kelly, it's kind of like Angela. Like, being Angela's number one is not a good thing. It is not helpful.
Yeah.
I don't know if being Kelly's number one is, like, a benefit to his game. It's better than having Amy in there. That would have been perfect for him. But I think for him, he'd rather lose Kelly than Zay. No?
I don't think that. Okay, so let's say someone crazy wins HOH next week or even 2 weeks from now. I don't think anyone is like, if you're weighing the options between Zay and Vinny,
Yeah.
I would be like, oh, that's awkward. But with Kelly, you know that she's going to be on the block next week if she doesn't win HOH. So it's like, oh, well, who cares? Like, I see it that way. But it's also, I had an investment in Zay not making it. So I recognize I'm really biased.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just think that Kelly is a way easier renom. It's like, you know, I think that Zay is so campaign heavy that people are gonna want to break for like at least 2 weeks, where they're like, oh my god, I don't want to deal with that ever again. That's so much talking all at once. Like, I can't do this.
I think I'm biased because of my experience in the house of I was playing a middle position, of course, but my middle position crumbled very quickly because there stopped being a middle because Suri had everyone working with her. What I would like about Zay staying there would be Zay and Rachel would create two sides, you know?
Yeah,
and now I feel like everyone's going to disperse into Rachel's structure. Not that Rachel's Suri and she's going to run everything. Like, Rachel's allies don't even love Rachel as much as, you know, we'd like them to. So, like, I worry with Zay gone now, Vinny has less, like, room to play that middle. And now it's like, if you are Amy and you win HOH, who are you supposed to target? Or if you're Ashley and you win HOH, or even Rachel, like, I would think there's at least, like, Kelly's an easy nom. Are they really going to waste it on Keanu? Like, that'd be so dumb.
I really like where you're coming from, because even if it becomes like a debate of gender, like it's a gender war, which is what Zay wanted, by the way, it's like Vinny probably isn't at the top of the list of dudes you have to snipe in that situation, especially since, like, his best allies are like Morgan is a solid asset, and they seem to have like a lot of overlap in the game. I didn't watch feeds today, so I might be wrong, but yeah, I like where you're at. I think that when it comes to decisions like that, I don't know. I think if I'm in the game, I would want Zay out just because he's such a dude, bro. Like, that's where my decision would be coming from, where I'm like, I can't make the salt joke. You know, like me and Tucker all the time, I'll be like, salt, I get it. And it's just like, I can only make that joke like 3 times a day, personally. I probably made it more, so no one clock me. But it's like, I don't know. I don't think that I would have as easy of a connection with Zay versus Amy. I feel like, much like Angela, where Angela, when she didn't hate me, she loved me. I think Amy would love me. And then, like, Kelly, I'm the only person she follows on Instagram, so there's something about me that she likes. So I think if I were to swap places with Vinny, I would want Zay out. But if I am Vinny, I think you're right. I think Zay is better for that split house, and he can ride the middle.
I just think it's a tough spot because, like, I'm really thinking about it. I'm Rachel, and I win HOH. Okay. Kelly, lock her on the block. No problem. But then it becomes everyone else, because the other votes against Amy were Will, who we don't know exactly what Will's going to do. Vince didn't vote, of course. There was Riley didn't vote to evict, so you can't put up Riley. He's on the right side of history. Zach, but people like Zach, but Zach's an option, I suppose. Who are my other Amy votes? Adrian, of course. Adrian could be an easy nom for people. I think Adrian really fucked himself up.
That conversation with him and Amy was a nightmare. I think that if someone were to ask me point blank like that, are you going to vote to stay? Like, vote for me to stay? I think you get back into counting votes where you go, do we have the votes to keep you? Like, what does that look like? Who do we have? And then once again, I'm team lie. Just be like, no, like I got you 100%. I'm gonna tell Zay that he has my vote. I'm lying to him. Like, please, please, please don't let that get out because I just want him to go home. But if he wins the AI arena and then you're here with me next week, I want us to be a unified force taking him out. Like, I would hope that you can have that conversation with Amy, but that's one of those things where maybe Adrian felt in the moment where he's like, oh my God, I can't lie to her. She's being crazy.
Here's a question, Quinn. Based on the events of the week, would Rachel or Amy, for that matter, let's just talk from Rachel's perspective. Is Keanu a stupid target, or is he an op that's worth getting out?
He's an op. He speaks about the game with such an overwhelming authority, even though it's like,
he has no idea.
Brother, you're talking to Rachel who's played twice. Which, number one, they're already inflating her game where she's like the greatest threat of all time.
Yeah.
Which I'm all for giving people their flowers, like whatever. But then it's like, you think that highly of Rachel, but you're telling her how the game works. Like, if he was better at asking questions in strategic conversations, he'd be like the best player of all time. He's got big muscles, interesting look. Like, people would love to be around him. But he just keeps telling you the way it is instead of asking how it should be. And it's just like, oh my God, please.
A lot of players remind me of MJ. I feel like he and Ashley are the ones who remind me, where it's like MJ speaks with an authority that she shouldn't have because she has no idea what's going on. The difference between the two is like Keanu has the, I don't know if I'd call it a benefit or the drawback of also being a big, strong guy. So it's like maximized because he's also, so confident because of that. Lauren's
the
coming
best
for her
moment
crown. I don't know.
Was this mobster moment where he's like, this is what's gonna go on.
That was sick.
We're here for Riley and Catherine's wedding. And so we're gonna discuss right now the way that you're not gonna say I'm a snake. You'd never do that, would you? Would you, Jimmy? You wouldn't try to put me on the block. I love that. I think that's hilarious. They found a guy who's gonna do a mobster arm over the head, take him in close, and have a one-on-one conversation. I guarantee you, there was at least 80 people who said they would do that in casting, and like during the casting process, Keanu
Adrian
wasn't, but they saw that. They were like, "Oh,
Adrian.
we need." Yeah, Adrian was like, "I'm the best fan. I love Adrian," and I think that his preseason confidence is exactly what he needed to enter this crazy ass house. Like, if he went in there like trying to be humble, I think he would have been mortified at how quickly it was moving. But since he was on this like shit talking spree, I feel like he was really able to adapt and keep up with the pace, despite some slip ups like saying, "Sorry, I'm voting for the big strong guy to stay instead of the nice woman."
Basically, also Quinn, whenever you have to go, please don't feel like I'm keeping you here.
Yes. Right now, my arrival time to Nebraska is 4:52. I need to be there at 5:30.
Okay.
So we can talk for like another 5 minutes, I believe.
Perfect. Ashley would rub me the wrong way. I don't think she'd rub me the wrong way. I just think she's really bad at Big Brother so far. She has time to learn. Sometimes, like, look, some players don't need to learn. MJ never learned how to play well. You know what I mean? Like, she won competitions, and she had her own path to the end, and it was really fun to watch. Ashley, if she makes it deep, I think it's going to be something like that. You know what I mean? Like, from what I've seen, it's the opposite of Vince, where, like, Vince has made so many dumb decisions, but when I watch him in one-on-ones, I feel pretty good. When I watch Ashley in one-on-ones, I'm like, oh, boy. I don't think she knows what she's doing.
I think that, first of all, I think that she's one of those players who, it's not like she can get worse, I guess, but, like, I do think that she is someone who will get better at the game as it goes on. I don't know if you had anyone in your season where it was like their skill ramped up. I'm trying to think of like who from my season that might
maybe
match,
Jag, but he still made a ton of mistakes. It's just hard to say because
he
part of the
out.
game he was fully immune. I guess Matt, like, he got better as time went on, but like he never got over the hump. What about you? I feel like for you guys, I'm thinking, honestly, I think Leah is like one of the only people because like she was so much worse than people remember for those first like 4 or 5 weeks.
Well, she just didn't talk game, and it was like at first we all thought, oh, she must be talking game with other people, and then you're like, oh, she's not talking game at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, that was crazy. But her game sense, like she saved Angela. I think that like I would feel comfortable saying she ramped up in skill if she, instead of trying to save Angela, she pivot, or instead of lying, instead of like
saving
saying
Angela's
that she
optimal
was,
if you put up someone else, you know, other than
yeah,
Joseph for her.
if she would have been like, I'll be honest, Quinn, you just spent 3 hours saying why, like, I shouldn't use the veto. I'm going to. And then she sat with me as an ally to come up with a better option. Like, imagine if she says that and then we call Angela and Joseph up into the HOH room and then we have our little foursome alliance and then I put up T-Core the next day. That's just one solution that I consider every night before I go to bed, where I'm like, if I had just known, I could have gone out and done something about it, but instead,
well, I know
was
your
under the
theory
impression
is she changed her mind very late.
That's another element to it. But at that point, stand on business, sister. Come on, please. What's up, Smools? Welcome to the chat. I'm surprised this isn't a Fall Guy stream, so it's crazy. Smools is in the chat.
There's one other player I want to talk about, Quinn, before I send you out. Lauren, because Lauren's a player. I think everyone wants to root for her. She reminds me of Ashley. I think she's a lot better than Ashley, but like her conversations give me no confidence whatsoever. And like I'm trying to root for her, and right now I feel a lot better about Catherine than Lauren, and I did not expect that.
I think. Okay. What do I think of Lauren? I think that didn't Lauren form a final two with Vinny last night?
Yeah, I mean, she's all in on it. I think she really likes the way they talk game together.
And so it's like from that element, I really like her pushing in that direction. I feel like also if you wait until the renom is over to then solidify someone who was just HOH, I love that. A lot of people are talking about her being indecisive. I can't tell if that's her way of saying no or if she's actually indecisive. Like for a while there, I thought Vinny was just very impressionable. I was questioning. I was like, is he super impressionable or is he just playing it up? I would love to get some more DRs from Lauren to paint the picture of when she says, I don't know, is that because she doesn't want to look you in the eyes and say, absolutely not, you know?
Yeah. I think she's indecisive. But I like this fan fiction. I like the world.
That's what it is I have faith in my client. Here's
the thing. There's a lot of indecisive players. Chelsea was famously one of the most indecisive players I've ever seen, and she was like the sole decision maker most of the time. But what Chelsea did very well, as messily as she did it, she would eventually come to the right conclusion. Getting rid of Joseph at the final 10 was the correct move, even if she waited till the last fucking second. Getting rid of you, Quinn, she literally flipped to campaigning for you at one point, and then was like, wait a minute, I think Quinn's the only person who actually plays the game. And then she got back there. So, like, Lauren, for her credit, voted out the right person, and now is kind of playing the middle. So she should be good no matter what. It's just like, I wish the vibes were better in conversations. That's it.
What do you think of her America comparisons? Everyone was instantly like, welcome back, America. And we all know, everyone in this chat, we're well aware that there's only one America, okay? That's our dog at the crib. But do you think that she's an alternate universe? Maybe she's like, I don't know, she's Canada in this situation.
Yeah, look, I get the comparison. I know why people are making it. It just, first of all, she's playing a lot harder than America was week one. But I don't anticipate her playing harder than America big picture from what I've seen so far. I think the key difference between the two is like Lauren seems overly cautious and like tepid, where America is in the other direction where she'll like say something and get in trouble and do all that. So like I think they're actually have very few similarities at all. Also, America's a bigger fan, pretty clearly. Like, Quinn, to be honest, do you think we have a super fan this year?
I felt comfortable saying Lauren was a super fan. Especially compared to her cast. Like, I thought Adrian was about to be our super fan, And I get that maybe he just started the series late, which I think that's fine. It's giving like a lot of like Chelsea super fandom. I think that Lauren is probably a bigger fan than Chelsea is, where it's like you're a casual, but you're a casual that really, really cares, you know?
Vince has applied for years. I know he applied. I think Vince is a casual.
Well, no, he watches the feeds, doesn't he?
Does he? He said it.
I mean, he said he did.
Certainly doesn't.
Jimmy
feel
seems
like
a big fan. I think. Oh my God. Someone mod that guy. T7 what? No, bring him back. Bring him back.
I think Mike just locked his journey to hell. He just
Yo, you're going to hell. That's crazy. I think what it is like we don't have like the super mega annoying super fan, but we have a lot stronger than casual. Like there's more like they're a casual viewer, but they're like they're higher. They're bigger than like the higher. Like I think that Vinny's a bigger fan than Angela was. I know that Jimmy is a bigger fan than who else said they were a fan? Chemo. Like Jimmy's for sure a bigger fan than Chemo.
I agree.
So it's like in that direction, they just don't have people being annoying like myself, being like, when I think back to so many personal conversations I had in the Big Brother house, I think a miscalculation was I thought that we all wanted to talk about Big Brother. And so I wish that I hadn't done that. I wish that I was much better at connecting with people on other things. But I was like, hey, this is all our hyperfixation, right? We're all passionate about this. Yes, please.
Week 1, Quinn talked about 2 things. Big Brother and his mile time.
That is true. And it worked. I got in the majority alliance. I did.
You were in the majority.
And then I tore it down. Brick by brick.
Quinn, last question before I let you go. So, I know you're a big BB5 guy.
Yeah.
How many players in the house right now can name the winner of Big Brother 5? I think my answer, I feel confident, 0. And that includes Rachel.
I was about to say, I was like, including Rachel, probably 0. I watched her sign Cowboys like autograph sheet, you know. She's like, yeah, stay in school, buddy. I'm just kidding.
It's fucked up.
Maybe Riley, Will. I don't think. Do we think? Is that just me being like against the country boys that I can't? Well, no. Wait. Riley said that he loves what?
He said he likes
I'm gonna
BB12,
say no.
right?
I'm gonna say no.
I think
they don't know who that is.
I will say I wouldn't be surprised if Zay in his preseason's like, yeah, I love the 4 Horsemen. I'm trying to play like Scott.
That'd be so funny if. Wait, also, didn't you have a good BB5 Scott poll during your live feed update with Taryn Armstrong?
With Taryn, basically, Taryn made the case of like Zay is the biggest boys boy since Scott.
Dang, I was trying to assign that. I try to comment on those on the live feed updates, but then to me it feels like a starting quarterback that graduated the year after.
Yes.
And it's like I'm looking outside of the fence and I'm just like, nice BB5 reference, boys.
Nah, I had to stop doing that, dude. The commenting in people's like lives and stuff, because then everyone goes, "OMG, Cory, hi, Cory's here. Is America there?" Like, you know, like I feel like I'm stealing the moment.
It's true. But thank you so much for having me on. Everyone, make sure you like and donate. If you want to see Cory recreate my latest TikTok, let's get to 6K. Let's get it to 6K. Let's make it happen.
Hey, look, that's the price he's set. We'll see if we get there. We got a lot of hours left, but thank you so much for hanging, Quinn. Follow Quinn. The thing is pinned. Is America going to join? She'll join in a bit. She's cooking right now. But I appreciate you, Quinn, and I hope you have a good drive. Feel free to join in whenever you want.
For sure. Please tell America.
What's a cute camera?
So if you don't know, America has this really cool digital camera. Yes. And then I asked her on the cruise, I was like, what is that called? And then it was like, oh my God, that's the one that I've been looking up because that's what TikTok says. I bought this literally 2 days ago, maybe yesterday.
I love the color.
And it's maroon. Come on, God.
That is your color.
Mustard seeds. I'm out of here. See you later, Gators. Bye.
I switched the screen right before all my shit got leaked. Perfect. Thank God he's gone. vibes just tank, you know? I noticed the second Quinn joined, donation stopped. What's that about? Nah, I love Quinn. Just a pure nice guy. Not many of them in the BB community, I'll tell you that much. Everyone's out to get you. Not really. But let me thank a few donations. Gabby with the $25 and Carly with the 25. I appreciate Carly. I think you went to bed, but you're still appreciated. I think I'm going to sleep today, by the way. That will be part of the stream. We have to determine what we're going to watch while I'm sleeping. I was thinking Meridian Review ranking every Big Brother player. He has like a 6.5 hour video, and I think that's very funny. Survivor Desi, thank you for the $25. It's been a while. Let me just shout out the Trevor Project, of course. So we're raising money for the Trevor Project. They provide mental health resources to LGBTQ plus youth. That is incredibly important right now because LGBTQ plus resources are being stripped away by the Trump administration and just generally the Republican agenda. So if there's ever a time to support an organization like this and people like this, now's the time. So I appreciate you guys. Could you sit through the Americory movie? No way. I could not. Absolutely not. I've sat through it before, but I don't know if I could sit through it again. It's a little too much. It's so embarrassing. I'm so shy. It is funny hearing my voice in the other room from America blasting it. Hi, America. There you go. Please watch BB Barf Bag. Weird name, but great videos. It is a weird name, but I'll look into it. I'll look into it for sure. Okay. Do you guys want to go into the HOH tier list? Because we're going to do a Brant steal later, BB27. But I am down. Who are your favorite gays? This is a good question. Favorite gays. Heisem's up there. Izzy, of course. Favorite gays is interesting. Let me get back to you. I think Heisem's my favorite. Look, Izzy's great, but it's Heisem. What do you want to do? In fact, we got Izzy and Heisem in one season. Is the best LGBTQ plus rep since Queen Vanessa herself. Big D, of course. I mean, come on. Will BB5? How about Will BB14? Or Willie BB14? Andy is the most powerful gay and Vanessa is the most entertaining. I think that's accurate. I think so. Let me take off these AirPods. They're starting to hurt. Oh, God, that's better. That is so much better. It is so hot in this room as well. I think I'm going to change to a short sleeve shirt. So, one moment. Y'all are not prepared for the shirt I'm about to put on. America's gonna run in here and strip it off me. Not even in a sexual way either, unfortunately. Alright. What is up? What is up? What is up? You just turned on the AC. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, she hates that? Oh, she hates it. I have one, like, lime green tank. I think that's her least favorite. Lydia's a good shout. Bulls rep. I'm not a Bulls fan, but it's a very patriotic fit. Please tell us you binned the mango shirt. It's on a hiatus. That was a rough day. That hit me pretty hard, to be honest. I think he's the only person who I would ever consider myself to have stanned Mango. If you guys don't know, he was a Twitch streamer. Still is. He had a little bit of a controversy. You guys could look into it. How'd your hair get messy? Just taking off the shirt, perhaps. I do look like Buzelas a little bit, right? With the hair. Will America do any live feed update? Would be fun to see her takes with Taryn. I don't think so. That'd be interesting. Because she obviously could do it. America, would you do it? If you were asked? No? Yeah, I just don't think it's America's vibe. She said no twice. Taryn's intimidating. Yeah, in that picture you have of him, for sure. Someone said, like, for 10K goal, can we get Joseph Abden on the call? I'm like, for 10K, I might be able to get a nude from him that he, like, approves of me posting. I don't have it confirmed yet, so if someone's got a 6K donation pending, maybe hold off for now. We've all known Mango's had a drinking problem for years. Having a drinking problem is not cancelable. You know what I mean? It's that's not the problem. Taryn was just called T-Bone by Rob. How intimidating. Wow, Rob big dogging Taryn. That's crazy. Jag helps send 6K quick. Here's the thing about rich people. The rich people who stay rich don't just donate 6K all the time. Biscuits, thank you for the 25. This is such a worthy cause. You're great allies and gave me a chance to be one too. Biscuits, what a sweet message. I appreciate you. And Petty, as always, the homie. I appreciate you, Petty, for the $25. Let me thank some subs as well. Thank you, Kenzie, for the Prime. 8 months. Again, all the subs, those proceeds will be going to the Trevor Project as well. I'll post that donation later. Not because I care about the Trevor Project, but because I want people to see how much I care about the Trevor Project. And as evidence that the money actually was donated is the real reason. I second Ludwig on BB. He has too much to lose. He should not do BB. I would never encourage a real celebrity to go on Big Brother. If you're like a fleeting celebrity, I get it. Like, I would recommend. But if you're, like, pretty big and have stuff to lose, I would have donated if you voted for Matt over Jag. Big mistake. Q voice. You banned them? You don't have to delete that message. It's fine. I'm just curious. I didn't know Matt had stands like that. I'm a huge Cutie Cinderella fan. I'm still on the Whine About It Patreon. I haven't watched anything in forever. I think it's Maya's gone, right? It's Valkyrie now. I like Valkyrie, but I liked Maya and Cutie's dynamic a lot. I think she might be the streamer I look up to the most. Yeah. Because she's got, like, she does the big events and stuff, but she's also really good just desktop. But I love Ludwig. I mean, Atrioc and Doug. I like all that whole kind of crew. No, I got it, Doofus. Big D attempts now. We'll do Big D attempts tonight, for sure. Absolutely. Please see Superman. It's on my list. I want to watch it. We have to also make use of our last month of our Regal Pass. BB House tier list. It's kind of boring, you know. Roblox tonight. I was thinking about it, Mike. I think so. We might have to do a public lobby because I don't know how many people are going to be around when we do it super late at night. Rank the first evicted house guest of the new era. If someone sends me a tier list with that, I'll do it because that's a good idea. Yo, Violet, thank you for the $100 donation to the Trevor Project. I appreciate it, Violet. Thank you so much. You know, Alveus is awesome. Can you play Roblox on a tab? Yeah, I could. But I appreciate it. Super Woke was awesome. Can I ask you guys a question about Superman to people who've seen it? This is not spoilers, I don't think. When people say the movie is like outwardly pro-Palestine, anti-Israel, is that like the intention of the movie? Or is it like an anti-war message, which obviously is like anti-Israel inherently? Because my read is like Hollywood, generally speaking, is like pro-Israel. So I'd be surprised if it was a pro-Palestine thing. That's great, obviously. I hear people saying it, and I don't know if it's one of those things where it's like they have a different takeaway than the intention. Probably the intention, very stark parallels. Okay. I mean, I'll see the movie, and then it's more anti-war. So here's we don't have to go into the nitty-gritty, but like the people who are pro-Israel think they're anti-war. And they're wrong for the most part, right? It's ignorance. But that's like the nuance I want to put in there. Like I don't know what the director's intentions are. It's James Gunn, who, like, I know he's had problems in the past, but it's not that serious. Like, he basically made, like, problematic, edgy tweets 15 years ago. I don't know where he stands politically, is basically what I'm saying. I like the idea that there's actually no messages and it's just about Krypton. James Gunn comes out and is like, nope, this is all about comic books and superpowers. Anti-Krypton bias. This anti-Krypton agenda has to stop. It's fucked up. Reminder for the stream on IG and Twitter. I have to post on Instagram. For sure. I should do that soon. It's real comic booky. That's good. It's definitely not about Ukraine or Russia. This is a good stream topic. This is fun. Oh, it's going to be a long night, y'all. Long night. Let's do the HOH tier list, I think is what I would like to do now. So let's go over to player rankings. Because we have all of our players. Everyone say bye to Zay. Oh, not the QR code. Excuse me. Everyone say bye to Zay. Bye, Zay. He's gone. Okay. So now we're going to be tier listing house guests based on how much we want them to win HOH, okay? How fun of a week would it be? And then we could tier list, more normally. Whoa, careful. You guys like the clicking sound? Is this doing it for my ASMR heads in the chat? Okay. So what we are ranking, to be clear, I see someone asked, we are ranking how much we want these people to win HOH. How much will it result in a good week and a good future in this game? So who do we want to do first? Who do we want to talk about first? Can you zoom out a little? Not really, to be honest. It's like, I can like we'll put the overlay like this for now. Like you could still see the important stuff and you could scan the QR code. We'll just do the QR code for now. I don't like that. You guys see my dilemma? Whatever. You guys get the picture. Okay. So we're going to start with Kelly is the first name I saw. Let's go to Kelly. For me, I think Kelly could be the best outcome for an HOH. I'm just going to use these 3 tiers for it. Can you move it? Yeah, it kind of does look shitty. We'll move it for now. I'm going to keep the QR code here, though. So this is what you scan to donate. But I think Kelly is one of the best HOH outcomes we can get. What the fuck does she do? Who would she target? Probably Rachel. I mean, here's the thing. Rachel's side of the house at this point is much stronger than the other side, if there even is another side. I think if Kelly doesn't win, if Keanu doesn't win, Kelly and Keanu are extremely likely noms. And I want to say, a Kelly HOH would be fucking insane. You know her speeches would be ridiculous. The only reason you want players like Kelly in the house is for them to become HOH. You guys know, I wanted Kelly to be evicted tonight. I don't really enjoy watching Kelly on the feeds. But now that she is here, I want her to have an HOH. You know what I mean? Right before she gets evicted. That's what I want. I don't think Kelly would successfully take out Rachel. To be honest, I think if Rachel's on the block against one of her allies, I think Rachel goes home. No? Is that not the vibe? Kelly the anti-feminist? Don't say that. That's not helpful, I don't think. I think she's guilty of a worse crime, being bad at Big Brother. But it certainly feels like Rachel is going to go home against. I think if it's Amy and Rachel, I think Rachel goes home. She has better relationships, but like there's a lot of sentiment about let's vote out Rachel. Let's make sure she doesn't win this thing, you know? She's really bad at the game. Kelly is. I don't think Rachel's bad. She is bad at supporting women. That's not what happened, guys. Yeah, thank you, Mike. BB won't let Rachel go out this early. Guys, it's not rigged. Like, look, I think there's stuff they want. I think they've made decisions at times to, hopefully have certain things happen as opposed to other things. But if the house guests want to vote out Rachel, they're going to vote out Rachel. BB's not jumping in, creating a twist. Like, I am worried about this safe that the mastermind's looking at, to be honest. And if production... If you're ever going to be suspicious about production rigging something, it does make sense to feel that way about Rachel given season 13. Like, I do understand the skepticism and the concern, but it's a different time. I don't think so. All right, who do you want to talk about next? And to be clear, I'm going to say who I think they nom. I think if Kelly wins HOH, I think she puts up Rachel, Amy, Ashley. I think that's the three. Will. Will's an interesting one. The fuck does Will do? I think Will would be an awesome HOH too, because who does he put up? I think Keanu is a clear nom. He puts up Keanu. Kelly. Nah, I think he's kind of boring. Yeah, I'm going to put him down here. But he puts up Keanu for sure, Kelly for sure, and then I don't know that third person. Maybe Catherine is like a non-factor enough. It's a funny message. Will be a fun HOH, but that'd be horrid for his game. I don't know. He was just on the wrong side of the vote. I think him winning HOH would be good for him. There's enough easy targets. There's no drama putting up Kelly. There's no drama putting up Keanu. Find a third person. I think an HOH helps Will. I don't know if the bros will let him nom Keanu. Who are the bros? Like, seriously. Is it just Zach? Are you counting Keanu as a bro? Is Vince a bro? Zay's gone. Riley went with the girls. Like, I don't think he'd nom Keanu. He talks shit about Keanu a lot, but it's very easy to talk shit about Keanu. So here's the thing. Adrian, I think Adrian could be nommed, especially if there's a veto situation and they need a fourth. Adrian put himself in such a stupid spot this week. He played so ass for, like, no reason. He could have just been doing fine. But why is he on the wrong side of this vote when he knew, seemingly, he was going to be on the wrong side of the vote? Who is Adrian? It's a good question. What are we ranking here? Not chances they win. How good of an HOH it would be, Mikey. Forget about the labels. Labels don't matter. No one's going to be mad if Adrian gets nommed. Literally no one would care. Who's Adrian's closest ally? Seriously. Like, who's Adrian's number one? Like, Ava? Lauren? Maybe. I saw Adrian talk to Amy for a while, but that obviously isn't a thing. I don't know. Let's talk about Adrian, though. I think Adrian would be a fun HOH because, again, we just have no fucking idea what he would do. None. He's in the Bond alliance with Will. He's in the Bond. Maybe Adrian's closest to Zach, maybe? Clearly, he's decently close to Zach because he voted to keep Zay. But Adrian would be fun because it's just kind of like, what the fuck would he do? I don't know. And I'm still having hope that some of the preseason Adrian's going to come out at some point, right? Thank you, Rick. I appreciate the $50. That's a lot of money. I thoroughly enjoy watching and listening to you in America. Best of wishes for you both now and in the future. Thank you. It's very kind words. I appreciate it. Adrian better grab a life vest, yeah. Do you guys agree with my floater take? I feel like that's a hot take. Oh my god, why is my head so, like, condensed? So my take, just to say it again, floater should not have a set definition. It should just be like a pejorative word for a player you don't like. Do you guys agree or disagree? I think this is one of my best Big Brother takes. It's gotten too complicated. Floaters versus coasters versus playing the middle. No, I'm not saying it's like I know it's already true. Like that's how people use the word in the house. But that like I'm saying that's a good thing. That's what it should mean. Because like, I feel like everyone online tries to correct, like, Amy's not a floater. She's in an alliance. She's on this side. I'm like, yeah. But Zach doesn't like her. So she's a floater, you know? Anything else is pretentious to me? Yeah, like, these are all fake words, you know? Takes away from June's whole gameplay. Well, obviously, you can still respect June's game. Was Bowie a floater in the beginning or a coaster? I think you'd have to say she's a floater, I guess, right? She was in alliances. What's the new word for real floaters? Do we need a word? You know, they're playing the middle. Just hanging out. I thought you meant Zach, your brother, didn't like her for a second. I could call him up, see his thoughts. I think for Zach, floater means woman. I think the fact that she's an older woman more so has to do with it. That you think she can't win comps and stuff, you know? Is Rachel a lock to win if she makes Final 2? Would Suri have won your season? I think Rachel is like... You'd imagine she would lose a Final 2, more likely than not, right now. Like, right now, if you told me Rachel's in the Final 2, does she win? I would guess no. Because I think there's a certain animosity that new players will hold towards the sole vet if they make it to the Final 2. We've seen it with Dan. We saw it with Paul, of course. It's almost like, really? We're going to have this one person who's already been on 10 shows win our season? It's bullshit. We saw it on Big Brother Canada 12. Like, this is just kind of how that works. But Suri could have gotten votes against some people. She probably beats everyone except Jag, Matt, and me and Suri's vote is pretty close. I think Suri probably barely beat... Yeah, I think Suri beats me 4-3. Because I would get America, Jag, Bowie. But she would get Blue 100%, Felicia 100%. Matt 100% and Cam, because Cam thought he had a great connection with Suri, which is funny. Can we talk about what the fuck Rachel was wearing tonight? Fire. I thought that dress was so cool. Hamster Watch says the HOH comp hasn't started yet. That does not surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. They started doing that once the AI Arena started happening. They just started the comp super, super late. I mean, we did that in our season even. Like, we had a lot of time between the eviction and the HOH sometimes. Like, an hour, 2 hours. Dress was meh. Earrings were fire. Careful what you say, Ben. She might see these messages one day. Is the mastermind an homage to the YouTube show Sequester? I think it's just a trope. Like, for me, when I heard the mastermind, I don't know if there's any other nerds in chat, I was thinking Danganronpa, and more specifically 999, the Nonary games. Zero Escape. That's what I was thinking. Because it all looks like Zero Escape. It looks like Zero. So, to the 2 people in chat who get it, let me know. You love 999? Me too, me too. 999's a deep cut, is it? I feel like maybe nowadays it is. What language... Do you like 999 or VLR? VLR is my least favorite by far. I really like Zero Time Dilemma, though. I love Zero Time Dilemma. VLR, I think, is ass. A recommendation to the chat, if you've never played Raging Loop, potentially my favorite version of this game. Did you play AI Somnium Files? My friend Matt has been trying to get me to play forever. He swears by it, but I haven't played it yet. Could we play Sims tonight? No, I need a Sims expert to reach out to me and help me mod a Sims house so I can have like 17 people living in there so I can do my Big Brother Sims stream. I tried a few times, haven't been able to figure it out. Raging Loop's underrated. It's so good. It's so good. Scally plays Sims. I could reach out to Scally. It's just so much effort. I have to send a message. Ugh. Wait, we're rating HOHs. Who distracted me? Mods, ban them, whoever distracted me. Okay, let's talk about Amy. Fun feeds. What do we want the most? Amy'd be good. I mean, her noms would be super obvious. Like, it wouldn't be, like, drama-filled. But, like, I would like to see Amy have an HOH. You know what I mean? I think she could be fun. To be honest, though, can we talk about this? I have a perspective. Does it feel like I'm oversaturated right now? Like, what's happening? Whoa. That's a lot. I feel like I'm shining in, like, a weird way. Like, the camera's having trouble focusing, you know? Sharpen up. It's the tank top doing it. Okay, there you go. I feel like I'm locked in now. But what I was saying about Amy is, like, guys, can we have a candid conversation? Is Amy fun feeds? Is she good TV? I can't tell. Has she been entertaining this week? Because she seems kind of chill to me. Like, she really liked Zay and wasn't... She was campaigning, which I like, you know. Like, I like her archetype. I like the older woman. She's not even that old, but you know what I mean. The older woman. I think I prefer the older women, like, you know, in their 60s, high 50s. But yeah, she liked Zay. She wanted to keep Zay over Kelly, which is insane. She's boring, but she's Team Rachel. I guess so. Okay. Yeah, but she would nominate Kelly, Keanu, and I hope Zach, but probably Vince, just because Vince nominated her. It seems pretty easy, right? I think that would be her noms. Okay. Next up, let's do Ava. Ava. I mean, I think Ava would be awesome. I don't know what she would do. It would, like, I don't think Ava seems to be, like, have the capacity for a ton of drama, but she is very funny. She's very, like, shit-talky in, like, not a super mean way, which I enjoy. She'd put up Kelly, would be her target probably. Probably Keanu, and then question marks again. I don't think she'd put up Vince. She wouldn't put up Zach. That third spot is hard for her. I think she puts up maybe Catherine, right? Catherine or Riley? No, she puts up Adrian. Why the fuck would she care about Adrian? That's the thing. Like, Adrian, if he just votes in the right side, I think a lot of people aren't nominating him. Lauren? I don't think she puts up Lauren. They're in the bond. Does she think the bond is real? I know they're in an alliance. I know about the bond, but, like, didn't the bond just all vote separately for different reasons? Like, it's her alliance. I mean, she's the one who, like, made it, I guess. Or not, kind of made it, you know? She's the one who gave everyone their nicknames and everything. She was excited about it. All right, maybe that spares Adrian. She might do Vince. I don't think she would do Vince. I can see the bond hold. I think it would if she wins HOH, right? I think if anyone else wins HOH, no one says the name ever again. She gave Adrian the green light to vote against her. It's just Adrian's strategy is so silly to me. Like, what are you proving by voting for Zay? It just gives people an excuse to put you up. It's real to her, even if she wasn't thrilled with Adrian's inclusion. Gotcha. She won't nom anyone in the bond, and also I think it holds. Okay. Let's go to the next person. Let's talk about, not Zay, unfortunately. Jimmy! Oh, man. I mean, what the fuck? There's a lot of good HOH outcomes. Jimmy would be sick. I would love a Jimmy HOH. I would say, his, it was very corny, his fight with Keanu. I did not like it. I like that he's trying to do it, because I think it's more fun than just a boring ceremony with nothing. But I thought it was super hard to watch a little bit. He does seem a little bit like he wants his TV moments a lot. But on feeds, I really like Jimmy. He's really fun to watch, and I think he would have a fun HOH reign. Who would he put up? Probably Keanu, Kelly, and Adrian, right? He wouldn't put up Catherine. He loves Catherine. I think he would put up those people, Kelly, Keanu, and I think he'd spare Vince for now. I think he'd spare Zach for now. I think it'd be Adrian. Do you guys think Will is gonna lie? Let's run a poll. Will lie? Here's the thing. Will's been doing a lot of lying. A ton of lying. He's been saying he's with everybody. He promised Amy his vote. Told other people he was voting to keep Amy, and then he votes to keep Zay. He's capable of lying. Like he said, he doesn't know what he's doing. Here's the problem. I'm starting to subscribe to that line of thinking, America. That he's not a tactful, careful, cautious player, and he might just trying to figure it out, figure out what to do. Will is the best old man we've had in a while. In terms of, as a player, he's had the best start of any of the old men in a while. But there's not a lot of competition. Kevin Schluber, I guess, is the last one, who did quite well. I mean, Terrence started off pretty well, no? Cliff. I mean, Cliff started off pretty bad, but Cliff was a really good player. He's got to do a lot to live up to Cliff. Will is a girl's man. I'm going to kill you guys. If Sweet Kenny K wanted to stay, he would have won the whole thing. Unironically, he would have been in a fine position. He could have made it decently far. But no, thank you. Paul wanted to take Kevin to Final Two for the longest time. I think I prefer Josh winning. I like Kevin a lot. Met him after the show. He's awesome. It's going to be fun hanging out with him in Boston, but I think Josh is a better thematic winner. Who is Will's number one? Ava. It seems definitively Ava to me. But he lied to Ava about his vote. So, I still think it's Ava, but, they're not exactly a package deal. How do you think you would have done with this cast? Interesting question. I feel like I always get this question for 26, but I didn't get it for this one. You made a fried chicken sandwich. Sounds delicious. But I'm going to order velvet taco now. When it's ready, can I have either you pick it? It's dark. I'll pick it up. But just tend to stream for 3 minutes while I pick it up. You can put cheese on mine. It does sound pretty good, to be honest. But I've kind of had my mindset on velvet taco for a while, so I'll stick with that. It does sound delicious. I'm going to need it tomorrow, honestly, if you want to just fridge it. Because I'm eating lunch here, too. But thank you so much. I would like to order velvet taco, please. She hit you with an okay. Yeah, it's not good. I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep in our bed tonight. Get it? Because I'm sleeping here. What is Mickey doing? I forgot about her. Just, playing the best social game we've seen since Andy. Other than that, not too much. just hanging out. No basil or this. I would like to add 2 to cart. There's 2 tacos. I gotta get the chips and queso, right? That's like a no-brainer. Queso Blanco, of course. Do I want it with the chimichurri? That's a tough one. No cilantro for sure. Add brisket or pulled pork? Fuck it. I can't be contained. We're adding pulled pork. Okay. And then beverages. Please tell me you have a Red Bull or something. Jarritos, Coke. Fuck. Maybe I'll get a Jarritos for the vibes. America, do you want anything from Velvet Taco? I could get you like, I don't know. They have red velvet cake. As someone who started watching at BB15, my appreciation for Andy gross with each passing season. I don't know if you meant to say gross, but that is funny. Dessert. Let me read out the desserts for you, babe. All right, let's see. We got red velvet cake, and that is it. I will get 1 slice. Okay. And I will check out now. Very good. Very, very good. America, when the food comes, I'm going to run and grab an energy drink from downstairs as well. Maybe a coffee. The order has been placed. All right. Let's play a game. Let's play a game, chat. I bought 2 tacos, 1 drink, queso and chips, and 1 slice of red velvet cake on Uber Eats. How much do you think this was? Any predictions? You guys are frighteningly accurate. It was $55. You guys were very close, to be honest. It was $55 with tip, of course. Here's the thing, though. That money's coming straight out of the Trevor Project donation pile. So it's no stress off my back, you know? Easy, exactly. Thank you, Rick, for the $50 donation to my taco fund. Here's the thing. The Trevor Project, it's still net positive for them. I need the fuel for this stream. Tax write-off. It actually is a tax write-off, I guess. Bro's rich. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I won the Amazing Race season 38. Okay, Swaggy C. Yeah. You guys don't understand how hard it is being rich. You guys don't get it. Coming to you live from Dubai. They got to be the worst showmans in BB history. I mean, it's them or Memphis and Christmas. Actually, I think I like Memphis and Christmas more because there was an ending. Jessica and Cody. Jessica and Cody or Bailey and Swaggy. Probably Jessica and Cody are worse. I think Jessica and Cody's worse. Because then we had to watch them on The Amazing Race win. And they have so many children that are going to have really slanted political beliefs. It's pretty close between the two. I mean, they're both miserable. Rank the Showmance's tier list. I think that would be our 5th time doing it. That was one of the most embarrassing streams I ever did. Can we... Blue and Jared aren't in the top 5 worst, to be honest. In a certain way, I would say they match each other's freak. That's my take. Because I think what Jared said and did in the house is probably worse than what Blue did. But they were both very corny with each other. And they made each other say cringy stuff. Like, I think they were, in a weird way, they worked in the house. Matt and Riley, they don't count. They don't count. Do you think if Zay did literally nothing outside of form bonds and then fight with Rachel, he would have stayed? I think Zay's campaign was really good. It wasn't great. Like, yeah, I don't want to get crazy. I think his mistake was being an idiot before Noms. I think if he just, like, went and socialized with Vince a lot more after Vince won HOH, he could have saved himself and been fine. After that, he was the obvious threat on the block who people should have targeted, and I think he did a good job making it as close as he did. And I think he has a much better chance against Kelly. I think he stays against Kelly. I really believe that. So I don't want to act like he's a good player. He's not. But I think his campaign was actually fine. I don't think that was too much of a problem. Zach and Lauren Showmans. Let's run a poll. Do you guys think this is going to happen? Let's see. The results are pouring in. A lot of no's. You know, when I watched the feeds a few days ago for the live feed update, I thought they were going to be in a showmance. That was my prediction. It felt flirty. They're both very attractive. We know Zach likes Lauren, and I wasn't certain Lauren's feelings on Zach. I know Lauren's anti-showmance, but so was I theoretically, and that didn't work out. The more time goes on, the more it feels like Lauren means what she said. You know what I mean? And obviously, you take her at her word, but like sometimes feelings sneak up on you. You know. You can see Vince and Lauren. I don't see that. I don't see that, but Vince is in a 7-year relationship. There you go. We're gonna have to accept the reality that Vince, I think, is kind of okay at Big Brother. He's not great. Yeah, I don't know if he's actually good, but he's pretty good. Like, I love his one-on-one conversations. I think he's really good at making you feel like you're one of his close people. It's very Suri of him. He's not Suri, but Suri also was very bad at making decisions. You know what I mean? She came to the wrong conclusion almost every time. So when people say she played better in the second half than the first half, it's because she never had choices to make. You know, she was in pure survival mode where she, is amazing. No showmance this season will be interesting. I mean, without Riley and Catherine, though. Is there anything there from Catherine's side? Didn't seem like it to me. I hope that doesn't become a weird situation, but, I never want to, like, assume something's going to work out really poorly, because that's not fair to, like, Riley, for example, but the vibes don't feel great to me. Are you a Catherine Morgan truther? Is that a theory? Maybe Morgan and Zach, if like Zach realizes the Lauren thing's not happening, but I just haven't seen any interest there. Adrian and Ashley? Oh, we're just saying it. All the names, huh? We're just saying all sorts of bullshit. Kelly is greater than Tucker. I mean, I don't think so, but it's interesting. The one Adrian and Ashley edit I've seen, I love it. Adrian and Lauren, that one seems like they just want to marry Cory, to be honest. I've seen that story before. Amy and Vince, I could see something. Vince with a 7-year relationship after nominating Amy and campaigning for her to leave. I would like that. Thank you, Casper, for the $25. I think I already thanked you, but oh no, I haven't. Thank you for using your platform to raise money for a cause near and dear to my heart as a non-binary person. Shoutouts, Casper. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out. And thank you to Petty. The red velvet is on me, brother. Thank you, Petty. $10. Does someone want to chip in for the delivery fee? My cracked Delulu theory is Lauren likes girls. I don't know if that's a theory. I guess it's a theory, I suppose. What's the word for that? Of people who, I guess you're not suspecting. No, you are, if it's a theory. Isn't that a word like what people do with like Harry Styles and Shawn Mendes? Where they like try to figure out who's gay. It's just gaydar, is that the word? I feel like gaydar is a different thing. I don't think it's that. That J guy. I don't think it's that. That's crazy. Gay baiting. Well, they accuse them of gay baiting, right? You see about the surprise havoc relationship the two contestants on Destination X got into after the show? One was the showman's and the guy in the show? I did not. I mean, look, I guess it is in the spirit of the stream, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, production. I agree. Thank you, Emo Hamtaro. Cory, you're my fave new era PB player, and it's not even close. Misspelling my name is a tick in the column of bullshit, but I'm gonna take your word for it, and I really appreciate it. That's very kind. Thank you. I think the reason why a lot of people, especially like on Reddit, like connected with me as a player, I think I'm the most the least stereotypical superfan they've cast, if that makes sense. I'm a nerd, very clearly. I'm not like a cool guy. I'm not super handsome. Like Vince is a handsome superfan. You know what I mean? Superfan. But I think like usually they go super nerdy in terms of like Ian or Steve, or they go big character like Quinn, and I'm like the most default superfan, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? And I think another part of that is like I played a good enough game to where people don't clown on me 24/7. There's a lot to clown on, for sure. But I think people are willing, like, I don't think people imagine they would go in there and play like Quinn, even though a lot of them would be much worse than Quinn, you know? So that's just my theory, but the NPC of the superfan archetype, I don't know if that's what I would say. Cory, you are handsome. No, I appreciate that. I like how I look a lot, but that was not my my appeal. Hello.
Do you want a rope?
Oh, sweet tart rope.
You like instinctively went like, yes.
Thank you. Are you hanging out?
Sure.
Sweet.
Yeah, I got bored. I just ate. So I had blue cheese that was going bad. Well, and then I can't tell when blue cheese is going bad because it's already moldy.
That's a good point, actually.
You know, but I've had blue cheese for a while, but I smelled it and it smelled like blue cheese.
Okay.
So I thought it was fine.
Let me expand the cam for you.
And then I had buns. I had burger buns, and I had the chicken that I had been like thawing out all day. So I was like, ooh, chicken. It was like my little chopped basket.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was like chicken, blue cheese buns. So I made a fried chicken sandwich with blue cheese mayo.
It's disgusting.
But I couldn't really find a recipe. I don't know the recipe, so I just dipped it in the flour, then the eggs in the flour. But I guess I didn't do a good enough job because when I started frying it, whole pieces of eggs started like forming. So I just had to like scrape the egg off because I guess I didn't bread it completely. Yeah. Anyways, it worked out. It tasted good.
I had a delicious lunch today that America helped me make. You guys know those like aesthetic breakfasts people have? Mimi posts them all the time, where it's like 2 pieces of toast with like avocado, blood orange, eggs that are seasoned to oblivion.
43 is huge, babe. That's so amazing.
4,300. It's pretty good. So there's that, right? Today I did my baby version of that, which was 2 pieces of bread toasted with butter and then aggressively seasoned fried eggs.
I was like, babe, we have mangoes.
Not to discourse, but real straight people definitely do pretend to be gay to make fun of gay people, get people's attention. 100%. I mean, that's a huge thing, I think, in, like, I don't know what I would call it. Like, the boys. Like, honestly, weirdly enough, like, boys who like Andrew Tate and stuff.
Look, we went through a bunch of, like, Zay's social media, and a lot of the jokes were, like, hee hee ha ha, like, you know what I mean? Like those types of jokes. Like, oh, I'm gay. I like my friends. Oh, wait, I'm not. Does that make sense? I don't even know how to describe that type of humor.
No, that's I mean, it's not just Zay. Like, that's a thing.
No. But it's like that type. There's like a.
Yeah, where it's like, and look, I don't want to act above it. Like,
I guess it's like hee hee ha. Being gay is funny is the joke.
So am I doing that in the house when I'm like doing whatever with Jag? Is that essentially what I'm? Because I feel like it's different. I don't know. I feel like there's a bro-y way to do it, and, like, I'm comfortable with... Like, here, I guess the thing is, like, Jared would never do that, but because Jared doesn't feel comfortable being perceived as, like, potentially gay. You know what I mean? Mike says, no, that's just gay.
Cory's like, no, but when I do it, it's all right? When I do it, it's cool.
Everyone in the chat being like, actually, no, it's not queer baiting, because you are gay. Like, okay. I suppose. No, I'm not gay, unfortunately. playfully gay, being a bro, haha, gay is a little different. I think you could usually tell which side people are on when it comes to that kind of
if
thing.
it's like internalized, like
That's not what I was saying.
homophobia or
Oh, internalized homophobia. Are they going to be like internalized like being gay? And I was like, that's not.
No, babe.
I think it's performative if you know you're doing it for the cameras and stuff. Was I doing it for the cameras? Okay, we're doing a list of how much you want it to be HOH. Do you have any disagreements with my list so far? Forget about the tiers. It's just top is I want them HOH, bottom is I care less.
I want Adrian at the bottom. I think he'd be so boring.
What does he do?
I don't care, but I feel like he'd be a boring HOH, and he would have his noms, and he would tell his noms, you are going to be my noms, and it would just be like clear cut, straight. I don't know what he would do. You know what I mean? But that's how it would be. So that's kind of boring for me. Will, I'd like to see a Will HOH. I would put front runner for Will because I want to see what he does. He's got to pick a side. Right now, I do think it's unintentional. Like,
doesn't he
he's
just put Kelly and Keanu?
Yeah, and who else? Who's the third?
I think Catherine, probably. Like, I think, well, or Adrian. Like, why not Adrian? They voted the same, and they're in some alliances together, I suppose. But, like, I could see Adrian putting up Catherine. Like, why?
I think he has mentioned that he said a few days ago. I'm not sure if that's changed, but I think he would do. You're right. Okay.
I also don't think he'd be, like, a drama HOH. I'd be interested to see it. Like, again, this is not bottom tier. There's some people who are bottom tier. I hear what you're saying about Adrian. He might just be boring, but I really want to see where he stands. Like, is he going to put up Rachel?
We know where he stands. No, he doesn't stand with Rachel.
No, you're saying he's putting up, like, Rachel, Amy, and them?
I could see that happening.
I'll move him down here. You're kind of convincing me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That has never happened before.
You're right.
No, babe.
You're right. Okay, let's do Ashley. I think Ashley is one of my top HOH outcomes. That would be some shit.
I would love an Ashley. Oh my god, the whispering, y'all.
She's just so bad at Big Brother. And, like, she's weirdly loyal to some of the guys in, like, a weird way. Like, people are going to try to get in her head, but she's going to have her own agenda. I don't know what she's going to do.
Who is her, like, number one ally right now?
Mickey. I feel pretty confident about Mickey. But I just think the thing with Ashley is, like, she might put up Rachel, which would be so funny. You know, like, she could do some crazy shit. You have no idea.
I could see that happening. I don't want that to happen.
Think of how long she could shower for her.
Good for her.
I've heard so many conflicting reports about the shower.
Oh, we heard, well, how much does Julie know? But Julie had an interview with Sharon Tharp. Is that what you said?
Wait, Julie said it, but then there was also, like, Vince's account, but there's also Catherine's account.
No,
and the
I don't
Episode's
trust Vince.
account.
I do not trust Vince. Whatever Vince, I do not trust him.
Well, Vince was making a pro-Ashley argument, basically.
Was he? Okay, because I'm like,
yeah.
I still don't trust him.
Vince was like, I didn't even realize the shower was long.
I don't trust his retelling of stuff. He exaggerates a lot.
But Vince also just, like, answers the same way. He just agrees. That's his thing.
Ooh, book club, babe? I need to read these books.
So good. Okay, next up is Catherine. Okay, I'm going to have you do Catherine. It's over here. Just drag it like this. I have to go pick up the food. I'm going to grab caffeine of some sort downstairs. Do you want anything from that store?
No, thank you.
I'll be back.
We got a little, Oh, babe, you're so tall.
A little bit. I'm a moment.
We got a little cafe downstairs a few months ago, and it's been really nice because we have, like, a little deli, essentially. Okay. Q&A starting now, LOL. JK, do not do this to me. Okay. Catherine. Cat. I really like Cat. You know who she reminds me of? Kate Hudson and Emma Stone. Like, a combination of them, too. I think she's got, like, Emma Stone's, like, face or, like, eye shape. You know, it's, like, kind of, like, it looks kind of lifted. Like, it's a little, like, fox eye look. And, but she also looks like Kate Hudson. I guess Kate Hudson and Emma Stone do kind of look similar. Anyways, Jillian Jacobs. I don't know who that is. I probably do know, but hold on. Let's look her up. I know Cory said Christmas, but Jillian Jacobs. Oh my god, yes. Yeah, I see that. From Community, right? I see it. Okay. So where do we see her? I don't want her to get HOH. The Cory said that this list is how much we want them to be HOH. I don't want that because I think she is safe. As long as Will is not, even if she is on the block, I think she's safe. So I don't think she needs this HOH. Who would be fun? I don't think she'd be fun. I mean, it'd be fun because I think she'd put up 2 of the bros, right? I would rather have, it's not danger, but I guess okay. I'll put her okay. How does he bring up the, okay, he didn't teach me how to bring up the other people. Oh, like this. Okay, I got it at the bottom. Okay, I'm looking for someone in particular. This guy. Okay. This is who I'd want to see as HOH because I know Kat would be in his ear the entire time. Or I would hope that Kat realizes how much power she has over him so she can control. Yes, hear me out. Because I basically want to see a Kat HOH without her having to give up safety the next week, if that makes sense. I think it would be chaotic. I think he just flipped for I don't know what reason he ended up flipping. He said only Kat would be allowed in his HOH room. I didn't see that talk live, but I did see people talking about it on like Blue Sky. So I'm going to say front runner for me. Sorry, I know we don't like him. He's creepy, but I do think it would be a lot of fun. Allison and Nathan BB4. I know Allison and Nathan. I just don't remember how that went really. I remember she got him to use the veto on her, right? Okay, who else does Cory have here? I do not want to see a Keanu HOH. Nope. Yikers. Yikes. He is a mess, and there is the potential that he potentially doesn't put up Rachel, but I think he would. But he'll give hugs. Did y'all see the como se dice? The backyard swimsuit pictures? I will say one thing. I'm so glad, and I don't know if anybody mentioned this, I'm so glad they're not doing the individual ones anymore. Those were just so awkward. Like, I would have hated doing, like, the individual swimsuit pictures. I don't need that. They did them last year, though, right? Did they not do them last year? I feel like I can picture, like, Rubina's solo picture for some reason. But and Tucker maybe? Why do I only remember them two? Maybe I'm thinking about Joseph's solo picture. I don't know. Anyway, did you hear that they take the backyard pics now with the feed cameras? Yeah, that's how we did it. I think they've done it like that since COVID, probably. That makes sense, right? Since 2022. For us, they had us line up in front of the pool. They'd come on the speaker and be like, move this way, America, do this. We set ourselves up, like we formed ourselves, but then they started like inching us one way or the other. And they're just like, look straight into the window, and they took the photo from behind the glass. So it's not even like the ones that they have in the backyard, like up here. It was literally just looking into the window. They direct you over the speaker. I didn't expect that. I know people ask a lot, like, what was the weirdest, or like, what was, as a fan, like, what didn't you, like, what was unexpected, right, for you? And it's how many times they came on the speaker to direct us for stuff. So much. When we did nominations, they'd have us, nominations took forever because they would have us inch one way or the other while we were sitting on the table. We came out and we would, sit down ourselves. It's not like we had a seating arrangement, but they would have us move one way or the other. It was such a fucking mess. Also, we did so many takes of like Jared coming into the room and being like, hey guys, it's time for the veto ceremony, or it's time for the nomination ceremony. Any ceremony took forever, and they would just be on the speaker being like, hey, can you do this? Hey, America, can you go to the living room and clean the window to the left of the couch? Stuff like that. When HOH says their noms, do they have to memorize the lines? No. Oh, everything is on the speakers, y'all. Everything. So they'll be like, nominations will be like, okay, Jared, can you say, okay, I'm going to give you the script. Say line by line. And they'll say line by line, and then every line that they give them, they have them do it 3 times. At least. It is super tense still. You would think that it's kind of like the moment's not the same because you have Jared saying, like, I nominate America and Cory. But no, it still is tense when he does it. Like, you can feel the tension in the air when he's repeating himself over and over, and he has to do it like 3 times. Walking out. I know walking out, they would only do that once. That's 1 take. But everything else, anytime they had to say lines, any veto ceremony where they have to say stuff, they'd come on the speaker and they'd have them do the veto speech or whatever. Even sometimes like, oh, you put the veto in the box the wrong way. Can you do it again? But this time, make sure that the whole string is tucked behind the veto. Anyways. How can you want a Riley HOH when he's just going to do what Kat tells him to do? Exactly. That's why I want it, because I want to see Kat controlling him. I think that would be so much fun, and I'm rooting for Kat. She's not one of my favorites yet, because I haven't seen much from her, but I do like what I've seen so far. Oops. If that makes sense. Also, she wouldn't have to give up, I think it's too early for her to, like, show her cards, right, and start nominating people like that. But this is just something to add to her resume. I think it's a lot of fun. Cory has this stuff so bright. Oh my god. Kat is kind of playing a Mimi game now. I'm not sure yet. It's only been a week. We don't know. I'm scared if she doesn't reciprocate his feelings, he's gonna go full beast mode cowboy. The only reason I think he wouldn't is because he seems to be like really like hyper aware of the cameras. He thought that in the end America voted. So this whole integrity talk and like all this self-righteousness that he's been talking about this last week, I think it's all for the cameras. So he really cares how he comes across, I think. I don't know. Would it have made any difference for you to go further if you won the pressure cooker? Okay, here we go. LOL. I talked about this, me and Cory did, outside the Olivia Rodrigo concert a few years ago, last year, I guess, for hours with these girls that just wanted a picture. But they're like, oh my, they said something like that. I don't even remember. They might have mentioned the pressure cooker. Maybe they didn't. But I'll never forget. Me and Cory, literally, we were there for like at least an hour outside Bridgestone Arena just talking about what would happen if I did win the pressure cooker and why it was a good thing that I didn't. Anyway, it was funny because we got home and me and Cory were like, wait, did they even ask? We're like, no, they just wanted the picture. Okay, who's next? Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm just going to go in order of how he has it so it's not super confusing. Do we want to see a Rachel HOH? I do. I want to see her be in power. I can't wait. Do you think it means planned HOH? I think Hamster Watch just tweeted that they haven't even started the HOH yet, so no. Because I think a pressure cooker type comp, something like that, that's super easy to explain. They would have started by now. There's no reason not to. They want to get it over with as soon as possible, you know? Also, they would have said something on feeds. Or on the episode. Anyway, I want to see her. I know what would she do? Who would she put up? Keanu, of course. Is she putting up Kelly? Keanu, Kelly, and Zach, perhaps? Uh-oh, he's back. Hold on, he's like rummaging through the fridge. Rachel does not trust Adrian. Okay, then Adrian too. I'd like to see Adrian on the block. I'd like to see what he does. Okay, but any of the stuff that I said, just don't mention it to Cory, okay?
Oh my god, you went crazy ranking people.
Wait, hold on.
Riley is a front runner?
Yes, babe.
Can you actually keep doing this for a second? I'm gonna sit and chat, but I don't want to eat on camera.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Why? A lot of people do that.
Not me.
They do that and they make a lot of money, babe.
Oh, mukbangs?
Yeah.
No, I'm okay. Are Jaritos twist off?
They should be.
Liar.
Maybe not. I don't know. I totally lied. A self-conscious king. Literally, Cory doesn't even let me watch him floss. It's like my dream. I'm like, Cory, can you please let me watch you floss? He will literally kick me out of the bath. We're like both doing our like nighttime routines. I can pee in front of him. I can poop in front of him. But I cannot, like, he will not let me watch him floss. It's crazy.
We have to fight about this. America's like, I want you to be open with me. I'm like, I don't want my mouth to be open with you.
I was like, I just want to see all the other teeth, please. No, not the, no.
Wait. Let me move over here.
What drink did you get? LOL.
Fruit punch Jaritos, and then I got a frappuccino downstairs.
Can I have a little bit?
Please.
I haven't had a Jarritos in forever.
Is this front runner for HOH of the game? Honestly, Sonny, this is a pre-existing format I have. The things on the left mean nothing. The higher you are, is the more we want you to win HOH.
Ew, babe, I've never seen me floss. That's funny. That's a funny joke.
She asked why I was self-conscious. Okay, can you explain the rankings you did?
Okay, I did a lot.
You did 3 or 4 of them?
No, I did 3.
1, 2, 3.
I did
4.
do Keanu as well. Keanu, I don't want to see. I know he'd be a mess, but I know what his things are gonna be.
Keanu's my number 1 choice.
No, babe. He's like, I like seeing him when he's not in power. Like, if this last week has showed us anything, is that Keanu's gonna be chaotic no matter what. He acted as if he was the HOH last week.
That's true.
He's gonna do it again this week. You know he's gonna try to be running shit. He's gonna be trying to form more alliances. Like, it does not matter whether he's HOH or not. Right now, what my concern is, I'm really rooting for Rachel. I'm really rooting for like Mickey and
Here's the thing with Keanu though, babe. Everyone else's noms are Keanu and Kelly. Kelly and Keanu's won't nom each other.
I don't care about the unpredictability of it. Like, I'm rooting for certain people. I want them to be safe, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, that's how you've always watched BB. America is I wouldn't call you a stan, but you're like a big fan. Like, you find your people and ride with them.
Yes. Except last season. I don't know.
Who was there to root for last year? Not one likable person. But seriously, like, there was no heroes and villains. It was all just kind of fine.
Like, right now, it's like, oh, so Keanu and Kelly go up. I don't mind if Kelly goes.
Cory is right. So America basically wants the guys gone. You got to respond to Chief Dave. He is not happy with your analysis.
Yeah, I want to make it a gender thing, like Zay said, you know?
Yeah, America is what we call a misandrist.
Okay, so who was I with? So that's my argument for Keanu. Like, I don't care. You know he's gonna be batshit crazy this week too. Kat, it'd be okay because I actually really like Kat. Right now my faves would be Ava. Will's been like bumped down because of his vote, but Ava, Will, Mickey, Rachel, Kat.
Interesting. Well, not to put two bad bitches against each other, I am enjoying Kat more than Lauren, which I did not expect. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah. Don't do that.
But I think a lot of people lump them together, and I think people expected Lauren to be the super fan. I don't think Kat's very good at the game, but like Kat is the opposite of wishy-washy, and Lauren is like.
If it makes sense, Kat gives me like literally like Black Cat vibes. Does that make sense? No, like you hear her talk and she's like very like serious and like just to the point, straightforward. I don't know, you know, like the Black Cat aura, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
whereas like Lauren is more like maybe golden retriever vibes, or not even golden retriever, like golden retriever puppy. Does that make sense? Because she's just very nervous, and I haven't watched her on feeds too much, but when I do hear her speak, she's like, I don't know what to do, tell me what to do, you know, it's always that type of conversation going on. So it's so frustrating, and I'm sure you've already talked about it on stream, watching her and Vince talk. Because she's like, I don't know what to do, tell me what to do. And Vince is like, I don't know what to do, tell me what to do. And they're both just looking at each other like, what do we do?
I was saying, she's just the woman version of Vince.
Yeah. A little bit. But that's why I think Lauren feels like completely like safe with him. I feel like she talks more game with him, or she's more open with him than anybody else in the cast. And I think it's because they're on the same like wavelength.
Exactly.
And just same level. Babe, I feel like I look so bright. Can you turn on the thing, please?
Turn down go V or the...
I think go V. I think this is fine. Hold on, because this isn't even bright.
No, it's like...
Maybe right there. Oh, I got it. NBM. It was the light. Yeah.
But I think that's the problem I had that America always called me out on. I spent the first half of the game strategizing with Suri, Izzy, and Jared, and that was my speed. And then when I tried to bring that energy to Matt and Jag, America would always have to be like, Cory, you gotta relax. Because they couldn't match that. That's not how they are. And I feel like Lauren has found Vince, and they're like the same speed of strategizers. Or strategists is probably the word.
She likes talking game. I appreciate it.
I'm not going to move the mic in now because I don't want you to hear me chewing. I'm just going to shut up. Okay? So
what?
Keep doing the list.
What? Who said what?
In Dow said it. I don't know. Get that away from me. I don't want to touch that. Do the next ranking. I'm a viewer.
No food ASMR, yeah. That's a different channel. Okay. And then you asked me to explain Riley. I would like to see Riley. He just flipped on the guys. Clearly, Zay was surprised. I'm sure the other guys will be as well. They're going to be trying to figure out who that vote was that flipped. So I'd like to see him in power. Besides, I think, like a lot of people have mentioned, Kat will be, if what he said is true this last week, Kat will be controlling his HOH. So this guarantees Kat's safety without her having to give up safety for the following week.
Fan.
I am. I don't know. I like her. I really like her. Her, Mickey, from the newbies, not including Rachel, her, Mickey, Ava, and Will are my 4 faves right now. My clients, like the kids say. LOL. And then Rachel, obviously Rachel. I want to see her be safe for another week. Figure out her group. Just have a more solid footing in the game. Okay, next one. Zach. Ugh. Oh, no. I don't want to see him win. Yikes. I just don't care to. He doesn't need any more safety. In fact, I want the opposite. I want him to use his power this week.
Yeah. I mean,
This week, let's cut it short. Because what do you mean he has it until jury? That's way too fucking long. Also, we know jury's only going to be 7 people, we're assuming, right? Like, that's just stupid. What are we doing here?
I think he's going to win HOH. He's my prediction just because we know he's good at comps and he needs to win. Like, he thinks he needs to win.
He won 1 comp, babe. And he won it because I don't know why he won it. His strategy was smart, but
the fact that he's probably the most athletic person there, obviously. He's a pro baseball player. And the fact that he did really well on a puzzle. That's all
Hey, Sam.
need to see. I feel convinced. He's the most athletic person there who crushed a puzzle. Like, shit, that's kind of tough.
No, Adrian crushed the puzzle.
No, Adrian copied Zach, remember?
Oh, yeah, a little bit. But then Adrian figured out the rest on his own.
Yeah, and then Zach's the one who actually figured out the strategy to win. Which Adrian couldn't have done because he was first, but...
I don't know. I don't think it's going to be him, honestly.
Look, I mean, the odds are in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's 15 other people. Zach copied Adrian. Yeah, we don't know what really happened.
They all copied each other.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a huge hot take of me to predict Zach to be good at competitions. Considering he's won one of the 2 or 3 he's played in, right? He played in 2.
Yeah, he played 1 against 5 other people. Right?
Well, that's how the comps work.
Not the HOH comps.
HOH is more, but Vito's less, and then Arena's even less than that.
So Cory's a Zach stan. Let that be known.
I'm actually a Zach hater. I don't like how everyone's People are overrating his game dramatically to me. I think he's dumb. What the fuck was this week? He's supposed to be running the house. He's on the wrong side of the vote, hysterically crying by the end.
Yeah, that's weird. Well, I just think his whole plan, his whole game's just be good with everybody, right? Be nice, be good. Like it's a lot of people are comparing him to Matt Hardiman. He's Matt Klotz, actually. You know.
Is that a compliment?
No, but I'm just saying. A lot of people are comparing him to the other Matt, and I'm like, oh, wrong Matt. You know, I think his whole thing is just avoid blame, avoid being a target, be friends with everybody, be chill with everybody. You said he's really adaptable when he's talking to different people. I haven't seen him too much on the feed, so I don't know, but I believe you. So
I think he strategizes more actively than Matt at the start, at least.
yes, but
He's pointing at the TV, counting votes, freaking out. But I do see the Matt Hardiman stuff, specifically with Lauren.
Well, yes, I see that.
And with Amy.
So that's why when people are like, oh, Lauren said no, Lauren said she doesn't like him, I'm like, so did MJ.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. If we're making those comparisons, it just brings me back to that as well. Anyway, I don't want to see him. He's just going to put up Rachel, and I don't want to see that. I was telling Cory, Rachel was really good at quizzes, and Cory's like, yeah, but they were a different type of quiz. And I was like, I hope that the casting department and the comp department got together, and they were like, hey, we're bringing back Rachel Riley. Let's bring back her types of quizzes. Because the quizzes recently are just like memory style stuff, you know?
I feel like now, I mean, I'm trying to think of last season's quizzes. Weren't they mostly the normal ones of just like the video?
They were ours, like the memory. Like, we were going to play this video. Now remember what order this stuff was in, which is kind of lame. I hate that.
Quiz on BB13 knowledge.
Oh, I was like, is it already 11:59? Your computer's wrong. I'm, like, tired already.
We're never early. Well, you're your bedtime.
Yeah, my bedtime's approaching.
I think my bedtime is going to be like 3 a.m. is what I'm aiming for. Because people are not even going to be asleep on the feeds yet.
No, they're going to be up and stuff.
Yo, thank you Anonymous for the 10 and America Stan for the 10. Thank you misspelled Cory. I appreciate it.
Cory with an E.
I know you like me. This is the lamest jokes ever. The only star button I see is under manage your subscription. Are you trying to figure out how to give me money, save that energy, and give it to the Trevor Project?
Did you see Rachel crying and worried she's not good enough to win comps anymore? Aw.
Did she hear me?
What?
So my worry for Rachel was, like Janelle, she's a very comp-reliant player, but she might not be as comp-reliant now. It feels like she's better, holistically. But it is hard to imagine, like, how could Rachel win this season if she doesn't have some of that in the tank? You know what I mean? But with comps being more equitable, like, she's not going to get nervous. That won't be the problem. So I think she has a chance.
Did they have any comps like this on Snake in the Grass?
Never watched that. Traders, you know how those are. Like,
yeah,
they're physical, but...
Yeah, they're nothing crazy. I want to watch her Worst Cooks in America, y'all. I'm sure I've mentioned it before. Worst Cooks in America is one of my favorite shows of all time. I watched the regular version, not the celebrity version, but I want to watch her season. Okay. Morgan. Another client of mine. I love Morgan.
I'm rooting for her.
I'm rooting for her, frontrunner. There's too many frontrunners for me. OMG. I like watching her play. I think she's a lot of fun. And she was going really hard. Oh, did I block does this block the thing, babe?
What do you mean?
If I put the picture here, does this block the chat?
It's fine.
Okay. Oh, somebody said the chat is gone.
The chat's gone on screen, but it doesn't matter. They still have the actual chat. Don't listen to Mike. That's Mike.
Okay. Everyone thinking she shouted out the gay community was so funny. Katie, that's what I said. I mean, you were there. But I was like, did she say shout out the gay community? I was like, oh my God. The Cat Morgan shippers are going to go crazy for this one. And then she said gaming. So, anyways. Okay.
Who did she put up? Kelly, Keanu.
Kelly, Keanu, Riley?
She wouldn't do Zach. She wouldn't do Riley. I think she does Adrian. I think Adrian is just that third nom for most people.
Yeah.
What do you think he did wrong?
Everything. His whole thing of like, I'm going to vote out this person because that's what I've committed to and it'll show my loyalty. Doesn't
Nobody
work.
gives a fuck.
Everyone else needs someone to nominate. And you're just a good person.
Nobody's gonna be like, wow, Adrian really stuck to his guns and he, nobody cares.
It's just a rule of thumb. Do not try to copy Dan or Will. They're better than you. That's what Dan did in BB10. He knew the vote was going somewhere, still voted to keep his boy, and then he played the victim the whole time, right? And that worked. First of all, it might not have worked in a different timeline, but that's also fucking Dan.
It's 20 years ago.
So, like, okay, come on.
Yeah.
I don't think Adrian's in as much trouble. He's not going to go home, but I think he might be on the block. That's not good. For a guy like him, like, there's no reason for him to be on the block.
Oh, Adrian, I'm still rooting for him, but it's just complete night and day from the preseason stuff where I thought he was going to be
Insane.
Keanu.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be just a lot crazier. Wait, babe, we did a draft for the Patreon. What is, who are my people?
You're winning, I'd say.
Let's go. Wait, hold on. Let's do the rest and then we'll decide. Mickey. Contender, for sure. Just because I don't want to block any more of the chat. LOL.
She'd be just kind of good. Like, she has easy noms to make.
Well, yeah, easy noms to make. I really like her social game and I'm rooting for her. She's great. Okay. Rachel, we did Zach. Oh, well, Vince is not playing, so we're going to keep him over there. Riley, Morgan, Mickey, Lauren. Oh my God. I mean, I feel like having a Lauren HOH would be having a Vince HOH all over again. Looking for volunteers. Does anyone want to volunteer? I don't want to put up anybody on the block. Oh my God. So we know she doesn't like Keanu, or she doesn't trust Keanu, right? Does she trust Kelly? She doesn't trust Kelly either?
No, she doesn't care. Zach and Vince are like her.
I don't think she would put up Adrian, though. They are in that alliance the bond, right?
Yeah, that's what people said, but I'm like, is the bond real to anyone?
I think it would be to Lauren, who doesn't have a lot of alliances.
I mean, she's got her thing with Vince. That'll be really...
Yeah.
I think Vince wouldn't want her to nom. I think Vince would be the main person
Oh,
she
well,
would trust.
No, she would trust him for sure, but like he'd be the one in her ear, and what a wreck that would be. So, danger.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like a Lauren HOH.
I don't think so either. I think that's it, babe. 1, 2,
We should be at 16.
15. We're missing one. Who are we missing? Quick.
Who are we missing? We already did Kelly. We did Ava. We did Will.
We're missing a guy.
Vince.
Don't tell me.
Vince, because he's not kept yet.
Oh, 15, 16. Oh, you're right. Okay.
Okay.
What do you think?
Do you want to do... So, do you agree with my rankings, by the way?
What are your rankings?
The ones up there that you didn't do.
Frontrunner, Kelly. Yes, Kelly would be a lot of fun. Ava would be a lot of fun. Oh my God, yes. I would love to see a Jimmy HOH. I want more rehearsed speeches. I'm fine with that. I don't care. He's trying to create a TV moment. Let him do it. It's harmless. Ashley would be crazy. Contender, Amy. Yeah. Maybe I'd move Amy down to like an okay. But
I think it'd be fun for 1 week.
yeah.
See what you can do.
Will, okay, makes sense. Adrian, I would put in yikers. Oh, I moved the wrong thing. Danger. Wait, did I put Adrian here? Oh, yeah, I moved him down from contender 2. Or you moved him down from contender 2. Okay. I would bump him down another notch. Yeah, here we go. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Thoughts?
Too many frontrunners.
That's a good thing. Are you kidding me? For week 2?
I disagree with Riley.
I do too, actually. Can we put him as contender, though?
I mean, I'd be curious what he would do. Do you like the him and Catherine thing? I think it's weird.
Oh, it's weird as fuck.
No, I know he's being weird, but like, him just saying he's gonna do whatever she wants.
What's
he playing?
Babe, I don't care. I love that for her.
Do you think whoever did that is that Cat?
Oh, thank you, Kat. Oh my God, all the way from the BB27 house. Thank you, girly.
$30. I appreciate you. Thank you.
An official client.
Where's this
No,
client
thank
thing
you.
come from?
I don't know. I saw it on Twitter.
I know Quinn was saying it. It's on.
It's like everywhere on Twitter. The kids are saying it. It's like, oh, that's my client. Like, this is my client list. You know.
All the kids. I love when everyone makes age-based points and then they use my age. Like Quinn did this earlier. He's like, you know what? Zay strikes me as one of those kids who graduated college during COVID or graduated high school during COVID. And I was like, yeah, what about them? He's like, no, but you're different because.
Aw, babe. You didn't have a graduation for high school or college.
Yep.
But you will for law school. That's going to be fun.
I hope.
No,
Probably not.
stop,
I
babe.
think something will come up.
No. BB All Stars. Manifesting it right now.
Fucking kill me. I'm trying to disappear off the grid after this charity stream.
That'll be a good excuse too. You're like, okay, I did 12 hours, whatever, 15 hours. I don't have to stream for the next couple of days.
I'm not even kidding, y'all. I've heavily considered, what if I was just never online again?
Oh, we both talked about it.
And real conversations.
Yeah.
But, you know.
One day you're just gonna log on and the whole Twitch thing's gonna be deleted. So like corywurtenberger, user not found. What?
Nah. I would announce it. I would do like a victory tour.
How would that look like?
I don't know. I'm imagining like I go live.
Like for 12 hours maybe after a live eviction episode. Maybe that would be like a.
Maybe the way to do it would be a subathon. You know what those are?
So I know like the telethons. Is that a?
It's kind of. I mean, kind of. Not really. So when someone subs, it adds time to a timer. And once the timer hits 0, the stream ends. So it could be like every sub is 5 minutes to the timer. So if you get 100 subs, that's, 500 minutes?
Yeah.
And then you just keep going until people stop subbing. So I'd be like, look, the second the subathon thing hits 0, I am done streaming permanently.
I like that.
See how long we go.
That's
Starting now. Everyone unsubs immediately. That'd be harsh.
Do you want me to move?
I just have chips and queso, and they're gonna be loud.
That's fine. I'll move it over here.
Yeah. I don't know. What topic do you have?
Is someone actually monitoring feeds if they come back? I'm not.
Gun to your head.
But also, they're not coming back on right now. What time is it? 11, 10, 9. It's only 9.
We're not gonna get it for a while.
What time is it on the West Coast? Isn't it 9:30 or is it 9? 9 to 10?
Yeah.
Seems like they came back for a second. And what were they doing?
Gun to your head. Who wins BB27? You have to be right.
Mickey.
I mean, she's probably the safe choice right now, but I think she's probably the right call.
Yeah.
I still feel like Zach has a good chance, just because of his power. Without his power, I would literally think he goes pre-jury. Like,
Oh, episode is 8 to 9.
it just ended over there.
Yeah, I feel like they're still playing. They hadn't even started the competition.
That's what Hamster Watch said.
That's what Hamster Watch said, like less than an hour ago. So.
Who would you work with if you were here?
Wait, I'm trying to. I think. I mean, I already told you. I feel like I would want to be friends with Ava, and I think my game was just like, who can I be friends with? You know what I mean? So I think I would try to work with Ava. She's just funny. I hate to say it. I mean, this is my first time playing Big Brother, right? In this hypothetical world.
Yeah.
I would be
Would you be
against
Rachel Riley?
no, I think I would want to be against Rachel Riley, or I would be the one telling people like, "Hey, just keep in mind she's a vet." And the way these things go, I would have like Paul BB19 in mind. You know what I mean? So, I wouldn't be calling her out like that, But I'd definitely be the one running around being like, we got to get her out. She's a threat. And then they would immediately go and rat me out to Rachel.
It's funny because you didn't do that with Suri, but I guess you didn't know Suri.
I did that with Suri and Izzy. What do you mean?
Oh, no, but because they were the power structure, but not because she's like, Suri's a returning player, guys. We have to get rid of her.
No, because I didn't know her.
But you were definitely going after them, obviously. I don't know how this happened. This is so sad.
Me and Jimmy. Oh my God. Yeah, I can see it.
I think for me, honestly, like Will, Jimmy, and Vince. I think Jimmy would be the main one because I feel like he reminds me of like an Izzy Suri vibe. But I think Vince like
Yeah, Vince just seems like very chill. Like
knows how to talk. Like
how about Keanu?
I mean, I always liked working with eccentric people. Right. I think it was always my my goal. You want to switch seats, or do you like the
And probably Kat.
Yeah.
I don't know how much strategy would be talking, you know what I mean? But it just like, oh, someone that's chill and just like very normal, down to talk game, if that makes sense.
I feel like Kat would be the type of person I wouldn't connect with. Like we'd just be fine with. Morgan would be Cory's Mimi. Nah, Morgan's way more of a gamer.
You'd go after like Amy. Who would be your nobody would see us working together.
Oh, on this? No, it'd be Mickey.
Mickey, okay.
She's like the right age. It's like all I wanted out of that person was someone smart who seemed capable as a player.
Yeah.
Who people wouldn't expect.
Yeah.
She would be the answer, 100%.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't even think Ashley. I think Ashley's too like young, cool kids crew.
Well, she's really young. She's like 25.
Yeah.
Right?
I would have wanted to work with Kat and Lauren. I mean, that's a vibe.
I'm like, I mean, they are sort of working. I was like, do they want to work with each other? They do. They are. They a little bit, right?
Why didn't you let Cory go on the Amazing Race tongue out emoji?
Because I've seen him at airports, that's why. Oh, it's so funny. What happened at the airport, babe? Oh, we were like hanging out eating, and Cory's like, can I go check our gate?
Yup.
And I was like, sure, go ahead. He's like, can I go just make sure our gate is there? And I was like, we're like at the restaurant at the airport eating. And I was like, sure, go check. And so he runs off to go check if our gate's there. And he comes back and he's like, yep, it's there.
Can I clumsily self-diagnose? Would you guys mind? I feel like this is a pet peeve of mine that I'm about to engage in. But I want your guys' permission first before I do that.
What is it? I'm scared.
Yes. Cory's the normal one here, you think so?
I'm like, no, let me finish my burger, babe.
Please do. I think for a while, I thought, because again, not officially diagnosed whatsoever, not even unofficially diagnosed. I thought I was more likely to have ADD. I think it's OCD. And I'm not going to rule out both. But I think it's OCD over ADD. I don't think I have ADD whatsoever, the more I think about it.
No.
OCD, I think...
We've been talking about it.
I feel like I have very compulsive thoughts. Anxiety for sure. Well, no shit. No shit. But it's like a certain kind of like where I fixate on one thought and I can't get it out of my head. It's like the teapot is on. The teapot is on. I need to check the teapot. I don't even have tea that day, you know? And obviously that's like the stereotypical cartoon TV show example, but I think it's a lot of things. It does not manifest in organization, but I think that's probably an overblown part of OCD.
Oh, I mean, that's not what that is at all.
That's like the Sheldon Cooper version of OCD.
Yeah, that's like the TV version of like it exists, but
yeah, could be generalized anxiety disorder, OCD. Could be worth looking into if it's important enough. Yeah, I think we should do a full like battery of tests.
That's the next stream.
That would be a fun one. Do you think Suri won Survivor 50? Nah, I think she made it far and lost.
Really?
That's kind of what Suri does. Like, she's a really great player, so she makes it far, but she can't win the challenges, and everyone knows they have to get her out. So
Also, if Suri won, Jeff would have been super happy in that promo video that he do like a TikTok or like an Instagram Reels, and Jeff looked kind of sad, and everyone's like, oh well, everyone first was like, oh, a woman won, like Jeff is sad, but Suri's one of his favorites.
if Suri won, he'd be losing it.
Yeah, he'd be like, oh, you guys, like he'd be like dropping hints. I don't know what his NDA says, but what?
Not to be Heisem, but I'm a school psychologist, and I don't see ADHD in the little I see of you, of course.
Not to be nice, it was so funny.
Suri final 3 losing, that seems unlikely to me. I would not. That would be... I think if Suri makes it to the end, she's going to win. I hope Christian won. That'd be sick. Who you rooting for in 50? Excuse me. Who you rooting for?
Who's on 50?
That we know?
Yeah.
I mean, Christian, you know. You know Charlie.
I know Dee, she told me while she was on
D, of
the
course.
challenge, yeah, she's like, oh, she wasn't confirmed yet, but she's like, I'm going through the process.
2-time winner is so hard.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I know, LOL. I told her about they were sending out emails. I'm not going to say to who. I mean, you guys probably know. But anyway, they were sending out emails to Survivor people, and they accidentally put Dee's name on it instead of the actual recipient.
Yeah, so we knew she was
So we
in the
knew
running.
Dee was in the running for
You got
50.
me. Zach was in the running. Good thing Zay is not on Survivor 50, because he does not like 2-time winners. He's not going to allow it. Anyone but Joe, Jonathan, and Coach. I'm sensing a bit of misandry over there, Chief Dave. That is not tolerated in this chat whatsoever. My winner picks between Genevieve and Jenna Lewis, the Jens. I'm rooting for Jenna Lewis. When are we finally getting the Cramps Simulator podcast? That could be my worst idea ever.
Babe, you would not survive. Babe, it would be, oh my
She's trying to bait me.
No, Cory gets a little sick, Cory gets a little cold, and he's out for like the week. It's not, no, you would not be able to handle it. I'd be there rubbing your stomach. Cory rubs my stomach every night.
America does this thing where
I eat cheese and I get cramps at night.
She does this thing where she doesn't believe me when I'm so sick. This is one of our biggest fights, and I am still upset about it, to be honest.
No, babe.
I just had a fever. I felt super feverish, like cold then hot, sweating really bad, all that.
The fight was, he said, I have a fever. And I was like, you don't have a fever. And he was like, I do. And I touched him and I was like, Cory, you're like so cold right now. If anything, I'm concerned that your temperature is too low. And you're like,
Man flu, yes.
and you're like, I do have a fever. And I was like, let's get the thermometer right now. And then he got up and goes to the room because he was upset that I was questioning whether
It's just a weird opinion to have.
No, and I
To
said,
die on the hill that I don't have a fever.
and I know, because I remember telling you, I was like, babe, I'm not saying you don't feel well. I believe that you feel unwell. I believe that you are sick, but you do not have a fever. Like, I was
It's
so
a very
sure.
distinct feeling having a fever. It's not like you could mistake it for something else.
Like, I would be able to feel you. A fever, you feel hot, you know? And you felt so cold. Like, it was the complete opposite. I was like, babe, I promise you, you don't have a fever.
Sweating it out. His body was trying to keep it...
No sweat, no nothing. Like,
I was sweating my ass
no,
off.
he
What are you
was
talking
not.
about?
No, he was not. You were earlier when he had a fever like a day or 2 days before. Anyways, yeah.
Toughen
Let's just-
up. Men used to go to war. Hey, you don't get to have it both ways, Lila. You're going to war too. Are you going to move the donation thing? Probably, right?
What? Oh, I was like, the link is there.
Yeah, but we got it.
Who do I want to see win HOH? Jimmy? Like number 1, who would it be?
Does it matter if he has an actual fever? If he feels feverish, feeling it is worse.
Yeah, because the argument was, does he have a fever or not?
I should have hit.
Not,
I
does
should have
he
hit
feel
you.
feverish?
I should have hit you with the America. I'm proven, or let's say you're proven right. You just always have to be right, huh? I've officially, it's impossible to me to win arguments anymore. It's impossible. Because when I win the argument, she goes, it's all that matters to you, being right. I'm like, yes, in this argument, absolutely.
Let's just air out all our
That's
fights.
such a pet peeve of mine. I'm not even kidding. It makes me so mad. America would be like, the green line goes there. I'm like, no, see, actually, the green line goes there. She's like, classic Cory. Needing to be right about everything. I'm like,
Am I wrong?
we wouldn't
Am
have
I
a
wrong?
problem if you were right more often.
You're so annoying.
At least you now know you can't win. Yeah, I think honestly, me just sitting in silence would be better than see? I have the exact issue with my fiance. Yeah. I think it's a common one. I always think I have a fever
Literally
and my temperature is always 97.5. These kinds of stories are not helpful. Thank you,
I wanna
Jetstream
get a-
Rebecca.
You know what? We gotta get the no way the cooking thermometer works for humans, right?
You stick it up my ass, maybe.
No wonder.
It's not gonna work.
It's under your tongue.
No, I don't think so. She's always right. She's a lady. I don't know, I disagree.
Oh,
Was
yeah.
Kelly right to go on the block? What are you drinking? It's a fruit punch Jarritos.
It's kind of ass, babe.
My temp is naturally low, so it's above
So
98.
wait, so he's going to bed at 3. When does he take the gummy?
I was thinking about that.
Is my question.
My instinct is don't take the gummy.
Oh, but yeah, because you won't wake up.
Well, no, but-
he takes the gummy, y'all. He'll be up at 1 p.m. tomorrow. The stream would be done.
I've been taking it at night and waking up early, but the
not
problem
while
is
streaming.
well, it's less that. It's the problem would be like I take the gummy now and I wake up at a good time.
Yeah.
Right. If I take it
If
at
you take it at
3,
three,
that'll be tough. I'll take one with you. I might just take one because the whole point is if I sleep till noon, I don't care.
I'm telling y'all, though, it's not a weed gummy. Like, it's not. This is like a sleeping thing.
I think I'll do it. It'll make me sleep better. Fruit punch is one of the worst ones. Tamarind and pineapple are where
The
it's at.
tamarindo one is so good. Yeah.
I'm a sucker for fruit punch though.
Did they have the tamarind?
I didn't check. I saw fruit punch.
Thank you, Allie.
Allie with the 100 shekels. I appreciate it. Thank you. The 100 bones. 100 rupees. I appreciate it. 100 euros. I got euros here. Check it out. Look at my euros. So cool, right? In case you guys thought the trip was an elaborate ruse. It was not. Look how much we raised. 44.60. Not a big deal.
That's amazing,
Hey.
babe.
What are you going to do?
That's super cool.
100 J-bones? Is that a mango reference or Joey? I'm keeping this on while you sleep, like the old days in the house? I am, yeah. I'm going to lay out couch cushions back here, and we're going to watch a YouTube video. Meridian Review has the video where he ranks every Big Brother player ever. It's 6.5 hours. I'm like, that's perfect.
So, wait, what do you mean?
I'll go here, and it'll be on screen
Oh, while you watch it.
while I sleep.
While you
But it's a
sleep.
6.5 hour video that I'll run for them.
Oh, okay. What is it? What's the video again?
It ranks every single Big Brother player. It's like coming in at number 361,
Oh, I did see that.
Blue Kim or something.
That's a pretty recent one, right?
Meridian Review is so bad takes wise. I think he just has a certain perspective of takes. Like he's just like
What's
a
his
Reddit guy.
Oh,
Like he likes dominant games. Like Derek is great.
yeah.
But he doesn't have bad takes. Like all the people who we hate, he hates too for the same reasons. I like Meridian Review. I think he's got a bit of Jeff Probst syndrome where he likes the big strong guys. But I love people who are passionate enough to make the insane videos he makes.
That sounds insane.
Like, how the fuck am I supposed to rank this person who got 9th on BB2 compared to this person who got 16th on BBOTT? You know?
Did we meet them?
Meridian Review? No. I don't even know what they look like.
Who did we meet then?
Did we meet Peridium somewhere?
Was it Peridium or
Eth Animal?
maybe Thanimal? No, somebody.
I sense Cory doesn't like Derek. No, I'm fine with Derek. I think he's boring as a character, but I actually liked him a lot more on Traders.
Can't believe he was so young.
Well, we met you, Dee
Who?
Dee. Dee. I think you do. Ooh, Derek, he's fine. I will say, like, Cody, I think, is the one who gets, like, more hate than he should. You know? I'm sure she is, Jordy.
What?
Someone's spamming. Are you happy with Olivia and Theo, baby?
Of course. It's good for them. It's amazing. So it was like conceived during the challenge, which I think is really cool.
I understand Giesling Trader's problem with Meridian Review. He's the number one Dr. Will superfan of all time.
Oh, actually?
And Giesling Traders gets upset when anyone criticizes Will.
To be fair, Will is pretty great.
I will say, Quinn called me once and was like, oh, there's this guy in chat who wouldn't stop arguing about something. I was like, what's their username? Giesling Traders. True story. I will say Giesling Traders, though. In the same way I appreciate Meridian Review for the shit he does, I do appreciate you.
Wait, he pretends Will is mid?
I think that's an exaggeration. I think he's
Okay,
lower on Will than Giesling Traders is.
Got it.
Did America watch Trader Season 3? No, you never watched the ending, right?
No, but I heard Cory told me that Gabby won. I was super excited. And then I come out and I found out that Gabby won with like 10 other people. And I was like, what the fuck, babe?
Ivar and
I literally thought,
Dolores.
I told everyone because I was like the Paul Revere of pop culture news. And I'd go in the middle of the living room and I'd be like, I just got told this, and this, and this. And
yeah.
Oh my God. Gabby won Traders, and only like 2 people knew what I was talking about because nobody watches reality TV.
Mm-hmm.
But they're like, "Oh my God, Gabby!" I was like, "Yeah." They're like by herself. I was like, "I think so."
Well, I don't think the Lord Ivar news would be as exciting. Derek's cast was underrated, which makes his dominant game more impressive. It's kind of weird. Like, in a way, yes, I agree, but like. Nicole wasn't that good when she played BB16. Cody wasn't that good. Like, I think it's a relatively strong cast just because Cody, Nicole, Frankie. You know, like there's like most Big Brother casts suck ass, but like Derek just did the Boys Alliance and they won all the comps. Like his game is pretty simple, which is why I think I rank Derek lower than some other people. Like if you had a more complex plan without just all the guys, I think I'd respect it more. Just with all the guys, it just was too easy. They had Christine. I guess she was the one exception, right? Your astrology big 6. What's a big 6?
I'm actually not sure, but I know my big 3. Cory, what are your big 3s? You're a Libra. I know he's a...
Did you say Leo?
Leo somewhere, yeah. I think he's a Libra, Leo rising.
Yeah.
Or... I want to say it's rising. Yeah.
What's the difference between rising and like rising means that's what I actually am? Like that's what's under the surface or something?
Let me think. Rising is how you come across to people.
Yeah.
I think, right? Cuz I'm a Capricorn rising and I'm always like, "Oh yeah, I come across like a Capricorn." I don't know how to say it.
Okay.
And then a moon is like your emotional state, I believe. Astrology girlies, what's Did Cory drop you off at the airport? Of course, yeah.
I'm gonna cut you off, Jordy.
Yeah. Oh, is it the same account?
It's ain't a challenge stream. Just preemptively cutting you off. I'm a Sag rising, but Leo sun.
Ooh, that's fun.
I don't know what any of this means. Love Ian and wanted him to win at the time. His season got me back into BB, but I think Ian's the worst winner. Not the worst, but he's up there. Dick is worse. Rachel's probably worse.
Does Cory see himself as a top
So is this
40 BB player of all time?
Is this like in the world where I'm potentially... Oh, Jesus Christ. I misunderstood the question.
What?
I read the question is, does Cory see himself as a top? Top 40? No.
You're so annoying.
I'm not top 40. I think I'm top 80. I'm top 80. Now, do I see myself as a top is another interesting question. At $5,000, we will reveal. Foff0, thank you for the $10 donation to the Trevor Project. I appreciate it, Foff.
Have you seen that scene in It's Always Sunny? I think I might have shown you the clip where they're describing, they're at the strip club and they have the scene a couple of times. They're at the strip club and they're describing to Frank, or they're explaining to Frank what a power bottom is, and I think they're maybe not a top, but they're like, what's a bear? And he's like, oh, but what's he's like, what's a twink or what's a bear? And like he's asking all these questions, and it's so funny.
Cory's a power bottom confirmed. I think I'm very clearly a switch. Is there another word for it?
Verse.
A verse?
Yeah.
I think I'd be a verse in that world. Just to be frank.
It's getting clipped.
Hey, this is purely hypothetical. I'm not. Trust me, America wishes.
I've tried.
Well, don't say tried. She's asked.
Yeah, I've asked.
She's not tried.
I've asked. Yeah. It's getting late.
But no, it's not for me. My boundaries is this level of eye contact. You know. What season of Survivor are you most excited to show America? Kagayan is probably number one.
When are we gonna get there? Because after we watch 6, I want to go back and watch 2, 3, 4, 5.
We're not doing that.
Well, I'm gonna do that by myself.
Sure. I think Pearl Islands is probably the next season we'd watch.
Is that 5?
No, it's 7. Right after the Amazon.
Oh.
But that's, Pearl Islands. That's everyone.
I want to catch up though, babe. So I'm gonna watch 2 to. I think it should be quick.
You're not watching season 5. I will not allow you to watch
What's
season
5?
It's like the worst season of reality TV ever.
What's the name of it?
Thailand.
I think I've heard of that one as being a bad one, maybe. It's
the winner,
bad.
shot a puppy with a crossbow. It's not even, the worst thing he did.
Ew.
Yeah, he's, the worst.
That's when it was final 2, right? They voted between 2.
It was final 2 until season 13.
Okay.
And then it was mostly final 3 with, 1 or 2 exceptions.
How would they do final 4 to final 3? Just comps?
He's like traders. He's a damn good player, though.
He's
pretty good.
Was it a good game?
Yeah, it was a great game. So, what are you saying? How did they get? It was just the same exact system.
So when did Fire come into play?
So Fire used to work if it was a tie specifically at the final 4, 2-2, where you vote 1-1. Then it goes to Fire at the final 4. That's the way they broke that tie instead of rocks. Kind of arbitrary why that was the rule.
Yeah.
But the way they get to final 2 is final 3 they have immunity challenge, and whoever wins immunity votes someone off.
Babe, we're gonna watch every season of Survivor. Maybe we should do dedicate a year, or I will dedicate a year and just watch all of Survivor.
So you know what my problem is, and I've told this to America before, actually about Big Brother. Big Brother and Survivor, frankly, they don't feel like an escape anymore.
I know.
Because we're so entrenched in the reality community. A lot of times when I'm watching TV, we're watching our shows, I want it to be so distant from this whole world. Like TVD or we talked about Dexter maybe.
Yeah, Dexter would be fun, I think.
So that's kind of been my perspective, but Survivor's a little bit easier. The earlier seasons especially, it's not I associate much of it with the internet and stuff.
I think it's been so long for me that it doesn't feel that way.
I don't think it's about
watching Big Brother now. I'm oh, I can watch it without feeling any sort of, resentment or
Well, I'm talking about now.
Regrets.
After the show, I was good. Watching Big Brother Survivor. I think with the internet stuff cranking up and getting more negative and my relationship with the internet getting worse, now I have issues in a way I wouldn't before.
Yeah.
And honestly, for the past year, it's just a little bit harder. Top 5 seasons you want to show America? Top 5's hard. But season 28, 33, 37, maybe 18, I think she would love. And then 16, I think it'd be fun to watch Suri.
I want to show Cory some of the highlights of Grey's Anatomy. I binged Grey's Anatomy when I was in college, 17 seasons, and then I started watching live 3 seasons, and then COVID happened, and I watched the beach episodes, and I watched Karev leave. And I think I stopped watching then.
Mm-hmm.
But babe, whenever I wanted to get a good cry in, I would watch the one episode, Patrick Dempsey's episode. Babe, I would bawl with snot. I would do that as early as 2-3 years ago. like months before I went into Big Brother, I'm like, oh, I want to cry, put on this episode of Grey's Anatomy and just like sob, like real sobbing.
That's their song, right?
Can I tell you about it?
Yeah, I don't care.
Because you're probably not going to watch it.
Spoiler alert for Grey's Anatomy.
For Grey's Anatomy. So, Meredith Grey, right? That's Ellen Pompeo. And Patrick Dempsey, who is fucking... What's his name from Bridget Jones?
Hugh Grant?
No.
That would be crazy.
It's Bridget Jones 3, so you haven't... I don't think you've seen it. What's his name? Patrick Dempsey. It's McDreamy, but the actor's name. He's like a child actor. I know he's... Oh, it is Patrick. It's Derek. Sorry, Derek Shepherd. I called him Patrick Dempsey. Patrick Dempsey is...
Derek Shepherd?
Yeah.
Isn't that Dancing with the Stars?
Is that not
No,
Lost?
No, that's Jack Shepherd.
Okay,
Who
it's
am I
Jack
thinking
Shepherd.
of?
Okay, I called him Patrick Dempsey. Okay, I was trying to think of the actor's name. It is Patrick Dempsey. His character's name is Derek Shepherd.
Derek Huff.
Anyway, babe, there's a whole thing. Like, she meets him as like an intern, and he's like, you know, one of the top like neurologists, neurosurgeons at the hospital, or he's like the top.
Sure.
They find their way to each other. The whole thing's like seasons and seasons of will they, won't they, whatever. He's like married or engaged at the very beginning.
Okay.
Anyways, they get together, have a beautiful life, beautiful family, blah blah blah. He is like out on the mountain, I think, and he's on his phone, and he crashes, or like he bends over to pick up his phone and he crashes, and you're like, fuck, he's dead, right? Like, that's it.
Yeah.
But then the next scene, he like wakes up and he manages to get out of his car, and he swerves. Sorry, he swore. This is awful retelling, but he. Okay.
I don't follow anything.
This is gonna be so wrong, but this is gonna be what I remember. Okay, don't come for me. Don't shit on me. He swerves like out of the lane, whatever. He gets out to help a car accident that happened.
Okay.
And as he's crossing the street to go help these people, or like as he finishes helping these people get out of the car, another truck comes and just like runs into him. He gets sent to the hospital. The whole episode is from his point of view in his mind. He can't move. He's like out cold, but his mind is still working. And he can listen to all the doctors and all the surgeons. Keep in mind, he's the top neurosurgeon in like the country. So he's like...
Oh, wait, does he hear them messing up?
Yes, he hears them messing up, and in his head, he's like, no, you gotta get me a, like, whatever type of scan.
Yeah.
And then you see, like, the intern, like, the young girl, and she's like, we should get him blah, blah, blah scan. And the older doctors, the more senior doctors, are like, no, stop, get out of the way. Like, he's fine. And he's like, no, you should be listening to her, right? But
This would just piss me off, I think, watching.
I see a CT scan. Okay, so it's like a CT scan. And he's like, you gotta do the CT scan. And she's like, no. Or they're like, no. Anyways, he's got something wrong with his brain. Something happened. Ends up totally fucking him over, and he dies.
I feel like that would just be frustrating to watch.
It's so sad. I bawl. Because they start playing, do they not play Snow Patrol?
I'd imagine. It's also like, they would obviously do a CT scan. After a car accident?
Babe, it's Grey's Anatomy. Meredith Grey has been through like 3 bombings, like a plane crash, a hospital crash, a drowning. Yeah. Like, she's been through so much. It's insane.
As a college student who's going through med school, you're a college student, Giesling Traders? I assumed you had to be like 50 with your takes. With all your takes being like, Will's the best player of all time. Nicole's a top 3 runner-up. It's funny. Someone said, Cory, you'd love Grey's. You watch House.
I gotta watch The Pit, yeah.
They must have the exact opposite vibes.
House and
Grey's.
I'm sure it's similar.
No. I mean, someone who's seen both maybe can comment, but I have to imagine, like, House is so cynical and, like, kind of dark and, funny.
Grey's Anatomy, what I just mentioned, is that not dark? Grey's Anatomy is so dark. And they have, like, the weirdest cases.
So did you know that about House? House is a Sherlock Holmes, not parody, like, a Sherlock Holmes thing.
Like, inspired by Sherlock Holmes?
It's kind of like a genre. Like a Sherlock Holmes story. Where House is basically Sherlock.
That makes sense. I feel like that happens a lot. That happens on Grey's, too.
Don't say that. You don't mean that.
Like, sometimes they'll have cases that they can't figure out, right? That's like...
Well, it's like House is Holmes, Wilson is Watson. Yeah, like it's literally like a thing.
Wait, what happened to Amelia? Amelia comes back to Grey's, though, or she was in Grey's.
House is comedy in it. House is a comedy, to be clear. House is a comedy first, I think. Especially as seasons go on. Both set in a hospital, and that's the only similarity. I agree. And House is procedural. But, no, I know what a procedural is, but isn't Grey's procedural? Like, so a procedural, do you know what that means, by the way?
Yeah, it's like one episode has to do with, like, one case.
Yeah. They do them for, like, cop shows and...
Sometimes they'll have filler episodes like that, like early Grey's, but I think the later seasons, it's like...
Story.
There's a story. Like,
Grey's is a soap opera? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, House is not a soap opera. The House episode where there's a tribal council is so funny. Yeah, I think they do a Big Brother reference, too. I think they do Evicted from the Big Brother house, I think. So basically, I think I've told you this before. In the first 3 seasons, he's got his team. He loses his team, and now he's getting a new team.
You told me he just calls them their number.
So he puts those...
Olivia Wilde is there.
So he has a whole competition. So we're at, like, the final 8 of his team, and he shows up in the full Jeff Probst fit. And he's like, someone's getting voted off the island.
Oh, that's funny. I like that.
Yeah, 13 is Olivia Wilde.
Is that just her name?
Most people refer to her as 13. I think her name is Remy Hadley. Okay. Which is like maybe comes up twice on the show ever.
Okay.
But she's pretty funny because like they bring her in as the side character, and she literally like takes over the show. My phone.
My phone. I thought I had it here.
But
she takes over the show and what?
Yeah, she never becomes like the main character, but people like her so much, and she becomes way too famous where they had to like write her off the show because they would have to pay her too much to stay on.
That makes sense.
Is Cory on the RHAP recaps this year? Not every week, but a good amount.
Yeah.
Blame Sam.
Whatever he can. Somebody mentioned Stuart Little. I was watching. It came across on TikTok. Y'all know the comedian Caleb. I think it's Heron or Heron. I've shown you clips of him. He's the guy with the pajama pants. He would lift up his pajama pants.
I do.
Anyway, he has this thing where he's talking about Stuart Little, and he's like, that pissed me off so bad. He's like, if I was a young human child boy, and my parents went to the adoption agency, and they came back with a rodent, and I have a rodent, he's like, they came back with a mouse that drives a convertible, I'd be pissed.
It's very Paddington code.
He's so funny. I thought that was hilarious.
Will America do the slop? Probably once. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I think she's penciled in for some live feed updates, is last I heard.
I'm leading them.
That would be funny if, like, that'd be a funny prank if Taryn got you in a live feed update. And he's like, all right, America, go ahead. He has nothing.
Do you remember when we did that thing with Bowie? We had Bowie over, and we were supposed to podcast, I think. Right. And so we're like, oh, let's not tell. Like, I think we were with Rob and Taryn.
I was doing an episode recap.
Yeah.
With Rob and Taryn.
Oh, yeah.
And then we had Bowie Jane show up in my hat. G'day. And it was funny because you could tell Rob wasn't looking at the camera for a while, and then eventually, like 45 seconds in,
that's right, because he just looks straight at the camera. He doesn't look at the screen, which is crazy.
I was so confused. I was like, why is Bowie sitting there for a minute and a half? It was supposed to be like a 20-second bit.
Rob hasn't laughed. That's so funny.
Didn't America say she hates the Hitman on it? That was an early podcast.
No, that was my...
right after Big Brother.
My deep dive, LOL.
You see the weird Riley-Catherine conversation? Yeah. As far as Riley and weird country dude conversations go, not that weird. But yeah, it was weird. It was weird. Is Matt Hardiman talking solo, by the way?
So I saw this clip. I gotta watch it again from Matt's podcast. And it's funny. I don't know if anybody else noticed. Maybe I missed it. It's obviously a preview. So he clips a bunch of stuff from the podcast from his first episode, and he puts it together. But I thought it was funny how he starts off. I know y'all have watched it, right? The Figuring It Out podcast. Anyway, he's clipping all these clips together to make the trailer. In the trailer, he starts off by talking about Angela, and he's like, he never names her, but he's like, she wanted to make a big moment, wanted to have her TV moment, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I've always had trouble with, religious women like her, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he's like, yeah, and she was hooking up with my college roommate. And I'm like, he just went from obviously talking about Angela to talking about, like, an ex or something.
Yeah. That's funny, though.
But the way it's not clear because it's just clips and it's so choppy is so funny. But let me watch it again to confirm. Maybe he does make it clear that he's talking about someone else, but...
Someone asked for a Matt deep dive. I think it would be a shallow dive. Giesling Traders. I don't know how deep we can go.
No, yeah, wait. Yeah, he doesn't say it. Wait, can you hear it? So he's talking about Angela here.
Crazy and had so much prior experience in reality TV that she knew making a big moment would have made her a big character. Most amount of people that have made trouble for my life are Christian. You want to go to war? Let's go to war. I mean, I was working for a mega church, one of the largest churches in the country. Weeks later, I found out that she was sleeping with my old roommate.
Right? It just comes out of nowhere.
I'm kind of intrigued about the anti-religion stuff. Because as far as I understand, he's a very religious guy.
Oh, he's super religious.
Thank you for Gotti Wasabi.
For Gotti Wasabi. I thought that was so funny.
I appreciate it for the $10. Who is the better player, Matt or Zay? I think Zay, and it's not close. Yeah, I mean, Zay got 5 votes. He could have gotten more. I don't think Zay was that bad as far as first boots are concerned.
What do you mean? He did awful this last day. All of today, he was pissing me off. And I was like, oh, I would have been fine with seeing him stay, not after today.
Yeah, but this is not about you.
Yes, it is. Give me the mic.
I think he's the best first boot in terms of, like, gameplay, since Kirsten's just hard. Like, I don't think Kirsten would have been good, but I think it's less Kirsten's fault that she went home.
I saw this graphic on somewhere, but it was Travis, it was Pooch, we're going to skip Kirsten, it was Matt Hardiman, and then it was Zay.
Yeah, I mean, he's better than Pooch and Matt Hardiman, easy. I think he's similar to Kirsten. I think they're, like, the same to me. They didn't show the religious talk on feeds last night, which I appreciated. Like, what do you mean? They cut away from it? That doesn't seem like them. Does Rachel need to win this HOH, not just for short-term safety, but also for solidifying her power base? It would be great if she did win it, but she doesn't need to. There's a lot of people who can win, and she'd be fine. But there's a lot of people who, not a lot, but there's a few people that would be real danger for her. I got a text.
I've got a text.
I hate that so many said they aren't going to try to win HOH.
Still? They're still saying that shit?
Yeah, I mean, well, look, here's the thing. There's 5 people on the wrong side of the vote. They're going to be trying to win, and everyone else who doesn't want them to be HOH has to try to win too. So it's kind of dicey. Ashley was quoting Mamacita on feeds today. Everyone's watching Love Island, I mean.
What?
Mario Kart? Nah, I don't have any of the stuff here.
No, I'm talking about JFK. We were at JFK last week getting back from Greece, and it was fucking hell, y'all. Oh my god. For some reason, the fire alarm is always, whenever we're at JFK, babe, fire alarm is always going off. That one hallway, always, fire alarm just...
Generally speaking, fuck JFK. The president. I mean, he probably sucked, but it was miserable. I hate that airport. One of my least favorite, by far. I think Zach will throw if he can to somebody he's aligned with. Zach, I don't think is the type to throw. And also, what allies? Like, he's good socially, but, like, I beg, don't overestimate the guy.
He's still waiting on Riley's podcast.
Don't just overestimate the dude who's hot.
I forgot about that.
Anonymous, thank you for the $25. That pushes us past 4,500. Are you kidding me?
Forgot he was hobby is so funny, babe. Get that on a shirt.
It's pretty good. Will you tell me when the feeds come on? Absolutely, Daniel. I'm on it. We should have feeds soon, right? Assuming
yes.
the HOH is happening.
Yeah, it's still cats. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't like how on phones now you can't watch the feeds on the Big Brother page. You have to go to like the live TV page. Do you know what I mean?
I've never tried to watch feeds on my phone.
I would sleep like this all the time.
Jag just won HOH. He wasn't as much of an HOH guy. He was a veto guy. The HOH guys was Cam. Cam was the HOH dude of our season. Him and Jared. Loki and Bowie.
So I was talking about Sam. I was talking with Sam about this. How Celebrity Big Brother could be an option this winter because it's going to be the Winter Olympics. And CBS has always done a Celebrity Big Brother season every time there's a Winter
What's the
Olympics
reason
going
for
on.
that?
They need something to fill up because it's airing on like NBC, I think. So they need to like counter it with something cheap that'll get engagement.
Okay.
Is I think the thought process.
Easy, cheap counter programming. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hope not. I don't want to watch
Really?
Celebrity Big
I
Brother.
love Celebrity Big Brother. I was in it.
Mike, can you give me the short of it? What is it? Does America know Dua Lipa is going to be in Boston in September?
I do. Of course I do. Do I also know that tickets for her concert are $400? Yes. And I will not be paying that much.
You'll
So
check
we're
the
going to
day
wait
of,
until the day of. Exactly.
as always. I assume it's at TD Garden, right?
Yes. Walking distance, babe.
But, I mean, maybe we're walking from 40 minutes away. How could
You know
who knows?
who else is going to be in Boston in September? Lord. Who would you rather see, Dua Lipa or Lord?
I don't know. Lord kind of weird now.
Yeah, did you like the album? I really liked her album. I was listening to it on the ferry on the way back from Greece, from EOS, and I like it. I don't even know what the name of it is. Virgin? Is it Virgin?
I'm not sure. I think Lord... I don't know. Lord's vibes are not great. I don't know if I like Lord as a personality. She seems fine. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it is Virgin. Okay.
I'm not liking Charlie as much either. I don't like her, the aesthetic, the vibe.
Wait, what did that
Maybe I'm
tweet
just
say?
lame, but I don't know. I think Mike's just posting bullshit. The Boz
Fuck off.
subbing at tier 1. They've subbed for 2 months. I wonder when your first sub was. Nah, Charlie's fine. My problem with Charlie is like, I don't know, the romanticization of like hard drugs. I think I'm just lame. I don't know. Rachel winning HOH and BB13. That was the tweet. Nice. That would have gotten me. I just think it's like, I don't care about like, oh my god, you're using bad words in front of your teenage fans. Or you're talking about sex with your fans who are all, it's fine. I don't care. But the hard drug stuff is just like, literally, it's like they want to be in the club listening to their music doing the hard drugs. Just a lot. I don't know.
Somebody on Blue Sky said, this cast has not produced one song. And I don't think they will.
Yeah, Kelly's too busy.
Yeah, I don't think they will. You brought up 11:06 last night, and I was like, oh, wait, babe. Oh, my God, it's almost my bedtime. You brought up 11:06, and I was like, oh, my God, I forgot about that. It's been years.
Yeah, I mean, they did it last year. People still reference it. But 11:06, y'all don't understand. It was actually huge.
It's 11:06.
I was always embarrassed. Singing, dancing, it's so not for me.
You're like flossing.
I should have been. No, it was miserable. Have nots sucks. It sucks being a have not. People don't get it. I have a hot take though. I don't think these have not beds are that bad.
Babe, they're so bad.
They're not as good as ours. We had probably the easiest have not room ever.
I think it'd be fine as long as I can sleep like this.
It's just like, I think you're small, so you'd be fine with these beds.
Do you think they're bigger than they seem? I haven't seen them laid down in them.
I think they're bigger than they seem. Yeah.
Babe, why do you have your shoes on?
It always takes me a while to take them off. How could you do the showers? The have-not showers are, like... America said they were the worst part for her. For me, they were, like, fine because you just knock them out. Like, you have to suffer for like 4 minutes and then it's done.
In hindsight, I should have just dry shampooed all week. But I just can't do that because my hair gets super oily after a couple days. But it was just like, it was so bad.
Yeah.
It was so cold and I have so much hair and it was literally cold. Like, it was just cold, and the more you waited, the best time to shower was at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Like within seconds. I'd have to do everything quickly because it would only get colder as time went on.
Well, I think someone asked how cold it is weird. It'd fluctuate between being like not warm but like lukewarm and fine to actually freezing.
I always thought it was cold.
Like it felt
freezing.
different to me each time. But I didn't mind it that much. Like, by far the worst thing was I'm about to ban that person who just first time chatted clown gifs. I've seen enough. No, I've seen enough. I don't trust this. I'm just gonna ban. Maybe you would have been a great chatter. I don't see the benefit. That was a bad start. He said, please don't.
Oh.
Unban him. I'll give him one more message. I'll give him one more message if you guys can unban him.
Could you wash your hair in a sink where people spit in? I didn't want to do that. I think Mimi would wash her extensions in the sink, but she would like disinfect everything, and I wouldn't trust that it's clean even doing that.
Said my bad. You're forgiven. I remember Will did that when they all had cold water. He went to the kitchen and used the hot water from the sink.
Who's Will?
Doctor.
Oh.
Remember him and Janelle had their like flirting water thing in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
That was why they did
I
that.
was just like, I was like, Captain Will?
Will Bowie come back to Nashville or wait till you're in B-Town? Well, we're leaving super soon, so
Boston, because we're leaving super soon.
unless she surprises us.
We have so much to do. Babe, we have to throw out that air mattress.
Yeah.
We have to figure out your clothes situation. Tomorrow, can you take pictures of everything? If you want any of Cory's clothes.
Tomorrow I'm gonna be live.
If you ever wanted to wear a Cory original, if you need some Old Navy shirts or sweaters, they'll be able to make them up.
Thank you, Anonymous, for another $25. $50 in the past 7 minutes. You're wild
Babe,
for that.
we do have a steamer.
What are you talking about?
There's literally a steamer right there, babe. Are you kidding me? We just bought another steamer because we thought we...
How big is it?
It's kind of big.
Okay. No harm done.
I think it's about the same size as the steamer that we bought, though.
Yes, my friend is still visiting Nashville as far as I know. It is funny how people just know stuff about my life. When I say funny, I mean super bad.
Babe, they know everything.
Yeah. I mean, we put that information out. It's not your fault.
Well, that's what we've been talking about. We're like, maybe we should just shut it all down.
I'll only take them if they're unwashed. Okay, noted. Stuff you tell us. No, I understand. I get it. But yeah. Do people watch feeds and not the episodes? A ton, yeah. I mean, more people watch episodes and not the feeds, but yes. That does happen. Rumor has it. Any hats going on sale? I lost my Vanderbilt hat. It was so sad.
He keeps losing hats. Cory cannot be trusted at airports, on planes. Babe, you always manage to lose, like, at least one thing. I am glad, though. Never take that Olivia Rodrigo hat. Hat anywhere.
Okay.
Because you will lose it. Or the Brat hat.
Isn't it hard to get a deposit back from an apartment? Do you think we're going to have issues? America does go a little crazy with the drilling holes in walls.
I do go a little crazy, yeah.
So that'd be the concern.
But I drilled so many holes in the last apartment, babe, and I had that big ass, remember that big ass hole behind the bookcase?
Yeah.
And it turned out fine.
Okay. Have you ever thought of leaving the internet? Like, how serious of a thought is it? It's like an unrealistic thought, kind of, but no, it's a real thought. I think for me, it was just like, I'd probably just keep streaming on Twitch periodically, and that'd be it. But it's hard, because like with any middle ground compromise, it's like, if you're on at all, you're not offline, you know? Is it like the Patreon? Would that continue forever? I'm not sure. Because that feels like more couple driven, and I think that's kind of what I want to avoid. I think America feels the same way. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like me streaming on Twitch. It's like...
Uh-oh.
What do you mean?
No. Nothing.
It's kind of like having like a couple's YouTube channel. You know what I mean? Like you're in that way, you're almost inviting people to comment and be involved in your relationship. Not the breakup rumor starting from you saying that.
I know. That's why I was like,
Yeah. Here's the thing though. Like I don't see them. And I feel like I've gotten to a really good place where I'm like actually offline, pretty effectively, even with all of this stuff. A couple's Facebook. I think that's the play.
Couples Instagram.
Shut it all down, live your best lives. Well, the money's good too, to be honest. I enjoy streaming. What is that creepy head on the shelf? That is Cory. I got it from the Big Brother house. It was a mannequin that was used to like hang the costumes on in the storage room when we're going to pick them up before a veto. And I took one of the heads, and I think America and Blue went crazy with the makeup. It was you and Blue, right?
Yeah.
And we called her Cory. Your shirt color's sending me. It's a very deep U. They send in your care package. I don't remember if they sent it in the care package or if I took it in my bag.
Wait,
and
is
then
it
let me
real?
have it.
No way. Rachel, the new HOH? No, there's no way.
Is that a 2011 tweet?
Oh, fuck me.
It's funny. We just had a whole conversation on stream about it.
Oh, did we? I didn't listen. I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Is it mentally draining to be online post BB? Yeah. For everyone. It just is being a public figure of some sort. There's benefits. Benefits are good. Are you able to turn your mic up? It's a bit quiet. I totally can, but really the problem is how I'm leaning back. I'll raise it a bit. I'll try to speak up a little bit or maybe move the mic a tad closer. Once America goes to bed, I'll be more intimate with the mic. I know that's what you guys want. What? You got a problem? The numbers might not be as high on Blue Sky, but the environment is much more enjoyable. I believe that, but like, I think for me, it's like, why am I online if it's not for trying to grow, trying to make money, try to cultivate a fan base, whatever. Like, I don't really get any enjoyment out of tweeting, There's a few steps in between there, Shay. You guys ever wished you weren't on BB? No. I wished, like I missed it sometimes, the anonymity, but no. That was so cool.
Damn, I couldn't even unscramble the word steal.
Thanks, Jason. How do you think Zach would do on BB? Very well. Zach's just very social, and he's, like, extroverted in a way that I'm not. Like, he wouldn't have a social battery drain. He knows the game super well. I think comps would be a problem. I don't think he'd be good. But he wouldn't be, like, horrible. He'd be probably a little worse than me. But on most seasons, he'd be able to win one or two things. Is being perceived the worst part of being an online figure? I don't know how to answer that. Like, just people talking about you. Yeah. I guess if that's just what being perceived is. It's just like, there's also benefits to that, so. Zach is good at seeming very approachable. Yeah, I think he seems less threatening than me, too. I feel like I seem like a threatening nerd. He seems like an inviting nerd. Bro, ain't gonna make it. I got one eye open. I am sleepy, but I'll fight through until a good amount later.
Yeah, I'm sleepy, babe.
Do you think you could have made it further if you were cast on 26-27 where comps seem to be more equitable? I don't know if I'd make it further. I'd have more win equity. I don't know. I think 25 was the right cast for me. I'm glad I was on 25 for obvious reasons, but just in general. I think the vibe of the house fit me better. Then 26 at least. We don't know about 27 yet. But right now, I think I would enjoy 27. It seems very fluid and there's a lot of room to play. Do people recognize you in public every day? No. But it happens time to time. It happened a lot in Greece, which was cool. It was all tourists. It wasn't like any locals, obviously, but it was cool. The obvious reason being playing with Suri, of course. That was definitely my favorite part of Big Brother. Playing with Suri. No Secret Sons equals fluid gameplay. Nah, BB25 was pretty fluid. For a good amount of.
Sorry, babe. I got sucked in.
You're fine. At least your peak would be meeting America, unlike Chris with Hudda on Love Island. Was the breakup any fun? Or was it just like...
It was kind of awkward because they were like on a platform surrounded by water and they broke up or whatever. I don't know who... We didn't watch the episode.
Yeah.
We didn't watch like the last 2 weeks of the show, TBH. But in the end, they're broken up and Hudda goes, "Are you going to carry me?" And he's like, "What?" Because there's water.
Yeah.
She's like, "Are you going to carry me?" And he's like, "No." It's so awkward.
Hudda's interviews today have been rough. In what way? Are people being hard on her or is she just being dumb?
I think, no, people are being, from what I've seen, she's just doing the same stuff that she would on the show. So I think they portrayed her pretty accurately, you know? Like, she's not saying anything that surprised me.
Yeah. Look, I think Hudda benefited from being there the whole time, where she was able to have a lot of things happen in between her being, like, the internet's #1 villain and the end, you know?
Yeah.
Like, she had time to
All the girls
rally.
unfollowed her. They followed her, and then they unfollowed her, like, very recently.
Look, we saw Hudda. She's insane.
Yeah.
You know? No reason to send her hate, but that's the truth. Like, I think you never want to have a mob mentality. It's like, just because everyone's mean to someone doesn't mean that person deserves it. But I do think oftentimes, when these kinds of things happen, like, why did none of you guys want to work with Cameron? It's not a coincidence. Like, the vibes are bad. Pepe and Iris. Are any of the couples pretending to still be together?
They all are.
So, like, Amaya and Brian are still together, and
Pepe and Iris.
are still together. Okay.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. I thought he was going to be with Hannah.
I mean, I actually kind of see it. They both have a similar vibe-ish.
Iris is really cool. She went on Gabby Wendy's podcast.
Hmm.
Which I think is different of her. Like, I don't know, very cool. Most people go to Nick Vile. Oh, has Zach said anything?
Shelly and Ace. They're real?
Yeah. What do you mean? Shelly and Ace? Do you remember Shelly and Ace? The scammers?
I thought the whole point was they were fake.
No, the whole point is they were already dating before the show.
No, I did not think that. I thought they both knew each other somehow from before, and then they
No.
had this whole scheme to pretend to be together.
The whole thing was no, they were already together before the show. Because I think the reasoning was, or the theory was, like, we never actually we got to see them getting to know each other.
Okay.
It was just immediately bond, they're stable, they're just, like, very relationship-y with each other, if that makes sense.
Okay. Nick and Olandra are still together. Am I a hater?
That's insane. I don't understand how that happened. When
It's
we
just
left 2
peer
weeks
pressure.
ago,
Like,
I think, yeah, that's definitely just peer pressure from the audience and from the fans. Because we saw how they were in the house, and Olandra did not like Nick. And from what we've seen or what we heard, producers do let it slip, or producers do let the contestants know what the audience is thinking while they're on the show. So
someone said Olandra is too good for Nick. I don't see that. Like Nick has chemistry with everybody. You know what I mean? Like, he just is
he does.
He's one of those guys.
I feel like Olandra did not like him.
Olandra was not good casting for Love Island. She's good casting for a reality TV show. Put her on anything else.
Yeah.
But she did not do a good job on the show. Like, she was saved 100 times by ridiculous systems. You know what I mean? Have you watched none of their interviews? I have not. But I have strong opinions based on little information. So respect those opinions. What do you think of Tucker dumping Rabina in May? I think ultimately what's extremely important to consider is
Babe,
that's the gist.
that was so much, babe. You shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Babe, that's gonna get clipped, babe. It's so
Sorry.
crazy. You're gonna get in trouble.
Yeah. I just don't think I should have spread that secret.
Yeah, that's too much. With great power comes great responsibility, babe.
Trust yourself. I could see you doubting the phrase.
But I was gonna change it. I was gonna be like with great knowledge, you know?
Should have brought back Tucker SMH. Oh my god, he would be running things. Do you know who win HOH? No.
Easily.
Oh, he'd be like 10 on the stock watch. The bullied becomes the bully. He's come around. Yeah, I mean, I feel like in BB26 he was the bully. So I'd like to see his bullied arc. Tucker would have been Paul, BB19. I mean, Tucker's just so bad at Big Brother and hates the experience so much that, like, I don't think he could do it. But he would have, like, all the minions ready.
Where the fuck is the HOH?
Yeah. Back to 700 viewers? Why? Is Paul still alive? You're going to see Paul on your TV screen soon. House of Villains. Madeline, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you. And thank you, Anonymous. I'll check it out later, Tom. Paul loved playing the game? Yeah. Yeah. Tucker's one of my least favorite castings of all time. I think that's a little dramatic. I think, like, a lot of people's frustration with Tucker is, like, he's everyone's favorite. So through that lens, I can understand why it's annoying because he gets so much screen time and so many people talk about him. But as a casting choice, like, you don't want to get too lost in the sauce. Like, he was pretty good. Tucker would have the social down but no strategy. His social game is very, very, very overrated.
Who?
Tucker.
His what strategy?
His social game.
I mean, he had, like, his 3 people that would, like, write for him, but everyone else was against him.
It's exactly what I'm... Yeah, exactly. 100%
Did you just
agree.
say that?
No, I totally agree. It's like he has Rubina, he has Chemo, he has Joseph. Outside of that, everyone was fluctuating between liking him and hating him.
Yeah.
Like Angela was definitely pro Tucker, and then was very not pro Tucker at other times. He had Leah and MJ in moments, and then they both voted against him. You know what I mean? Like, there's a Rondo jersey. I don't think there's a name on this. This is just a Bulls jersey I found at a vintage store. I've watched the season that Pio won. That's my extent of Australian Survivor. Rondo played for the Celtics. I mean, I know he played for the Celtics, obviously, but did he... He must have played for other teams. He played for the Lakers. Who else did he play for? Where's your phone case from?
Casetify.
Casetify.
I don't know if they
America.
have it anymore. I bought it like 3 years ago.
Best raspa flavor?
Chamoyada.
Opinion on Piccadilly's? What is that?
That's like the pickle
Oh.
raspa, right? I like chamoyadas. Those are my favorite. I only get chamoyadas too.
Tucker and Quinn were two sides of the same coin in the sense of being performative and a lot, but Tucker was loved by the fan base and Quinn was a villain. I don't think Quinn was a villain at all. They edited Quinn like a racist villain that one episode, which was weird. But outside of that, I think Quinn was pretty well liked by the audience. You know what I mean? Play for the Mavs? Forgot about that. But yeah, I don't think Quinn was a villain. And to be honest, I feel like Tucker didn't get a great edit all the time. You know?
No, he didn't with that Cedric stuff.
Yeah, I think people didn't like it. Was Quinn the biggest letdown for the superfan archetype? No. Guys, Quinn was great casting. If you mean as a player, Quinn was flawed, but he wasn't even the worst superfan on the cast. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be delusional and be like, Quinn was actually really good at the game and all these things. Like, he's got a lot of good qualities, and I think he could be a really good player with his, like, skill set. But, you know, the game was very flawed, but he was better than Joseph. Better than Ronnie. You know what I mean? Who played the better game, Quinn or America? It's a funny question. I don't know. What do you mean? I think America made lots of mistakes.
I'm up. I'm awake.
Who do you think is a better player, you or Quinn?
I wouldn't have put you up on the block.
It's like Quinn had more win equity, but like
Yeah.
I don't blame America for that. Like America didn't have win equity because what the fuck was she supposed to do? Cameron Hurd says hello. Cameron was not bad. That's a poor guy. He just got unlucky.
No, I'm not dragging him. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Who does better on a returnee season, Quinn or America?
Quinn.
Yeah. I mean, Quinn is pretty good at playing the field. I feel like everyone likes him. America and I would have a more spotty.
So we actually talked about this. We actually talked about this yesterday or a couple days ago.
Mhm.
When was it that you were like, if we go back together, right? If there's a returner season and we go back together, he said, would you be okay? How did you say? You said, would you be okay with me keeping information from you? And I'm like, Cory, what the fuck? No. And you're like, no, but I'm telling you before. I'm telling you right now that I'm going to be keeping things from you. And I'm like, babe, no, just don't tell me. Like, don't tell me that you're keeping information from me. Like, what the
But
fuck?
you'd see it on the feeds after.
No, but I'll see it after.
You're
That's
not going to be
fine.
happy with that.
No, that's fine. But no, because while we're playing, if you tell me this before we go into the house and we're playing the game, the entire time I'm going to be like, you're hiding something from me. You're hiding something, like you're keeping something from me, aren't you?
But you understand, like, what's the best choice I can make?
Tell me after.
And just hope you forgive me?
Yeah.
After not sharing information with you after being dating for like 2+ years?
It's so funny because
Here's the thing.
I told Cory that this wouldn't. Maybe Evil Dick and Danielle had this issue, but it's like this is like a never before seen thing happening where like the duo that comes in together does not trust each other.
It's not that I don't trust you, but like I would not trust America with certain pieces of information because America would forget that she can't say it.
Yeah.
So like like I would have to, which would be hilarious. But like, you know, it's like when you told Blue about like us making a Final Four with Mimi and Felicia.
Yeah.
I didn't even think to tell you that we couldn't tell Blue that.
That was an accident. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember so vividly y'all being in the diary room and they're like, "Why did you say this?" And I was like, "I said what?" And they're like, "You said this." And Cam was there. And I was like, "Wait, are you sure?" And I was like, "Can you run the tapes, please?" And they like went back and they're like, "Yeah, hold on 1 second." They're like, "Yes, it's you. You're wearing this, this, and this." And I had no recollection of saying anything.
It's pretty funny because like you would always do things.
I don't
like
think
this.
they're allowed to do that, by the way. Like, go back and be like, play out the clip for you and tell you where everyone's seated. Like, my memory is just so dog shit that I was like, I literally have no idea what you're talking about. I was like, and they're like, "What do you think about this?" And I was like, fuck, why did I say that? I was like, I have no idea why I said that.
I think you were much worse with spelling than I was, but it's almost worse for me because I would always make the conscious choice to share information with the wrong people. Like, why am I telling Blue? Cameron's terrible. We should target him when Cameron's HOH before the veto. Like, that's not me, like, spilling by accident. That's me being like, this is a good idea. Be real that you'd still end up telling her stuff? I genuinely don't think so.
But see, like, don't tell me, because now I'm upset about a hypothetical season that is never going to happen. But I'm like, what the fuck, babe?
They would not invite us back together. They don't know we're together.
They wouldn't. I was going to say ask us back separately, but no. You got a shot.
I feel very confident. If Big Brother All-Stars 3 happened next season, I would get a call and not get on the cast.
At least you get a call.
Yeah, I feel like that's what would happen, probably. Do you think Vince is being misleading in his DRs to try to make his game look better to the audience?
Yes.
It didn't look that way today. Like,
Yes,
he
it
said...
did. Are you kidding me? No, it totally did.
Well, he said, if Kelly goes, I'm going to look like such an idiot.
No, it sounded... I forgot what clip it was, but he definitely sounded like he was, like, trying to, like, you know...
Someone said they asked Brenchel back. Yeah, and? You think that translates to us? The only reason they pick me over Quinn, because I think literally, oh, is the mic bad? I can fix it. 1 sec.
I'm gonna go soon, babe. I'm so tired.
Can you bring the gummies in here? Or actually, I can bring them.
Where are they?
Okay. Good night.
Good night. Wait, hold on. I gotta get up.
Feel free to pop in whenever. I have red velvet cake here too, if you want it.
Oh, I forgot about that. You should have given it to me earlier.
Well, it's still here.
Bye, y'all. Have a good night, babe.
Good night. I'm gonna put on a hoodie. I'm cold again. All right. Time for some locker room talk.
Corny.
Shh. All right. Locker room talks in like 2 minutes then.
What?
America giving Hudda. Does anyone else see it? Sorry. Oh, it's just us two. I don't think they pick Quinn over you. I think they would in every single like version of math that they would do. I think they would choose Quinn, except for the fact if they had like 7 BB26ers, and they would not have 25ers. Like the only 25ers who I think are on an All-Star season is like Jag. Cameron, I think that ship has sailed. There's too many other versions of Cameron that they like more. And maybe Izzy, just because she was in the Amazing Grace mix, obviously. But like Big Brother didn't like her. Felicia, I think Felicia's not even on the board. I actually think Felicia is a 0% chance. And Sam, you're joking. I think Cerie's a very legit option. You guys really think Cerie would say no? I don't. I don't think she would say no. If she had like another option other than Big Brother, she would choose that other option. But here's the thing. Cerie does not have a long resume of saying no to shows. And I don't want it to sound like shade. I would do the same fucking thing if I was her. I'd go on 10 seasons of Survivor and Big Brother and stuff. I don't think she'd say yes to any show, but like it's a good opportunity, and you could win a lot of money. Like Cerie's, I'm sure, doing fine financially, but this amount of money is huge no matter who you are, provided you're not like a billionaire. But I just think from 26, they would obviously go Tucker, Angela, and Chelsea are like beyond locks if they want to do it again. And I think Quinn, for all intents and purposes, would be kind of a lock too. It's a lot of 26ers. Maybe even MJ's in the mix too, you know what I mean? From 25, it's literally like Jag is the only one who I think is a lock. I think everyone else. Because like Felicia, I think she came out and said didn't get called for the Amazing Race, which is insane to me. And maybe, you know, Angela's taking her spot as well. Huge misstep, but I think that's the truth. Leah said on TikTok Live the other day she has a 0 chance to get... I would agree. Production loved Leah. Where do you get that impression from? Did you see Prettium's video about a fantasy battle of the new era season? I did, and I enjoyed it. Basically what he did was he picked 4 people, 2 men, 2 women from 23, 4, 5, and 6. We've done this exercise several times. What I really enjoyed about the video and the cast that he made, it gave me hope for a All-Stars 3 type of season. Now, why did it give me hope? Oh my god, are we back? Are we back? Do we have feeds? No, okay. You know when sometimes the feeds glitch and like you see a camera that's on that's not actually on? Like one of the cameras. What I was going to say is my reasoning for not liking an All-Star 3 season is there's too much pre-gaming. Not even pre-gaming, like too many pre-existing relationships where like the boot order would just kind of be predetermined for the most part, with a few variables. But when I saw this cast, so many people have so much history with each other. If you just think about the names, is like myself, Jag, Taylor, Izzy, America. From 26, you'd have Quinn and Tucker and Chelsea and Angela all have history, and Quinn knows us, and Tucker did the race with people, and Angela, it's all pre-existing relationships, but it creates like a very interesting web where everyone knows each other, and some people don't get along, other people are super tight, some people are super tight to two different people who are opposed to each other. Like, you'd have to be... The problem is, like, the casting team who made these casts wouldn't understand the nuance of it and know how to balance a cast like that out. But entire cookout minus Big D. I don't know. I like Ozza a lot, but I would be surprised if they asked Ozza back. I think Hannah probably gets screwed, too. I think they go X and Tiffany are the locks, and then Kyland. I don't know where Kyland stands in Big Brother's graces. Who won that race? You can Google it, but no spoilers in chat. Were you still going to do a brand deal at 27? I think I'll do it tomorrow. We have to save some stuff. Tonight, we're just going to be hanging out until feeds come back on, and then we'll watch those for a bit before bed. Would an All-Star season be hard to watch if you weren't on? No. I'm telling you, and I hope this doesn't sound like cope. Like, I'm done with reality TV. If I get called, I'll try, of course, but I feel pretty confident, and I'm very okay with that. I think my recent experiences online, I'm like, I don't know if I want to, like, reinvigorate this whole thing. But you don't say no. Like, I think I'd regret it forever if I said no. So that's kind of my, I wouldn't say dilemma, more so my philosophy. The Genius US is happening. That might be an exception. But I also don't think that show is going to happen based on the UK. Would it just be Taylor from 24, or would anyone else be on? You could do Turner or Joseph if you want. Turner or Joseph, maybe Jasmine, maybe, I don't know. I don't think they'd invite, I don't think they'd invite Michael. I think they should. I think that seems like a no-brainer to me, but you'd think he would have been on other stuff if they wanted him. Reindeer Games. Or The Amazing Race, or all these things. Why did Big D respond with a throwing up gif to a tweet calling Rob attractive? Is this Rob Sesternino? Which Rob? Because that's funny. Yeah, I mean, that's for her to say, Shay, not me. Is there any way to prevent pre-gaming? No, it's about making a cast that's not going to have super blatant alliances. Like, if you bring back the whole cookout, like, what the fuck are we doing? How do you think that's going to work out? It was Rob C. I mean, I'm sure Rob C. has spoken in not glowing terms of Big D, would be my prediction. You'll be on BB42 with Molly as my secret sister. I mean, at that point, Molly would be old as hell, no? She'd be 11 plus... Yeah, she'd be like 26. I mean, she wouldn't be old as hell, but like we could do it earlier than 42. Rob said they were on good terms. That ends today. If David can play twice, anyone can. With the extenuating circumstances for David, of course, playing, and this like it should be obvious, like Big Brother did such a bad job casting, specifically black men, for so many years that, like, they didn't have options. To be fair, I think David was fun. I mean, he was probably one of the highlights of All-Stars, too. But they were so bad at casting a diverse set of people for so long that when they went to these returning seasons, it's like they didn't have people. I still think Devin Shepard was, like, the obvious one, but... Thanks, JPR, for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. Look at the donations. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $5. Whoever you are. My anonymous angel. My anonymous king. Thank you. Titans versus Rebels. Which one's Titans versus Rebels? Is that the first Luke season? Is that David's second season? Is that Ferris? Which one's that? Is Ferris? Okay. David being a highlight of All Stars 2 is exactly what's going wrong. Yeah, exactly. I liked All Stars 2 for a while. I was not that low on it. I thought it was super fun watching all these people interact. And I thought the cast was good. It just didn't work out. Have you and Zach helped or hurt your sister's future chances of going on Survivor or Big Brother? It definitely helped. Because before the chance is 0%. Like, no one has any shot at getting on these shows. These shows are so hard to get onto. So the fact that both of us have gotten on, even just giving her the confidence to maybe apply helps. I don't think Amale could ever do a show. I don't see it yet. We'll see, like, obviously the type of person she grows into. But like she's very shy and likes being at home in a way that me and Zach were a little bit more like doing crazy shit. The day a showmance's child goes on the show will be crazy. Yeah, I mean, who has the oldest kids of Big Brother alum? Is it Brenchel? Because they were quick. Immediately after their seasons, they were married with kids. It is Brenchel. How old are their kids? Like 12, 10? Probably like 10, right? 10 or 11. Edgar lost his legs. Poor guy. He's doing all right. They want Boston Rob's kid on Survivor. Oh, yeah. They're trying to keep the show going long enough for it to happen. Bring back Brittany Haynes for All Stars 3. Yeah, I mean that'd be a fun pick. We haven't seen her in so long in Big Brother, but I would say like my number one pick for All Stars 3, bar none. Who do you guys think it is? All Stars 3, I have one pick that I'd pray for, and if we got it, they can't go wrong after that. Yourself, no. Zach Rance, no. Tyler, no. Cameron BB25, no. Bowie, no. Vanessa would be great. Yep, there you go. Danielle. A couple people said it. Danielle would be the dream pick. Everything we saw from her on Traitors made me more excited to want to see her on a Big Brother season. Danielle Reyes, to be clear. Danielle, you just know she'd freak out. Like, she'd be a nightmare on feeds. She'd be so paranoid, so chaotic. It'd be awesome. Do you see how bad she was on All Stars 1? I mean, on the edited show, she didn't seem that bad. Her boot week was so bad, embarrassing. I don't know what the fuck she was doing. But I think they made her look pretty resilient on the show. But as far as I understand on the feed, she was kind of lost for most of it. Bring back Kalia. I mean, Kalia would be cool too, but I'm not as excited to see Kalia again, you know? Will you do RHAB Traders again? I don't think so. I don't really enjoy stuff like that. Even Clock Tower. I like it, but it feels like a chore. Not doing it just like the night before. Like, I'm always like, why the fuck did I sign up for this? You know? But it is very fun whenever I do it. I think BB20 Haley could be a good player second time around. I'd argue she was a fine player the first time around. You know, you can criticize her being snowed by level 6 at a lot of times, but during her HOH, she put up like Angela and Casey. Rockstar ended up going out because of the twist. Like, it's just really hard playing against a really good alliance and a really good players. Like, what was she supposed to do? You know, she could have done better, right? She made mistakes. But it's just like, I don't think people consider that enough when talking about Big Brother. Things are contextual, right? So, like, would we all agree in chat that it's really fucking stupid to shit talk the HOH and say you're going to target him before the veto ceremony? Do you guys agree with that? It's bad to shit talk the HOH before the veto meeting. before a replacement Nama's name. Yes. Perhaps. 100% yes. Okay. Was it stupid when I did that about Cameron? When I was talking to Blue about how we should target Cameron the next week? Yes, I agree. Now, was it stupid when I did that about Heisem in week 2 and got the ball rolling, eventually leading to him being backdoored? Was that stupid and I got away with it, or was that smarter? Nah, that was me, Bucket King. I can't say I get credit for the whole thing, but I think it was my information that got the ball rolling, and then it was really me who made sure the move actually happened. I'm not going to take credit for a lot of things in that season, but that 1 week was pretty good. Stupid and got away with it. But yeah, that's a perspective. I think the whole point I want to say is, like, there's so many things that people do when it doesn't work. People will look at it and be like, this is so fucking embarrassing and obvious. Why are you doing that? And then you could do the same thing and it works and there's no problem. A good example is when I'm talking to Jared about how Suri's really good at the game and you shouldn't underestimate her and we should go deep with her, but eventually we're going to have to do something. That should have been a massive fucking mistake. If Jared translates that information differently to Suri, I'm fucked. Game over. Meanwhile, I then go to Izzy and say, hey, Izzy, I think at the final 5 or 4, you and me should work together to try to get to the final 2. And then Izzy runs to Suri and says, Cory said he wants you out 7th. There's so much fucking luck, not just in the mechanics and the comps, but just in how people act. You know what I mean? I think in general with Big Brother, people grossly underestimate luck in interpersonal relationships. People are just different. And maybe you can get a read on someone, but people don't always act consistently. You know? Like, think about America, right? Like, people clown in America for spreading information and leaking stuff to the wrong people. And, like, I get it. But if you're like Jag or me, for example, who tells America something, she means it when she says she's not going to leak it. But one of her, like, habits is sometimes she leaks stuff by accident. Eventually, you should, like, keep that in mind. And, okay, she might leak stuff. I should stop telling her stuff. But for those first few times, it is just kind of unlucky. Like, it happens. Sometimes someone just hates you. Sometimes you walk in and Heisem just hates you. I'm like, okay, well, that sucks. Sometimes Amy walks in and Zach just hates her for existing. Yeah, Dan was incredibly lucky. I mean, Dan's shit, he did a super good job in executing everything. And he's obviously very skilled and talented at manipulation. But half his shit couldn't have worked. If he didn't have Frank being his main antagonist, the funeral doesn't happen. Like, he's lucky that the comp he's going against him was a fucking idiot. What is the consensus on the dude with cowboy hat and tats? Okay, Ben, how do I describe this? It came out preseason that he, like, was super... He had a lot of baby mama drama, is perhaps the way I would say it. He had a lot of baby mama drama and a lot of people coming out, women coming out being like, this guy is bad vibes. My vibe, Ben, is he doesn't want to win. I don't know why he's there, because he doesn't seem like he's trying to be an influencer super hard either. I can't read him. But he clearly doesn't care about winning, which is my biggest annoyance. But he's also, like, super smitten with Catherine and says he'll do whatever she says. He's a weird one. I think he mentioned influencer. Look, I assume if you're not trying to win, you do want to be an influencer, but Suri not winning competitions is not the reason you should be flaming Suri. There's no shame in losing comps. Most people lose comps. There's only one winner in all these things. If you ain't gonna go for the top, get the fuck out. Pretty good. When's the collab stream with Ben? I think that would be too much of a certain kind of energy. You know, when they're like, take the mics away from white men with podcasts, this is what they meant. Specifically me and Ben. If you don't need the money or want to win, you'd be my first person I'd go after. Well, that means you don't want to win, because what a stupid-ass strategy that is. You have like 16 people, and one of them doesn't want to win. You're like, you're the first one I'm taking out. I guess the problem is, like, those people do often act against their own self-interest, which could be very frustrating. They're like chaos agents because they don't give a fuck. But I don't know. I think Jared helped Suri the first couple of weeks and then did nothing but hurt her after. Like, how different would your relationship have been if Jared goes out week 3 or 4? Suri can't win the game without Jared. Or is he, you know? She probably has, like, a cleaner game with less, like, stumbles and stuff, but Suri can't win the game without Jared and Izzy in the end game. She's good enough to win, like, an old school season of Big Brother, but she's too good socially and too bad at comps, and you just can't have that combo of things. Like, it's no shade to her. It's a problem with the format of Big Brother. That's why when Izzy and Jared were out, Suri ran out of win equity. Like, someone has to take her to the end. No one's going to take her to the end. She can't win herself to the end. That's checkmate. And yeah, maybe she can get Matt to bring her, or Bowie in like a different universe, but I don't know. That didn't happen. She had her chance to do that. She has Matt and Izzy, and you don't turn on her early because of Jared. But Jared's the one who pulled me in, guys. I might have just been with Family Style if not for Jared. It's a whole different game is the point. She would do very well. She's so good. But she, like, as much as Jared hurt her game, she needed Jared there to get her to the end. She needed someone who was deathly loyal to her against their own self-interest to win comps and drag her to the end. Whether it was her son or Izzy. Or me, you know. Do you think the boat punishment with Suri and Fletcher contributed to Jared and Suri's downfall? Yeah, it was a huge part. It's a huge part. Yeah, look, I still think she figures out the power structure. It wasn't like Riley was hiding it well or Jag was hiding it well, but who's the best first boot? I'm going to not count all-star seasons, like one-time player first boots. So sorry, David. I mean, season 10, people always talk about, what's his name? Brian, is that his name? What's the guy's name I'm thinking of? People look at him a lot. What about Keith from season 13? Is that a good take? Challenge star Jose, maybe? Joey Rodriguez. Nick Uhas wasn't first out, though. He was close, but he wasn't first out. Nah. There's no one suspected Jared and Suri for a reason. It's a crazy stretch. It's a crazy thing to see with no reason to see it, you know? They got the same face. Shut the fuck up. Nothing makes me more mad than that. If they told us 2 people here are family members, then I could have figured it out. But when you don't even know you're looking for something like that, you're not going to find it. Cat baited everyone in chat BCC. I'm glad I'm not looking. BB19 Cameron. I mean, we just didn't see him play. How would you rank the 4 players in the 17th place club? So that's Luke, Jace, Zay, and who's the last one? Cameron? Luke, Jace, Zay, Cameron? My instinct would be Luke is the worst. Then probably Jace, then Zay, then Cameron. I think Zay is probably better than Jace in my head. I just don't remember Jace's campaign that much. I know it was him and Austin were the bros, the shell town, and then he ended up being targeted. But Zay ran a pretty good campaign. He could have stayed in a lot of other scenarios. Like, Zay probably survives against Kelly. He still got 5 votes to stay. It's pretty good. Brayden sucked. Oh my god, Brayden sucked. Jing Feeds will still come on tonight? Yeah. It's just late. Izzy did not recognize Jared from Game Changers. Izzy recognized Jared from Suri's Instagram. I'm very suspicious about that whole thing. Not that, like, there's some collusion and Izzy knew that. Not that, but, like, casting must have known Izzy's proximity to Suri. I believe that. There's no way. Because it's... Being able to recognize Jared is such a fucking insane thing. Like, that's just a crazy thing to be able to do. Thanks, Tropic, for the 19 months. I appreciate you. And Hotline Marty for the 5 months. Appreciate y'all. And thank you, Shanna, for the $25. And Tom for the $25. We are at 46.20. I think 5K is the ultimate goal. We have a lot of hours left, but obviously donations are front-loaded. But this has been great so far. 5K. That would be something. How would you have played Izzy's hand if you recognized them? I think telling them is the right call. I think you should tell them and then bide your time and tell someone else when you need to. It's like Izzy just...
Fuck off.
I don't think... Like, you don't even have to tell me the secret. Just play self-interestedly and you could be fine. If Izzy just stood her ground a little bit more, stood on business to protect the people she cared about, game-wise, I think she was on the right track. They tried hard, but I think he campaigned too much, too hard. I don't think that was his problem. I think his problem was not doing enough before Noms. Because after that, he's just the obvious person to vote out. Like, why the fuck wouldn't they vote out Zay? I just don't know why Zay started campaigning so hard after the fact. After Noms. Do you think Adrian going out of his way to be on the wrong side of the vote is going to hurt him? Yeah. Not actually in the long term. I think it's going to hurt him in the short term. But if he makes it another 2-3 weeks, it won't be a problem. But I could see him being nommed. With so many of these people, we assume Kelly and Keanu are going to be 2 of the 3 noms. That third nom is kind of an enigma. And I think it's much more likely to be Adrian than other people. Do you know how far in advance Suri knew she was on 25? No. As far as I understand, it was like very short term. Is my understanding, but I don't know how that is accurate. Will ended up being on the wrong side of the vote after all. Did he change his mind last minute, or was his plan? Well, he was clearly thinking about it. Like, this was not a clear choice for Will. In the DR, he at least wanted to seem that way. I think Will ultimately just liked his path with the Burger Boys being intact more than being on the wrong side of the vote. Maybe he feared that side being annoyed at him more, or maybe he just vibes better with those people, but it is interesting. That was the most surprising vote of the night. Yeah, I mean, I could see it, John. Like, Amy, players like this who are very underestimated and kind of like overlooked, if you don't go out the first time you're on the block, you often are able to sneak pretty far into the game. I have Ashley and Kat in my draft. How do you like my chances after the first week? Winner take all. I don't like it. I think Ashley's pretty terrible at the game, and Kat I haven't seen enough of. But I don't think Kat's drawing dead. Like, I think that's a fine choice. I think Izzy would have won getting to Final 3 with Suri and Jared. Supposedly Suri was going to throw Final HOH. Guys, Suri was not going to throw Final HOH. What the fuck are you talking about? I know Izzy says that, but guys, you understand, like, Suri was Jared's mom for 25 years, and Suri was Suri for 53 years. They knew Izzy for, at that point, it would be 100 days. They don't care about Izzy. They love Izzy. Suri loves Izzy. They're really good friends. It's a real relationship that they both care about and value. It's 750K. Cerie's getting to the final 2 with Jared. That is her goal. You have mom and son in the final 3 of a game for 750K. They're not going to give it to the third person. Now, Cerie would lose parts 1 and 2, so it would end up being Jared and Izzy anyways. And Izzy, you'd think, would be better at the quiz, so, like, maybe. And I do think Izzy would take Jared to the final 2. I feel confident about that. Izzy would take Jared to the final 2 and probably win. I mean, it's a whole different game, but... Yeah, Jared wins part 1, for sure. How different is All-Stars if they sub out Franzel for Rachel? I mean, that's another number for Janelle. I think Cody wins. Yeah, I think Cody wins. I don't think it's that close. But it helps Janelle. It gives Janelle one more person. Danny probably ends up being Nicole. You know what I mean? Danny would be in that spot. What if Josh and Casey are there instead of Keisha and Memphis? Then Tyler, if he doesn't quit, has a much better chance. And if he does quit, Casey or Josh has a good chance. Specifically, Casey could win that season if Casey and Josh are there with Tyler. And I think Tyler's less willing to quit if he's got, like, Casey there specifically. What if it's another Leah Marshmallow comp? You mean like an overnight off-feeds comp? That would be awesome. Hey, if there's ever Hamster Watch updates, let me know. How didn't you guys know that they were related? They look like twins. I hate you. I hate you. Hamster Watch block me during BB25. What'd you do? I feel like people underrate 20 because the end game. I think people like 20. 20 is the best season we've had since 14. 17 is really good, but I think 20 is better. Because the thing about 20 is, like, so here's the thing. I do not care about rewatch value a lot with Big Brother. I care about it a lot more with Survivor. Survivor is a start to finish complete product. It is one work of art. Big Brother, the whole point of the show and what makes the show special is watching the feeds, watching the episodes as they're happening, the live HOHs, the AI arenas, and experiencing it as a fan throughout. Like that, like, so when you rewatch Big Brother, the magic's not there because they're editing on a week-to-week basis. So it's, like, not fair to compare it in that way. So, like, 20 doesn't have a lot of rewatch value because, you know, the ending, it kind of sucks ass. But in the moment, the journey was very fun. Like, the end game, people say, is so boring. What about Brett? Going into that double eviction at the final 6, Brett winning that double is crazy. What could he do? And it doesn't happen. BB25, you can't pretend like there was no hope. What if Cerie wins Demented Dentist? What if America wins the double eviction HOH? Like, there's a lot of things that could have happened. And in the moment, that excitement is there, but it doesn't pan out. So rewatch value is, like, literally 0 because the game ends after the final 10, you know? So basically all this is to say, like, when I'm evaluating a season, how I felt in the moment and how into it and captivated I was is what I care about most. 26 is way better than 20. I don't like 26. 26 is not for me. I prefer 24 to 26. I prefer 20 to 26. I prefer 18 to 26, 17 to 26, 14, 12. Like, I think 26 is better than 23. I think 26 and 25, I could see either way. I'm just biased for 25. But my big problem with 26 is, like, it has a lot of rewatch value because the story is extremely simple because there's not that much fucking happening. That was the problem with 26. Like, I think most action-packed and drama season. Bucket King, I mean this lovingly. If you thought BB26 was like the most fun, strategic, drama-filled season, you are just a casual. Because those live feeds were fucking dead. Like, nothing was happening. Like, zero. Like, I can't express, like, and this is like a very silly metric to use. I understand that. If you look at the length of the live feed updates for BB25, and then 26, and then 27 so far, 26 are so much shorter because no one's fucking talking about anything. No one's gaming because no one cared about winning. Chelsea cared about winning. MJ cared about winning. Cam didn't give a shit. Rubita didn't give a shit. Chemo didn't give a shit. T-Core didn't give a shit. Angela, who the fuck knows? Leah, I think, wanted to win. Quinn wanted to win. On 25, everyone was trying. You could argue about Bowie, but I think in her own way she was trying. I think the thrill of watching women win so many comps in 26 after men dominating for so long is thrilling to watch. I can't argue against that. I can't be like, well, actually, in BB25, Riley won the first HOH, and Bowie got 3 HOHs, and Felicia, yeah, no. If that's your measuring stick, I understand. 25, the cast is a bit boring. I think 26's cast was so much more boring. 25 cast was less likable. I'll give you that. Like, way more ops, way more enemies, way more problematic behavior. Boring, I don't think is the right word. First 6 weeks of 25 was the best. Loved Chaos Queen Izzy. There's more gaming this week than months of 26. And, like, that may sound dramatic, but, like, in terms of, like, actual, like, amount of game talk, that could be accurate. 26 just didn't have people talking game that much. How does this cast stack up this season? I think this cast is pretty strong, to be honest. Gameplay-wise. Like, not because everyone's really good, but everyone is trying and has their goals and is trying to reach those goals. And even the players you would expect to be, like, total non-factors are factors. On a lot of other seasons, Will and Ava would just be funny characters who are going to dip out before a jury. Or someone like Riley would just be a fucking nothing. Everyone's playing. I think Riley's the one where I'm still on the fence. Kelly, I don't even know what to do with her. Like, she's just in her own boat. Like, Lauren being indecisive isn't the end of the world. Just kind of annoying to watch. BB15, I don't even, like... BB15, I think, is an example of the bad is too bad for the good to outweigh it. Or for you to even appreciate the good. Like, the bad is too bad. And also, like, I think part of what makes that season bad is, like, the strategy and the prejudice are deeply intertwined. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, separate the art from the artist. Like, nah, you can't talk about the strategy without talking about the like how these power structures were built. I'll give 25 credit because it forced production to event the AI arena. Backhanded compliment. That's funny. I think 26 rates high just for the AI arena, especially it becomes a staple after years of backdoors and house votes. Your casual is showing. I don't think the arena is a bad twist. I think it's fine. I just think it's like a fundamental misunderstanding of Big Brother if unanimous votes are like your big problem. But I don't think the twist sucks. I think there's a lot of benefit to the twist, especially this year. This year I've really enjoyed it. Last year I thought it was pretty miserable. But look, you're not casual if you like the twist. I understand that. I just think when people complain endlessly about, like, unanimous votes, that annoys me. Because, like, the magic of Big Brother is not watching a live eviction vote. It's never been the case. You know? That's never been the problem. 25's episodes were some of the worst episodes of Big Brother I've ever seen. Like, that's a problem. 25 is so weird because it's not even like they misrepresent what's happening. They just edit the scenes so shittily. Like, it's so choppy the way they edit. Like, cutting off people's sentences really bad, and it's so obvious that they're cutting them off. And it's not like they're making it sound like you're saying something else. It just is like, I'm like, Jag, I think we should target this, and then it cuts. And it's just like, why? Like, just let me say this sentence. They left Izzy off the whole season. Am I crazy? I feel like Izzy's edit was totally fucking fine. Because I heard so much Izzy has no edit, no edit, no edit. Then I watched the show, I'm like, she has a pretty big edit for the time she's there. The thing is, they give a lot of her content to Suri, of course. Same with Felicia. Like, it just goes to Suri. And I understand, like, on the feed, she was the number one character. So contrasting that to the show where she's not, that's crazy. But I didn't think her edit was, like, drastically terrible. The one thing that annoyed me is how much, like, they used her to say that Matt was hot. I was like, this is so stereotypical. You're trying to make her say these things. Like, it just felt weird to me. Like, it felt so fake. Like, I don't think Izzy would say that. I'm sure it was Izzy's idea and stuff, but it was just weird. Like, it felt so derivative. But the reason why they didn't show Izzy was, like, all the vote flips they didn't show. And that was really Izzy's thing, Izzy's magic. I'd pay so much money to be able to rewatch past feeds. I think you can, right? Isn't there a place to do that? I think people have their sources. Good night, Katie. Can't wait to see you on the floor when I wake up. Yeah, I will be asleep after you, I fear. Or you'll be awake before I wake up. Chances of BB30 being legends? Not 0, but I would say closer to 0 than 50. Closer to 0 than 20. It's just like, they don't do that. Like, BB10 was nothing special. 15 was nothing special. 20 was nothing special. 25 was nothing special. Do you think it's individually timed HOH? That's why it's taken so long? I mean, that would be crazy. Individually timed with, 16 or 15 competitors? That seems... I hope not. Did you feel any different when feeds were off this long? The only times you'd feel that is, like, if people, like, production was talking over the PA. Because then you'd know. Otherwise, you don't really know. That would be a refreshing part about, timed comps. You just know you'd be off camera when you're waiting. 270 per gallon, not too bad. I guess you're kind of in the middle of nowhere though, so. What's up with the extra photo slot in the memory wall this year? LeBron for 3. I love the name, by the way. I'm gonna let you come to that conclusion first. What's your prediction? Because I have a strong prediction. And this is a bold claim. This is a bold claim. Okay, so I wanna lead with that so people don't get too crazy. My prediction is the reason there's an extra slot in the memory wall is because it's an odd number. And the memory wall is shaped like a grid. It's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. You like LeBron's theory better? Me too, honestly. But it's not a grid. Oh my god, the woke mob is out to get me. Cancel culture is coming again. Why am I surprised? It's like a suspect photo. Okay. What if the mastermind is a player who's going to join the game? Oh, that's some Danganronpa shit. That's... Do you guys think there's any chance that the mastermind has prosopagnosia? What is one thing you want to learn more about? Interesting. I don't know. I think Greek mythology would be cool. Problem is, like, it's useless. It's, like, literally just for fun. There's some practical stuff that I would like to know. What would I like to know? I think it'd be cool to know another language or two. I could actually do that. It would be a lot of work, but it is a very doable thing. Are you learning Spanish? No, but I know a certain amount of Spanish. I should practice, but it's just hard. We have so many things to do. The idea of setting aside time to practice Spanish, it's like I should. It feels hard. Do you feel Rachel as a returnee has a chance, or will they vote her out? I think she's more in danger than any returnee I've ever seen in this kind of context, but I think she's fine. And she still had a big advantage coming in. What's creepier, the mastermind watching them sleep or us watching them sleep? I mean, they signed up for us watching them sleep, right? It is funny, though. Like, this undertaking of, like, oh, my God, I'm going to have to stay awake for 15 hours on camera. I'm going to have to sleep on camera. America was like, what if you have a wet dream, Cory? Then what? I'm like, you forget, America. We were on camera for a lot of days sleeping. Like, we're worried about this? This is nothing. Whatever's going to happen here, I am unconcerned. We've seen a lot already. Well, don't say that. We can all just pretend like you didn't. I feel like Rachel and Amy's alliance is too obvious and an easy nom duo. Yeah, but, like, who doesn't have a clear duo or someone, you know? I think the problem is, like, when you're in a duo, you just got to make sure that you survive the block against your duo. What's up, Chris? When mom says we have live feeds at home, essentially. We did not see that much. Okay. I don't know if I believe you. How do you know of 999? I knew someone would get my prosopagnosia reference. I played it. What do you mean? Me and my buddy Matt from high school, we would play all these games together. We're still waiting on they're making a new Raging Loop on submarines. I'm excited about. Y'all expose yourself more than we ever saw. Well, it's weird because the cameras are on us and they're telling us to stop, to like reattach our microphones and stuff. So we thought, you know. Have you ever done an org, or would you do one? No, it's just too much time. It's weird because I'm not even that busy, but like I don't like filling my schedule with shit, to be honest, especially with law school. Like I just, you know, it's like you're just doing it for fun. You ever tried prostitution work? No, I haven't. I don't know if I'd be in demand. I don't know why I responded to that question either. What's Raging Loop 2? How did I not hear about this? Look it up. They're making there's a name for it. But yeah, it's like underwater is the whole thing. I think I'd be in demand for a certain kind, but I don't want to go into it. Do you know how heavy your class loads are going to be yet? Yeah, it's 4 classes the first semester. I don't think it'll be that bad. It's mostly just reading, and then there's finals. So, like, I'm not going to have a ton of homework and essays, and it's not really how law school works, but there'll be some stressful weeks. Still based on werewolf, as far as I understand, yeah. Such a time commitment, and then some people get really committed, and you feel bad for not dedicating your whole life to it. Yeah, people who are into it are into it. I remember when I was applying to Big Brother, I was at one of the deeper stages. I think it was before finals. It was definitely before finals. But I had to send like pictures and videos and stuff. So me and Matt snuck away for him to take pictures of me. And then there was another guy, Sharon, he's in chat, Little Diggyvert sometimes, who was in a Survivor org at the time doing like an immunity challenge on his laptop on the hotel bed. We snuck away to the hotel gym to record, which is kind of funny. Going into law school in today's political environment is crazy. In what way? Please elaborate. I'm curious. Where are you going to law school? I'm going to Northeastern in Boston. Did America go to bed? Yeah, but she's not sleeping. She's watching. There's a difference between an Oregon and a one-day game. Yeah, I'd be more open to the one-day game, of course, but even that, like, I don't know. Do you see the reviews for Donkey Kong Bonanza? No, are they positive? I'm going to get it just because Switch 2 has no fucking games. I appreciate that, Emo. It's very kind. I'm super excited. Yeah. Are you excited? Yes, I am excited. I'm excited to move. I'm excited for a lot of things. Will the universe gift it to Ava? That'd be fun. It's getting great reviews. Playing it right now, it's incredible. Is it out? Damn. The cons of not being online. Yeah, I'll definitely get it. I've been playing a lot of NBA 2K25. Don't ask why. I'm doing like a my NBA kind of thing. And there's a setting, because I'm playing like 5-minute games, 5-minute quarters, when quarters in actual basketball games are 12 minutes. And I'm having this issue where like there's a button you could press that averages your stats as if you were playing 48 minutes to get like realistic stats for your players. Unfortunately, now Tyler Hero is averaging like 47 points a game. Scally raid. You know you're down bad. You're in too deep when you're on late enough for Scally to raid you. Oh boy. Wait, Scally, if you're here, I need your help soon. You're a Sims guy, right? Is that a fair assessment? You're a Sims expert? I've heard rumors. I'm a Sims guy. I need you to help me do stuff with Sims. I was trying to build a Big Brother house for a stream with like 17 inhabitants in the house, but I know that's not against... It's against Sims rules. You're getting mods. I don't know how to do any of it. I tried for like 2 hours one day and failed. Oh boy. Uh-oh. You're not an advanced Sims guy? But it's all the raiders. Sorry, I'm a bit low energy. I've been streaming for a bit. But we are raising money for the Trevor Project, of course, a charity that provides mental health resources to LGBTQ plus youth. The Trump administration is trying to shut them down, so let's give them the money while they're able to function, so they could help as many people before, hopefully, they don't get shut down. But not the biggest on modding, but I could help and know people. Okay, I might DM you then. We've gone just a bit past our goal, as you can see. It's not a big deal or anything. Not a big deal. You should try to play Donkey Kong Bonanza Nintendo Switch game. I don't know why you said it like that, but I will. Sims mods go crazy. I am trying to woohoo with the Grim Reaper. That's just a fact. Thank you for fundraising. Means a lot. Hey, thank everyone who's donating. I'm just a silly streamer guy. Have you played Cyberpunk? No. I heard it's good, though. After the disastrous fucking release, I heard it's actually turned into a really good game. Which I'm happy about. Seems cool. Start running with the Kings in 2K so you can play as my friend. Who's your friend on the Kings? Hopefully Jake LaRavia. He's a Laker now. I've not Sammy. Yeah, we're also waiting for the feeds to come on to see if we get an HOH. I'm getting a little bit skeptical of if we're going to get an HOH. I did oratory, original oratory, and informative speaking with a little bit of extemp, but those were mainly my two. And I was ranked first in the country in both. I was better at info for most of my career, but as a senior, I became really good at oratory. Mickey HOH, LOL. How dare you? I think America would be good. I think she'd have to do Inter. God, she has bad memory, though, is the problem. What would America's event be? I think America would do Congress, low key. I think Congress is what you would do. Thank you, Trace. Thanks for raising money for a great cause. $100. Relax. You don't just come into the stream after a raid and give $100. That's, but I appreciate it. And Scally, thank you for the $25. Way too kind. I appreciate you. Can't wait for a Scally live feed update. I've been fiending. It's been too long. Let's Coast, thank you for the 25. Brandon for the 10. Ryan for the 20. And again, Shanna for the 25. But thank you, Tress, for the $100 and everyone else for your kind donations. I appreciate it, Scally. In a way, Scally's responsible for like 5% of these other people's donations too, by shepherding them. So thanks for that, Scally. But thank all of you. I think we're going to hit our goal. The new goal is 5K. And I'm not setting another goal after 5K. I'm calling it a win. How do you feel about Congress? The event or the institution? I assume you mean the event. Thank you for doing the stream. Oh, Scally. I'm going to be sitting here waiting for HOH anyway, so I might as well raise some money. The event. I think the event is kind of ass, but I really respect the people who are super good at the event. I think it's a super interesting skill. And I've met a lot of people who are like best in the country at Congress, and they're hella good. It's super cool. It's getting late for the house guests too. I really don't think they'd keep them up. It's only 11:20. Like they keep us up for comps like that. Using the Heat on 2K, I am, yeah. They're a good team because they've got some good players and some good building blocks, but also they're not like. I'm not going to start with the Thunder. It's boring. Can you explain what Congress is? Oh boy. I'm trying to remember. It's been so long. So like, there is a bill that is introduced, and then you write your own bills, and like it's one of these weird events where there's like 30 people or even more, and everyone gets to like you have someone who's the PO, who is like directing the whole thing and taking people's not questions, but like giving people opportunity to speak for a short amount of time. And then they're all giving their bills or their input or whatever. And then at the end, they rank everyone by like how they performed in the session almost. It's a really bad explanation of Congress because I never did Congress and I never really meaningfully watched a ton of Congress. But that's like the vibe. Like model Congress. Yeah, if you guys want me to actually describe what Congress is, I could talk about the bicameral legislature and how the House of Representatives is done on, proportional representation based on population counts done in the census, and how the Senate, in an effort to preserve states' rights, has 2 seats per state, which obviously disproportionately helps smaller states with smaller populations, which is why the Senate leans Republican and the House leans Democrat, generally speaking, because more people in the world are Democrats, or at least in the U.S., but that doesn't really matter when California gets 2 seats in the same way that North Dakota gets 2. Anyways. Thank you. I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. For donating. Does anyone want to guess how much money they donated? I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. Any theories? Don't cheat. Don't look at the screen. But thank you for the 1738. I appreciate it. 1748. Damn, that Scally Raider fucked it. Mods get them. I can't have that energy in this chat. I'm kidding. Ban me. I'm thinking about it. There you go. Timed out for 3 seconds. Hope they learn. Was it difficult not talking about politics in the house? Because I feel like I'd struggle. Oh, no, I talked politics in the house. I remember Cameron walking away because we were talking about like the problematic nature of privatized police forces in St. Louis. And he just like looked down and walked away. I'm like, dude, who the fuck is in favor of private police forces? They said, police, they got too much accountability. There's too many safeguards, too many watchdogs over them. We really need to outsource this to the private sector. It's so funny because in retrospect, like the person I would speak the most politics with was fucking America, of course, but Mimi. And we talked about like school lunch policy, and she literally was like a political strategist about education. If she just told me, we could have bonded so much. Same with Bowie about being a lawyer. All these people had so many connections that they hid from me. Pisses me off. Lick me, Cory. The $10. Their comment is a tongue emoji. At 5K, I might consider it. Did you consider discussing police unions in an effort to get Cameron to self-evict? Nah, but I did lie about pressure cooker stuff. People clowned on me, calling me a fake superfan because I said that Kaser had to shave his head in the pressure cooker. That was done to try to get Cam to drop. He did it during the BB7 comp, right? The how much do you want it? That would have been super fucked up though, because like, I believe a tenet of Sikhism. I'm not certain about this, but I've spoken to Jag quite a bit. Is like, you don't shave your hair, cut your hair, anything like that. So that would have been a crazy thing for production to wheel out. Jag is forced to, choose between his faith and it is a tenet. Okay, yeah, he has to choose between his faith and HOH. LeBron for 3 with the 100 bones, 100 pesos, 100 euros, 100 yen, 100 won, 100 kins cash. I appreciate it. Are you crazy? LeBron for 3. I'm starting to lean your way, by the way, when it comes to the LeBron as the 18th house guest theory. Because why else would he be so cagey with the Lakers about re-signing? You know what I mean? If he doesn't feel like the Lakers can provide him with the 1+1 contract that he wants, he might as well go to the Big Brother house. You feel me? But again, thank you so much. LeBron for 3. That's a tremendous amount of money. You are way too kind. Thank you. And thank you, Cadence, for the $10. Isn't Davon's child named Cadence? Shout outs to Davon's kid. But thank you for the $10. Do you watch Hassan Piker? I used to. I think he's fine. I will say, so you want to hear my weird Hassan take? You know the stupid Hassan opinion of he can't be a socialist, he's rich? I think that's stupid. Right. But I do think the fact that he's like a hype beast is a little bit incongruent with his view, his like worldview. I do believe in that a little bit. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong with it, and I think I agree with him on almost all issues, most of them. But I do think it is weird to me. It's odd. I'm not saying he can't have a nice house. It's LA. He's trying to support his family. Also, it's just fuck it. You make a lot of money. You could buy stuff. I just think it's like when you're talking about like, sorry, I'm so tired to be like talking about shit like this. But the giving the means of production to the workers, and you're also like wearing Supreme, like that just feels weird to me. You could take Hassan's spot in the space. It's the only way to get more hate than I get now is becoming Hassan. Like that's a kind of criticism I'm terrified of. Is that Claire? Claire. I think I identify more with Claire than I do just about any other Big Brother house guest ever. But thank you so much, Claire, for the $25. Super, super kind. I appreciate it. Hope everything is good in your neck of the woods. And thank you to Tim for the $25 as well. Tim, there's no chatter that I relate to more than you. But thank you, Tim, and of course, Claire. The one and only. Forgotti Wasabi with the 262. Thank you. I like you mixing up the donation numbers. I feel really bad for a lot of the 23 house guests. And look, I don't feel that bad. Like they're all okay and they're happy for, the cookout and everything. Actually, you know what? Let me take it back. I think part of my being at peace with Big Brother 25 is the fact that I never had a chance and there's nothing I could have done. Maybe that's how like Claire and Alyssa feel. Like, what could you have done? You know what I mean? Like, you were just cooked. And it's for very different reasons, of course. But I do think it is different. Endow, $50. Guys, we passed 5,000. Howdy, 5,000. That is crazy. 5K? This has to be our record for a charity stream. I think with Quinn, we got somewhere in the threes, right? That is insane. But thank you so much, Endow. Way too kind. That's crazy. $5,040. No more goals. Please keep donating. It's all going to a great cause. This has been a massive win. Everyone pat yourselves on the back. And I still have a big donation to put in myself. At the end of the stream, I'll get a stream report, and I'll add that to the donation pool. So I assume that'll probably end up being a few $100. So that's good. We need Joseph on stream. Yes. In an hour, I will be leaking pictures of Joseph, with his consent, of course. The Terran raid was huge. Terran is so interesting. He's really, dominated this space. It's really impressive. I guess that's what happens when you're good at what you do. I think they were waiting for 5K to turn the feeds on. Good job, everybody. It's very considerate of them. We're going to have to start making a decision of when I'm going to bed. I think I'm throwing in the towel at 2 Central, which is in 30 minutes. If we don't have feeds, I was going to say feeds are back on, but I'm looking at the camera one and Zay is talking to Vince, so that seems unlikely to me. But yeah, I think I'm going to give it another 30 before tucking in for the night. I have to go to bed for a root canal in 4 hours? That's fucked. I don't know. They do basically just use a shit ton of anesthesia these days, right? I'm sure you have to pay more for that kind of shit, but I got my wisdom teeth removed. I've had a couple oral surgeries for removing teeth and stuff. I never feel anything. I'm just knocked out. My wisdom teeth were one of the easiest things ever. You know what I can't do? I tried doing this today before this stream, and it pissed me off. I am incapable of napping if I'm on a schedule. If it's 3 p.m. and I have to go out at 5 p.m., I cannot nap for an hour and a half, 2 hours. The pressure of trying to nap, because knowing, the longer it takes for me to nap, the less sleep I'll get, kills me. Which is why I have self-diagnosed myself with OCD. Sorry, I actually do feel like it's corny, self-diagnosing, because it sometimes delegitimizes people who actually, are diagnosed. But the more I look into it, the compulsive thoughts is really what gets to me. That's what really makes me feel quite confident. Oh, I just cannot shake a certain thing, I thought you're a napper. I am a napper if there's no pressure. If it's just lay down and take a nap. But if there's a certain time I have to fall asleep by or wake up by, can't do it. Thank you, Emo Hamtara for the 25. Best speech and debate guy ever on Survivor or BB. Who else do we even got? Ronnie Talbot was a speech and debate guy. Zach, of course, was a speech and debate guy. T-Core was a college forensics person. Someone should make a Reddit post. Who's a better player, me or T-Core? That would do well. Do you think look into a diagnosis of Boston to be super busy so I understand if not? Yeah, I should. But it's more so laziness than time constraints. I don't know. I obviously, this is a silly question. There's always medication. But, what does that even look like for OCD? What is that? because here's I guess my concern, right? And this is probably just going to sound incredibly ignorant, but let me say my ignorant thoughts so you guys can tell me why it's stupid. What worries me about getting medicated for mental illness in general, especially when it comes to anxiety and like compulsive thoughts, is I think what makes me amazing and like what I can hang my hat on and what sets me apart from other people is my brain, right? And like I'm a big overthinker. I'm very neurotic, but I think there's a lot of benefits that come with that too, right? Like I think I'm a very smart person. I think it adds to my wit and like my ability to just ramble and talk, and like that's me, you know? So I fear that like by taking medication that kind of inherently is meant to calm you down a little bit, right? Like have you spiraling a little bit less. I won't just lose those compulsive thoughts. I'll also lose a bit of that like edge. You know what I mean? So again, this is like just my ignorant, like in my head, this is how it would work. A good example of it is Dramamine, which is obviously used for like motion sickness. It's impossible to make non-drowsy Dramamine because what the drug inherently does is like calm you down. So even if they have like less drowsy, it still has that effect because if it didn't have that effect, it wouldn't do anything. So let me read what you guys think. Totally understand this instinct, but could be worth looking into. I had that same fear. I thought I'd lose what makes me me when I got medicated, but it's made my life so much better. Yeah, it's less so about like, will I lose my identity and like feel like I'm someone else? It's not that. It's just that like I can feel when I'm on like the gummy, for example, or like I've been drinking a little bit and you're just a little bit more hazy, a little bit more foggy. I could feel that, you know? It's about adjusting to the dosage. There is no downside to trying it. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We've had some experiences in our family with Molly. Some anti-anxiety stuff. Like, you have to make sure you're good on the dosage and stuff. That's interesting, Shark, sorry. Getting a diagnosis is always helpful, and finding a doctor who you feel good with and trust. I'm not really picky. Like I'll trust anyone. I think here's a worry of mine. I've always thought about therapy, and this is not. I don't want people to think it's like a new thing. Cory needs therapy now. Why? Since the show, frankly, things have just gotten complicated my entire life, and I don't think I was built for a super complicated life. So I was always thinking about therapy. I will say a therapist would probably be very excited to have me because what an interesting case. But like, I think it would be very difficult for me to be fully vulnerable in that way because even when I'm trying to be vulnerable, I am not calculated, but I'm a thinker, you know? I don't have like zero filter. I always have something there. And that's me. It's not like me being fake. Like I am the filter, you know? So I think it would be really tough for me to not speak eloquently and actually get somewhere with therapy. Over-internalized overthinking. Basically, I don't think it's that deep. It's just like, you know, so here's, okay. How do I say this? I think there's a perception that it's like, you know, when people get like drunk and just say stuff, right? Like, yeah, people are like, that's the real you. That's your unfiltered thoughts. I don't believe that at all. I think people are a combination of like their impulses and their filter and their judgment. Right? Like, I think if you're missing one or two of these things, like, that's fine. That shows something about you, but it doesn't show the whole picture. So I think for me, it's like, my filter is in many ways like, you know, it's, if not for that, I would be a totally different person. And that version of me is not more authentic than this version of me. There are many forms of therapy you could explore. I want to do one of those like stupid, trendy versions of therapy, like paint therapy. America showed me that. It's like splatter paint. I just do it once and I'm all better. Okay, America and I were talking about this today. You know what I think is problematic's the wrong word, just stupid, is the breaking shit therapy. You know, like, I don't even know if it's therapy. Like, you go into those rooms with the baseball bat and, like, the mask, and you, like, bash and break stuff. My autistic son loves splatter paint therapy. That's so cool. The rage rooms. Yeah, I don't think it's, like, a real, like, method of bettering yourself. But I think it's, like... That's not healthy. I don't know. I've been very mad. I've been very sad. I've been very angry. I've been a lot of things, but I've never had like violent impulses. Like I want to. Okay, actually, I take that back. I have played FIFA Ultimate Team. I've slammed a controller or two. That is my exception. But that's just boys being boys. Like, what are you gonna do? Hey. It sounds dumb as fuck. Earlier, just getting good sleep and being outside as much as you can, especially in the morning. A lot of mental health problems are worsened by... Yeah, I think that's generally very good advice. I like sleeping late. You know, I don't like feed off the sun. I kind of hate the sun. The sun, like, drains me pretty bad. I also hate garlic. What's that about? It's weird. Huh. They would probably recommend ChatGPT therapy session. Why do people keep saying that about ChatGPT? Did Zay have a ChatGPT thing? Being awake at night means you're guaranteed you time. I used to think like that in college. Like I'd be up super, super late, and I would like it because it was only me. He said it once. Okay. He GPT'd his strategy. He had my phone number. Zay. Oh. My advice for the first HOH was just go kiss his ass immediately. A season and 5 episodes? I don't even know if he watched a season. He watched 26, I'm sure. He said his favorite was Tucker, so... I was like, okay. He did say Tucker was terrible at the game, though. Which I was like, okay, there's potential, maybe. The HOH wasn't his problem. It was, though. He nominated him. that was his major problem. Would you play Big Brother again? Or go on a different show? I think I'd rather play Big Brother than any other show. I just think it's, it's the one that means the most to me. Winning Big Brother would mean more to me than winning any other show. What a great anti-ChatGPT advertisement, though. Yeah. He might be one of the better first boots we had. I think that's maybe pushing it, but maybe. I think he's one of the better ones we've had recently. Why'd Riley vote out Zay? He's with Catherine, I guess. What about Genius Game US? No way it happens. No way. The next challenge champion? I don't think so. I don't think that's for me. His pitches were solid? Yeah, I think so. I think he had solid pitches. I think his campaign was honestly good overall. He got pretty close. But it was just, why the fuck would you keep him over these people? Yeah, it's kind of my thought, Katara. I'm kind of leaning that way. Kelly had gone home. How does she rank in all-time bad players? If Kelly had gone home, how does she rank in all-time bad players? She could be the worst ever, outside of ejections. Because, I mean, here's the thing. Like, is a player worse? This is kind of what we talked about with Tucker. Like, is a player who is doing fine and wouldn't be nominated and wouldn't be targeted, but is because of their own actions, volunteering for the block and throwing competition, stuff like that, is that worse than someone who, like, isn't doing all that stupid stuff, but is just hated socially? Like, which one's worse? For me, I tend to criticize the people who like actively put themselves in stupid situations. I think that's worse than just like being bad socially, because that could, on other seasons, you know, a bad social game could be an okay social game or a good social game. But I think Kelly would be one of the worst first boots ever. Yeah, I did, of course, with Zach and Dwight. I don't know where the fuck Dwight was recording from. But yeah, I watched it or listened to it on the plane. One of the planes that we were on recently. Bad social game could be sometimes just luck. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's luck in terms of just who you end up with, but there's certain people who are just like able to, you know, code switch, shapeshift. There's only a handful of people that you think could actually win. I disagree. Usually that does reveal itself at some point, but like I think this season is pretty wide open so far. I think that was one of the biggest problems with 25 was there was just so few winner candidates. At the start, it literally felt like it was going to be Suri, Izzy, Jared, me, Matt. And then as time went on, it became Jag, Matt, me, Suri. Then it was just Jag, Matt, Suri. And not even everyone was rating Jag as a winner. Like a guy with winning chances. You know, like, because you know Felicia couldn't win, Bowie couldn't win, Blue couldn't win, Americory couldn't win. Like, there was just no one who could win. Cameron couldn't win. Explain your win equity, please. I had win equity for the same reason I was targeted. Like, if I get to the end, I win against basically everyone. Everyone I could realistically end up in the end with. And, you know, there was no good competitors in the house. If I win a comp and get rid of Jag, I'm probably the second best competitor left, you know? Like, I don't want to say it was really close. I was close to winning. I wasn't, but the win equity was there. Sometimes people that you think could never win end up winning. It's rare, though. I mean, maybe you put Taylor in that boat because her journey was just so hard. But, like, Xavier was a very likely winner. Cody was a likely winner. Mickey was a likely winner. Casey, I think, was a pretty likely winner. Josh wasn't. Nicole was. Steve, I guess, wasn't. Most people are. There was a point in 25 where I was in the best position. Maybe a short time, but I was always in a good position. Like, even when I was in a bad position in the final 9-8, there was always the path. Whereas other people didn't have any paths. It's not like it just happened to be Jag. Like, Jag just was the best competitor and everyone knew it. But I agree in general. If America went on a comp run, you don't think she may get some respect votes despite being disliked in the House? People don't vote for someone they dislike. I think the only way she could have won is if she was against Felicia or if she cut me. Which maybe sounds self-centered, but, like, I think it's hard for her to gain respect when everyone was just going to give me the credit. Bowie. Are you saying America versus Bowie or just Bowie in general? Because look, everyone theoretically had win equity because they could have been next to Felicia, but Bowie didn't ever want to be next to Felicia. So, like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, if Felicia won and took Bowie, like, that's ridiculous. Nah, Bowie beats America, and it's ridiculous that Bowie beats America, but Bowie beats America. I think. I don't know, actually. America gets me. America gets Blue. America probably gets... Yeah, America could win that. No, America could win that. I think America does win that. I would give that to her. Because, like, Felicia and Suri hated Bowie. Because that's the problem. Like, America would have trouble getting those votes, but they hated Bowie. I think they would respect America more. Blue, I think, would, weirdly enough, vote for America over Bowie. Matt would be Bowie for sure. And Cameron, I think, would be Bowie. Jag would be America. Yeah, I think she wins like 5-2. Yeah, that's actually not close. But Bowie versus Felicia, I do think Bowie wins. I feel pretty confident. But that would never happen because Bowie was never taking Felicia. And Felicia was not in a position to take anybody. Blue hated Bowie. Yeah, Blue hated America too. But I think she liked America more. Blue and Jared would have like Bowie hate sessions for like no reason. All right, we got 14 minutes before I throw in the towel. How much feeds from your season did you watch? I watched as much as I could, but they were taken down immediately. Did you talk to anyone from 25? Not too much. Jag, probably the most after America. Jag and Bowie. Text with Izzy every now and then. Felicia and Suri liked America. They hated you, low-key. I think it's a delusional read. I think you're delusional. Felicia and I had our problems. I don't think Felicia hated me. But if you think they loved America, that's a take. Very good at pretending. There's a lot of jerks, Sonny. There's a lot of them. It wasn't like, it's not like, oh, just the one or two jerks. Like, no, I'm not ending stream. I'm gonna be going to bed on stream. They said they didn't like you. Come on. I just think like you're being a little wrong, Lex. Sometimes you're wrong. Do you want us to somehow wake you up if they come on? No. Well, you know, what are you gonna do? I'll give up. Not me being delusional either, Lex. It's like, and I mean this with love. Suri and Felicia were miserable. You watch the feeds though? I experienced it. Shut up. Like Suri was, like they were just miserable. They were bitching about everyone. You know what I mean? Like, Matt, Jack, and Bo were the only outright jerks in the feeds the last 4 weeks or so. That's a stupid take as well, but we don't have to go into it. We've already done that one. Wouldn't you be miserable too when you know you have zero shot to win because it's impossible to win a comp that season? I mean, if I came in with my son and two people who are diehard fans of me, I'd like to think I would have figured something out. Or if I didn't figure something out, I'd be like, oh, well, what are you going to do? It happens. And if I'm Felicia, I would, try to work with the people who I could beat instead of the people I can't beat. Basically, I'm saying, like, everyone had a reason to be miserable. It's your choice whether or not you are. And I was miserable at times, but overall I had a good time. Might have played a role feeling hella right, but it's not like Luke was the first time that happened. No, I don't think it's mostly toward... First of all, they said a lot of crazy stuff about America, to be clear. Not as much about me. Like, she called me a fucker. I don't care about that. It's fine. But I think most of the stuff they said was about other people. Maybe some of the other people you listed. Are you in decent terms with Suri? Yeah. I don't think I'm on any terms with Suri. I mean, Jared and Suri came to Nashville. They asked to hang out. We were in Greece. But we would have. I have no beef with them. I feel bad. I feel like I'm always, I wouldn't say put in a position, because like it's my choice, like to talk bad about Suri and her game. And like, I think Suri's really good at Big Brother. She's better at Survivor, but I think she's really good. It's just, I think, I feel like the perception of her game versus the reality is like one of the bigger rifts from that season. I feel like everyone else has pretty accurate reads on most people. You know? As long as Jared doesn't tweet. I don't want anyone to tweet. Do you agree with Entertainment Weekly ranking your season 18 out of all BB seasons? That sounds right. Yeah, I think BB 25 is the epitome of like a mid-tier, mid-low, mid-tier season. What do you tell Rachel about Surie's game? I think Surie is really good at making you feel like you're on the inner circle. Like Surie will talk shit about someone to you, and you'd be like, oh, Surie's so close to me. That's why she's willing to share this with me. And then she might go shit talk you to someone else. And they'll feel the same way. Like, she's just really good at making you feel like you're one of her people. I wonder how she would have done on 26, like having just some equitable comps without one person winning. Y'all, she wasn't good at the equitable comps. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is where I feel like I'm shit-talking her for no reason. But, like, she wouldn't win the 26 comps either. Like, we have a big sample size of Surie with comps. Like, that's not what she's good at. She's good at so many other things. But the equitable comps don't matter for Surie. She came close in that bowling comp. That bowling comp, I think, is the worst Surie moment of the entire season. She targeted Felicia. There's no excuse for that. That is insanity. Feeds on? I don't believe you. We are live? Oh, fucking kill me. I was about to go to bed. All right, let me lock in.
They're probably not gonna believe me anyway because
I have to mute the desktop audio, I think. Okay. It's Jimmy. That's awesome. Jimmy HOH is fire. Jimmy was trying to throw it to Rachel. My cam froze. One sec. I'm trying to reactivate my camera. I don't know what's happening. Who's Jimmy? You're talking to Keanu? What the fuck is 7-Eleven? I've never heard of 7-Eleven. People came up with to mock Keanu's proposed alliance. That's funny. Shut up, Coco. How dare. Keanu's pitching Rachel to Jimmy? Like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Well, you didn't confront him, but you went to everyone else and campaigned against him. Who are we thinking for noms? Keanu, Zach, and Vinny? I wouldn't think Vince, to be honest. I wouldn't think Zach. I would think Keanu, Kelly are the locks. My guess would be Keanu, Kelly, and Adrian. I just don't know why he'd protect Adrian. Or Riley. Riley voted with them. Will's lying. Will's lying, right? Isn't that what that means? I don't think I can help you, Amon. What about Zach? No, Zach was crying when Zay left. No way. I think they're going to believe Will and think Riley's lying, which is so funny. I think they'd believe Ava. I think a Jimmy HOH is survivable for Vince. I think he could be fine, but it's not ideal. His numbers are going to be dwindling a little bit. But he's very spread out throughout the house. He has a lot of little connections. Kelly, Keanu, Adrian. That was my picks, yeah. This is a great outcome, though. Jimmy's insane. He just said Rachel and Amy. He's saying this to fucking Keanu. This is why you're not a guaranteed nom. It's so funny. What is Keanu talking about? I don't think there's no reason to backdoor Keanu. You just put him up. Cory shared his opinion on Braun for all, meaning like LeBron? Quinn, you know that we got an HOH, right? It's a fire question. This is a trap. Like, Keanu's going to go up no matter what, and Jimmy's just getting information out of him. It's not, like, super, like, important, surprising information. But who do I think would be the replacement nom if it's Kelly, Keanu, and Adrian? At that point, probably, like, Riley would be my guess. If they don't believe Riley's vote, maybe. Maybe Will if they find out he was the vote. Nah, I don't think Ashley. She's on the other side of things. Zach, Keanu, Vince is better TV. It's not all about TV. He wants to make good TV moments, but he also wants to win. That would be crazy. Heavy hitters, I don't think matters. It's just they like Zach. No, not Rachel, Ashley, me. It was Rachel, Ashley, and Amy, not me. Nah, they like Catherine. Jimmy loves Catherine. Won't be Catherine. She's safe. Nah, Jimmy likes Vince. They get along. And Vince has connections on the other side. Like, that's why Vince is in a good position. Not a good position. A survivable position. That's such a funny thing to say. Zay was going to be up so many times. Anyone catch Morgan and Ava talking about powers up for grabs in the comp? Yeah, I mean, we have that safe that's closed. I will say, big picture, though, I'm glad Jimmy's HOH because, like, there's a certain subset of people on this season who I want to see an HOH from. Jimmy's one of them. Kelly might be one of them. Ava's one of them. Rachel's one of them. Like, I want to start crossing them off. I don't know if his position improved dramatically. What Vince needs to do is bond with, like, Ashley, which he's already been doing. To bond with Mickey. To bond with Rachel. Like, Vince being better with Rachel would save his game. Will and Kelly have powers? Fuck. Someone has a secret veto. God, why are they doing so much this season? Yeah, it's Will and Kelly. Kelly having a power is crazy. So what the fuck does... How does that affect Jimmy? What he wants to do? Catherine should be safe on a Jimmy HOH. I think Jimmy would be more open to targeting Lauren before Catherine. I don't think Quinn should be driving at this hour. Not with his mind in this state. Isn't Lauren in the bond? I'm gonna kill you. I don't think the bond matters. Jimmy's also not in the bond, right? Yeah, I don't think Jimmy's in the bond. So what does that matter to him? Jimmy's putting up Keanu. I've seen enough. I will say it is kind of interesting, Kelly having. I mean, look, I don't like it. You guys know how I feel about twists and powers and whatever. But the fact that Kelly and Zach are safe, I don't think Zach would really be a target, but like, it really narrows what the fuck Jimmy can do. The thing is, Jimmy still has to put up Kelly, because I assume Kelly would be able to use the veto on Keanu or her ally. So you have to put her up, so she has to use it on herself. But yeah. You could name 6 noms. That'd be fire. Bad for Adrian. It's really bad for Adrian. All these people who should be easy noms not being safe. Or not being vulnerable. In what world is Vince the 4th nom? Look, if enough people have safety, it could fall on Vince eventually, which would be very unlucky. Second HOH is pretty cursed. Chelsea just won, right? Is it HOH time? While they're doing this, I'm going to go get the cushions for bedtime. One sec. Actually, I'll keep these on so I don't have to reconnect them. Hello, hello, hello. I'm gonna brush my teeth and take the gummy and get commence bedtime position. But we'll land on a YouTube video for y'all to watch if you're gonna hang out and chat. Okay. So I'm gonna go do that. So hang tight for like 4 minutes, and then I'll put you guys to bed. I'll tuck you guys in. Okay. Sound good? All right. One sec. Back to pets is crazy. Okay, what are you guys feeling? Are you feeling my Meridian review idea? I just like that because it's like 6.5 hours long. It's actually 8 hours long. We'll do that. We'll put that on for now. I assume you can't play the feeds. That would be a loophole. Not even allowed to talk about comps anymore. They have always been cagey about what do they call them? Like secret powers, you know? Any final? Thank you, Kelly, for the $10. Zachary for the 50. He's very happy about the Jimmy HOH. Shout outs to you, Zachary. And Pepper Go for the $10. Thank you. We were at 51.35 as our final total for tonight. Of course, we got some more tomorrow. But that's pretty damn good. I'm pretty happy with that. I don't know. All right, 7 hours and 52 minutes is this video. Let's go ahead and change this to this.
This ranking I have done up to this point by a
you guys hear
significant
that?
margin,
Is it
and
way
that is
too
a
loud?
ranking
Give me
of
a-
every player to ever
yeah,
play
just change
Big
it to
Brother
the live
US.
stream
To where previously, my biggest ranking I've
Yeah,
done
it's
was
Jimmy
last
Mom.
year when I ranked every BB Can player. However, then there was 148 Big Brother Canada players. With BBUS here, there are 312, literally over double the
Kinda
amount of
loud.
players.
I'll
This really
drop
ends
it.
up
Tell me
being a
when, we're
ridiculous
good.
list. Obviously, on a scale I haven't attempted
about
before.
here?
Now, I should mention the fact that, again, this is
Is
going to
this
be a
good?
ranking of every player to have played Big Brother US. There will be
You're
a
not gonna be able
major
to hear
exclusion
me
from that,
at
and the fact that
night,
no one
so-
from BB1 will be on this list is obviously BB1, which is obviously a very different season, wasn't the same game, so those people won't be on. Outside of obviously Chicken George, who did play on All Stars, so he will be
It's
on
at
this
55.
list. Beyond
It's
that,
at
there will be no
55.
celebrity, there will be no BBOTT on this list. I will probably
That's
end up
good.
making separate videos for those at some point down the road, and this is simply ranking every player
Nah,
from the
Jimmy's
mainline
a
series
huge-
based on
is
how
a
I feel
really
about them
exciting
as
one, though.
players in the grand scheme of things,
Okay,
and not
so that's
necessarily
that.
just their respective
Let's see what
seasons.
angle
So again, we got a lot to talk through here. With that, let's start off with the ranking. Starting it off at number 312, the worst player of Big Brother US continues to be Jacob from BB9, who I've talked about this in the past, where he was number one on my worst players of all time list, and what a shocker, he's on the bottom of this list. Again, he is a player that makes such a boneheaded decision, where there is this power
I don't really want you
couple
guys
in the
to see
game
me
that has
super
the
well.
sole vote to evict. His infinite wisdom, he decides to
If I angle
openly
up a
target
little.
them, ends up lying to them in a very convoluted way that just leads to him coming off as even more sketchy. He was in a position where he should have just been perfectly
there.
safe, though after he
little
blows
higher
up
up,
his
feel
own game, which is really what a lot of these bottom place players on this list end up being. Or straight up, there are going to be changes from my top 10 worst player list to this current list, though Jacob was someone that had to be in the spot he was in. Never once doubted this decision here. Where Jacob's here at number 312. Now at 311, we're moving on to
put
the
on some
second worst
text
player of
as
all
well.
time, who is still Willie Hance. And Willie, for me, again, I just think is another one. Actively blew up his game. Was given such a cushy landing spot with him being handed HOH, him having these easy outs of people who he wants to target. He could have had a very easy first HOH reign, but then decides to make it just overly complicated by making too many deals. He ends up going on a power trip across the week to where by the end of the week, he's a dead man walking, doesn't get his target out, and proceeds to get himself ejected from the game. To where it really felt like the only allies he really had in the game were simply just due to the fact that he was handed them through the coach's twists, where had it not been for that, he would have been a complete dead man walking. And again, it feels like a situation where he completely did it to himself. I do think he's a terrible player. He's here at 311. Now number 310, we're moving on to, shockingly, another
can sleep
player
in your
from Big
bed.
Brother 9, and this player is
I took
Jen.
the gummy,
And I
it's
think
fine.
Jen is kind of an understated worst player of all time.
Yeah,
where no
but
one
it's
really
against the
talks about
spirit to sleep
Jen
in my
from
room.
BB9. Where Jen's another one that I just think actively blows up her game. She's in this position where her and Parker were in the power couple and could have
Yeah, they
gotten
don't
a
want me
lot
to
of social
just,
capital
like-
through doing so, but instead they just make themselves the
Whatever. I'm
next
trying to figure
target,
out
with
the-
Jen being a very
the
abrasive
sleeping
personality that
text
not many people
thing.
liked. Really, by the end of the season, part of the reason why Ryan ends up losing a jury vote is because people didn't want to give the money to Jen. She also unnecessarily reveals her relationship with Ryan to the rest of the house, which was bad, and again just puts this massive bullseye on her back, while also later throwing Ryan under the bus, which is not a particularly good look. To where, I mean, to be fair, that's probably like the one minor positive I'll give to her, is the fact that she was at least willing to do pretty much anything to stay in the game. But again, the way she played the game was just terrible to begin with. So because of that, for me, she's here at number 310. Number 309, we're getting to some changes on the list here, where with my worst players of all time, I did largely exclude the players that were ejected or quit the game in positions where they weren't
I can't move
necessarily
the
going
QR code,
home. But
unfortunately,
this
guys,
time
bad
I
news.
decided to include them. So at 309, we do have Megan from BB19. And I mean, to be fair, in retrospect, I probably could have put Megan on the list, but Megan, I think, is a terrible player, and one that seemingly gets paranoid and starts spreading false information about Alex. She's someone that didn't really gel with the cast,
Tom
was more
did
likely
make it,
going to be the
okay.
first boot anyway, where again, she was nominated and was the target. Though, to be fair, again, Josh won safety, and then who knows if Cody would have tried to backdoor Paul by the end, but still, I mean, like, someone that was pretty much a social pariah in the house by the time she went home, and even then didn't even stay obviously the full round of the game. To where I think the thing that you can give her at least some credit for is the fact that she did survive the Cameron eviction, though again that really wasn't much of anything. So I do think Megan is a pretty bad player, one that I can't really see doing well in many seasons of Big Brother, and that's why she's here at 309. Now at 308, we're moving on to another really bad player that left due to weird circumstances, and that is Scott from BB4. And
Okay,
Scott gets
that'll be
expelled
it.
from the
I'm
game,
gonna
though really
turn
even
off
before that,
the
I think
audio
he was playing
for the
a
night.
very rocky game. One
I'm not
where
sure when I'll
while
wake
there were
up. I'm not
seemingly
gonna stress
points
about
where
waking
he
up
would
too
get along
early.
with people, and he did have allies
probably not
in
gonna
like
sleep,
Erica and Jack and
super
David.
late, just
He
'cause
also
it'll
was
be
this
weird
very
sleeping
frantic
on
personality, getting
But,
constantly paranoid, and
yeah, I'll
just
see you
seemed really
guys in the
miserable
morning.
while in the house.
This
And to
is
be
Quinn's
fair,
boy,
part of that
Scott.
is obviously due to the fact that the X
And
Factor was
we'll,
in play
we'll
here,
stream
and
a bit
Amanda
for
was in the
Noms, so
house, which he wasn't
I appreciate you guys,
expecting, but he just really
and I
completely
will see you in the morning.
cracks
I
under
might
that
switch off with
pressure
America
and makes
early
a
in the
massive
morning,
target of
so I can
himself.
get
Where
some
had it not been for the
off-camera
fact that he was
sleep. But
part
we'll
of
see.
the Elite Eight, he probably would have just been the boot in the first week anyway, with there even being talks about backdooring him that first week. To where, and Scott is a really bad player. For my one credit to him is the fact that he at least had some allies, but again, it's not really enough to put him much higher here than number 308. Number 307, we're moving on to a very recent player of the show, one that was pretty astronomically bad, and here we do have Luke Valentine from BB25, who obviously gets himself expelled by the end of week 1. So he obviously comes off as a massive idiot due to that, but if it wasn't for that, he still would have been a terrible player, as he's still someone that was not really involved in any alliances outside of his creation of the Phalanx 5, which is the only thing I'll give him a little bit of credit for, even though again to everyone involved in that it was a fake alliance, to where by the time at like day 2 he just simply was not involved in anything going on, where had it not been for the fact that he was given initial safety due to how the initial noms functioned, he more than likely would have been on the block against Kirsten, and he more than likely would have been on his way out by the end of that week. And even then, there was talks about backdooring him as well, to where really, again, I feel like Luke plays an all-time bad game. I don't feel like he really had much prospects moving forward, where no one really wanted to work with him outside of just the general concept of using him as a number just to expose of him later. So because of that, for me, I have Luke here at number 307. Now 306, we're kind of back to more normal players that weren't expelled or quit, and here we do have Jace from BB17, who again I think is a pretty bad player, one that again instantly comes off as a massive threat, one that didn't really seem to know the game that well, was a pretty consensus target for the majority of the house, where while he did have some connections to the Nolan twins.
I actually just thought about it. It's probably important for me to set up like a video queue, because I don't know what the fuck's gonna play after this. And I don't know if I want to let autoplay decide, you know what I mean? How do I do this? Why are the lights on? I have a blind mask, so it doesn't really make a difference to me. I should make a playlist, right? It's probably the smartest way of doing it. How do I create a playlist? Am I blind? Like a YouTube playlist. Add to watch later. I'm trying. I don't see it. I feel so stupid. What do you mean add to watch later? I feel like I always see that button, except I can't right now. No, I don't want to download it. Delete. I don't want to share it. It's the save button? Where the fuck is the save button? This feels less intuitive than it should be. feel like I'm fucking blind. I don't understand. Three dots, then save. I don't fucking see three dots. Anywhere. Three dots next to a share button. And then I see, oh, you're saying save. Okay, I understand. I understand. Got it. Thank you.
Back to more normal players that weren't expelled or quit. And here we do have Jace from BB17, who, again, I think is a pretty bad player. One that, again, instantly comes off as his massive threat. One that didn't really... Alright, guys, BLM here, back with just the general concept of using him as a number just to expose of him later. So because of that, for me, I have Luke here at number 307. Now 306, we're kind of back to more normal players that weren't expelled or quit. And here
okay,
we do have
be good.
Jace.
Can you guys
from
hear?
BB17,
Does it sound okay?
who, again, I think is a pretty bad player. One that, again, instantly comes off as his massive threat. One that didn't really seem to know the game that well. Was a pretty consensus target for the majority of the house, where while he did have some connections to the Nolan twins and obviously Austin, we did want to keep him, he still was pretty dead to rights at the moment that he went on the block. With him just instantly be looked at as a pretty massive target. And along with that, we also get some pretty actively bad play through, again, him making his alliance with Austin too apparent, to him doing some terrible campaigning, with his campaigning to Steve in particular just being some all-time terrible gameplay there, with him essentially berating Steve while trying to get his vote there. And I mean, Jace is someone that I just think came off as a massive target and someone that was so unaware of his game and really was just so actively bad at trying to stay, to where for me he does end up being here number 306. Number 305, moving on to another player that I've talked about before, and that is Joey from BB16, who, again, I think is a pretty bad first boot. I mean, Joey is someone that, like, to give her some credit, I could see a world where Joey does well if she returns. I don't think she's someone that's, like, doomed to just continuously be an early boot, but she's not one that, like, didn't really seem to know the game particularly well. She did kind of blow up her spot through her being kind of the ringleader of this all women's group that got rat out instantly, and along with that did also have some pretty terrible campaigning to where she was just a pretty clear unanimous vote. And to give her a little bit of credit as well, there is the fact that Caleb didn't actually want to backdoor her. That was a decision that pretty much like everyone kind of forced onto him, so at least there's that. But really just a player that I do think doesn't have that much to really praise for her in her one run. So because that, for me, she's at 305. Now at 304, we're kind of in a series of a couple people that I think really just had nothing going on in the game. And at 304, we have Ashlea, the first boot of BB6, who, in comparison to some of the people we've talked about already, I think those people are more actively bad in how they played their games, while Ashlea is simply just there. She doesn't really do much. She doesn't really try to play the game. She doesn't really try to really build bonds with a lot of the people in the house. She's simply just there. Someone being targeted right away, gets taken out right away. Again, there's not really much to say about her, but she just doesn't really seem to do much in the game. Or again, she just ended up being kind of an easy consensus first boot, so there's not really much to really praise from her, and she's here at number 304. Now, number 303, we have a very similar first boot, and that comes from Carol from BB8. And Carol's another one that, again, like, didn't really seem to try to play the game that much. She just seemed to be kind of resigned to going out. She was kind of really okay with going out first. She didn't really try to build many relationships in the house. The one thing I would say, like, between Carol and Ashlea is the fact that Carol at least, like, came in with a little bit of unlucky circumstances of her rival from high school and Jessica was in the house with her, which was, again, a really ridiculous situation. Though I do think it's something that painted her in a negative light. So I think that's like a bit of unlucky circumstances for her, but really just outside that, she didn't really seem to want to be there. So not much to truly praise, and because that, she's here at number 303. Number 302, this is a player that I've gone significantly down on in my latest rewatch of their season, and that person is Holly from BB5. And really, I feel like Holly plays pretty much as terrible of a game as she could. I mean, she is someone that had literally no one wanting to keep her around outside of Jace, and even people on her own side were people that ended up leading the charge and getting her out. Or literally her run on the season is her being saved in week 1 because her showmance is HOH, her in week 2 having to be saved by her showmance winning the veto in a position where she was dead to rights had that not been the case, and then in week 3 she's taken out by one of her showmance's main ally. Again, it's a really bad stretch of gameplay, with her also having nothing really going on in the game, despite the fact that people thought she was the super smart player when she's anything but. So again, just a really bad player, and she's here at number 302. Now at 301, a player that also had nothing really going on in the game, but at least this person wasn't the target their week they got booted, at least. So that person is Pow Pow from BB16. And again, she didn't do much in the game. Really, I think she's pretty similar to the likes of Ashleia and Carol, and the fact that she's not really actively playing the game, and it's kind of looked at as this pretty easy person to take out. Though again, to give her some credit, again, at least she wasn't going to be the initial target, and she had already survived the block in week 1. Again, she was staying for a good chunk of the week in week 2. So in fact, again, at least she had good bonds with the likes of Donnie and Jocasta and some of the people on that side, or again, she at least had something going on. Again, not much of anything, but still at least something. So because she's here at number 301. Now number 300, we're moving on back to a player that got taken out due to wonky circumstances. That player is Justin from BB2. And obviously Justin is going to constantly be remembered as the would you be mad if I killed you guy. But Justin's actually someone that I think is kind of an interesting player. It would have been interesting to see how his game played out, in the sense that, again, he was working alongside Chilltown, which is actually not a good thing considering Chilltown was on the outs. And he was kind of with that group to where he was going to be left out of the Cheryl vote when that eventually came. But again, through that, he had some allies at least. He also had, again, the connection to Krista. He had the connection to Kent, even though that was a rocky relationship. I think he at least had some potential moving on in the game. He wasn't as much of a hothead as he was, though, obviously due to his personality clashes, I don't really expect him to go that deep into the game. But I do feel like, again, at least there was some level of potential there. He at least had some inroads. So that's why he's here number 300. Now number 299, we're moving back to Big Brother 8, where here we're going to be talking about Joe, the second boot of the season, where Joe's a player that, straight up, I do feel like I'm probably not the most informed on his overall run in the season. I don't really know much of what Joe is really doing on his season, to where I do feel like Joe kind of felt like this very expendable person in the house, while also, again, like Carol, got a little bit unlucky in the fact that his ex-boyfriend was in the house alongside him, though also at the same time, I do feel like the way that Joe would treat Dustin did actually end up working against him, and no one really trusted Joe in the game. Now, again, something to give him minor credit for is the fact that at least he wasn't the initial target coming into week 2, though by the time that Danielle uses the veto, obviously he does become the target instead. And at least he did have Kale fighting for him to stay, so at least that's something, but still not much of anything, to where I don't feel like Joe really has much to truly praise. So he's here number 299. Number 298, we're moving on to a player that I think is a bit tough to assess, with this player being one that is largely credited for the creation of one of the most important strategies in the history of the show, but really his game outside that is kind of bad, and that person is Mike Lebinsky from BB5. Obviously the person that gets credit for the formation of the back door, with him being the person to initially bring up the concept of putting up your target after the veto ceremony. However, outside of that, Mike Lebinsky's game is kind of bad. Again, I do think he has some good strategic thoughts at points. He definitely is a very innovative strategic thinker for the time. However, he is also someone that very much ostracized himself in the house. He did play a bit aggressively, where he did build these bonds with Diane and Drew and Marvin, and was kind of openly targeting the likes of Jason Scott, who were, again, the people in power, which was not a good move, along with the fact that he kind of just resigned himself by the end, which, to be fair, I don't know how much of a fighting shot he really would have had being on the block against Nokomis, but he doesn't really seem to try that much after the veto ceremony. So that's obviously something to critique as well, to where, again, I just think Mike Lebinsky is a player that, again, he is this high simply because of his strategic acumen, but I don't really see him doing well in most given seasons, to where he's here at number 298. Number 297, we're moving on to another similarly awkward player in the game, and here we do have Andrew Gordon from BB12. And And Andrew's someone that I'm not as high on his strategic ability as I am with Mike Levinsky. However, he at least made it further in the game. Andrew at least made it to week 3 while still having a very close ally in Brendan that wanted to try to keep him around. We also have Andrew being a pretty active player in him, coming up with that last-ditch plan to throw Hayden and Kirsten under the bus, along the fact that, again, he was still playing hard. It's just that, again, no one really trusted him. But again, it was still a guy that was pretty awkward in the house. He was definitely outside of the core group to where he was just a pretty expendable number to be taken out at the time that he was, and one that just in general is a pretty sloppy player. So because of that, for me, he's here at number 297. Now, number 296, we're moving on to a player that is also really bad, being a pretty big social pariah in the house, though, is also someone that at least had some allies. That person is Michael from BB6, a player that, again, seemed to pretty much be lucked out by the fact that he at least had Kaser, who is his friend from outside the show with him, along the fact that he obviously had a showmance with Janelle, where outside of that, he didn't really have much going on in the game. He was someone that wasn't particularly well liked. He was always looked at as pretty creepy by the other house guests. Though, again, the one thing I'll give him some credit for is the fact that he did seem to be part of a actual alliance at the very beginning of this group with Happy and Kaser, this like men's alliance that at least was something, but it doesn't really cultivate to anything. And obviously he ends this week in this massive blowout that just really secures the fact that he's going home. So all that's pretty poor play, but there at least seemed to be some potential in week 1, but still an all-around pretty bad player that just was kind of the social pariah in the house. That's why he's here at 296. Now at 295, so we're kind of starting this tier of players that were very self-destructive, but at least had some minor high points to them. We're starting that off with Amanda from BB9, and Amanda's a player that, again, like, I think she just came off as very annoying to her other house guests. She was someone that put a massive bullseye on her back, to where it does lead to her and Alex being targeted, with it mostly being an anti-Amanda sentiment over an anti-Alex sentiment. Though I will say the thing I will give her credit for is the fact that she did actually come relatively close to staying. There was this plan in place to keep Alex and Amanda around that fell through at the very last second, to where, again, at least there's that. And again, Amanda did seem like a very active player. Again, not necessarily the greatest player at points, but again, still active, where at least there's that. But to me, it's her complete lack of allies, and also the fact that she just completely annoyed most of the house and was a sloppy player, to where that makes her a bit tough to rank much higher here than number 295. Now number 294, we're moving on to a player that was in my bottom 10 the last time around, alongside a lot of the players we're actually about to be talking about. However, I moved them up just because I felt like there were some pros to their games. But either way, starting that grouping off with Caitlin Herman from BB20, who, again, like, the thing to give her credit for is the fact that she did seem to be liked socially. Again, she did have a pretty solid grouping of allies at the beginning. Now, again, she blew that up and turned against them by the end of week 1. But again, at least she did have these really good bonds with Haley and Rockstar early on. She obviously had the bond with Tyler. She had that relationship with Fessy. She also had like connections to Rachel. Like, she was seemingly decent socially. The problem is that she's a complete mess strategically, where obviously she just blows up her own game through flipping against her own alliance due to being manipulated by Tyler, and somehow is like used as a scapegoat, as this like shield for Tyler, or people are thinking that Caitlyn is manipulating him, which is pretty insane. To where, again, Caitlyn is a really terrible player, with her just blowing up her own game, which is why she's here at number 294. Now number 293, we're moving on to another pretty well-known all-time bad player, that being Frenchie from BB23, who, which again is one of the more prototypical players that go on this massive power trip, only to proceed to be taken out the following week. This kind of what not to do if your first HOH. Though at the same time, again, like, to give credit to Frenchie, I mean, he does come out of week 1 not even being the actual main target for the majority of the house. He gets very unfortunate in the fact that Kylan, one of the only people that was directly coming for him in particular, ends up winning HOH, along the fact that there were just people that outright wouldn't have come for him. The likes of like a Brett, the likes of a Big D, Whitney, like there were people that didn't want to come for him at the end of week 1. So again, at least that's something, but obviously still a train wreck of a game, one that had him playing just way too aggressively. And because of that, for me, he's here at number 293. Now number 292, moving on to, again, a step above Frenchie, we got Devin Shepard from BB16. And again, Devin is essentially Frenchie, but at least made it to week 3 instead instead of week 2. At least that's something. Now, to be fair, Devin had less allies by the time he gets taken out than Frenchie, where again, Frenchie still had some people wanting to keep him around. Devin didn't. I mean, Devin pretty much blew up all of his relationships by that point in the game, though he does put in a valiant effort in his final week, where I actually think he plays his final week pretty well, even though he was pretty doomed to begin with, to where he did get some people to consider changing their minds and keeping him, though it's just a very tough task for him to actually get that to go through. But obviously, it's just a disastrous first 2 weeks, him forming the majority alliance at the very beginning, only for him to then continuously doing things without his alliance's approval, making him a massive target by the end of week 1, and then he wins HOH week 2, only to then fail to do anything that he wanted, just making himself an even bigger target. So again, it's pretty terrible play, but I feel like his decent play in the final week, along with the fact that he did create the initial majority, was enough to put him at 292. Number 291, moving on to a player that also was a massive mess of a player, but at least this person had some people actively keeping her around for multiple rounds, and that person is Audrey from BB17, who again is obviously this massive overplayer in the game, someone that gets this massive bullseye on their back, where they're constantly getting caught in her lies, and just overall a very sloppy player, but one that again at least did have like Shelly, Clay, and Vanessa wanting to keep her around, going out of their way to keep her around, despite the rest of the house wanting her out. To her, while obviously, yes, it is a fundamental issue, the fact that she had the majority of the house wanting her out to begin with, and was essentially lucked out by certain comp results, I do think it's still pretty good work that she was able to cultivate that core group that wanted to keep her around, though at the same time, she is later taken out by that group due to her own sloppy play, but to me, it's still that little bit of decent work there that has her at 291. Now, number 290, we're moving on to another sloppy player that was in my bottom 10, and here we do have Bella from BB21. And again, Bella is just another pretty messy player that just constantly leaks information, despite the fact that it's not even to her benefit. She throws her own allies under the bus, to where that just ruins her position in the game, in a position where, again, she actually was in a pretty good spot week 1, which is the main reason why she's at the top of this kind of grouping here, where, again, she at least was in a good position at one point, but then just blows that all up for herself. Though even then, survives until week 4, which is longer than most people we've talked about so far. And even in that spot, she's kind of screwed over by Christie's Diamond Power of Veto, where that really forced Cliff's hand in letting Bella go out that round. To where, while again, no matter what, she wasn't really in that good of a spot anyway, it does kind of feel like she got screwed over by Twist to a degree, but really the rest of her game is also still very, very bad. So that's why she's here at number 290. Now, number 289, we're moving on to a player that made it the furthest of any of the people we're talking about so far, so at least there's that, but is also a player that really just scrapes that position by the skin of her teeth, and that player is Kale from BB8. And Kale is just kind of a terrible player. I mean, she's someone that, despite being the first HOH and could have gained a lot of leverage from that position, she simply doesn't, due to the fact that a lot of people didn't like her, a lot of people did not agree with her political beliefs, which also kind of left her on the outs, to where, while she had formed the Mrs. Robinson alliance, it never really felt like a true alliance, with Nick playing both sides anyway. You had like Zach and Mike, who were not the greatest allies for her. Also, she had this like relationship with Jen that obviously didn't do her any dividends. Obviously openly comes after Evil Dick, and that's not a particularly great move either. And she's simply like in this position to where, like, despite the fact that she could have gained so much social capital through her HOH, she really spends most of the game with no social capital, being on the block 3 weeks in a row before finally being taken out, which, to be fair, the way that she gets taken out is in a position where she's not even the target. She gets taken out by accident, but it's still a pretty terrible game. So for me, she's here at number 289. Now, number 288, we're moving on to another player from BB8. Here we do have the third boot of the season, and we do have Mike. And Mike is someone that did seem like a very palatable person. I don't know how many people were really like upset at Mike in the game, but he also was just kind of there. I mean, he was just kind of a boring figure on the season that didn't really seem to build these like really lasting bonds outside of his relationship with the Mrs. Robinson alliance. But even then, that was a minority group, and he even himself blows up his own spot, where again, he wasn't the target coming into that round, but he makes himself the target by antagonizing Dick, which is just a terrible move there. Though again, at least he wasn't the initial target, so that's something. But again, it's enough to land him here at number 288. Now, 287, we're moving on to a player that I was a bit conflicted on. I really wanted to put this person at the very bottom of the list. However, the thing that stopped me is obviously the fact that this person at least had half the house wanting him to stay, and that person is Braden from BB11. And Braden sucks. Like, Braden just seems like a terrible person. Obviously showed no remorse for making racist comments, and because, again, don't have any respect for him as a person. But in terms of the game he played on this season, he obviously did have half the house wanting him to stay. He did go out in a tiebreaker. He was also backdoored adored that week, where he didn't have much of a chance of saving himself in that light either. To where, again, the fact that he got half the house to keep him, despite the fact that he was making racist comments, is something. Though at the same time, how much that was even the work that he did, I think it's more so the work that Laura and Jordan did to pull votes over to his side than him doing anything actively right, where if anything, he actually burned his relationship with Lydia and Kevin even more, further securing the fact that he wouldn't stay. So again, it's mostly bad, but I do think the fact that he at least had a lot of people wanting to keep him around is enough to put him at 287. Now number 286, moving on to essentially a slightly better version in Brayden, I guess, and that's David Gurton from BB15. And again, like, David sucks also. I mean, pretty much the same thing as I said about Brayden, just actually with less people wanting to keep him around. There's still some. I mean, he still had the likes of Aaron, Gina Marie, and Caitlin on his side, though for him, I think the main credit I'll give him is the fact that he wasn't actually supposed to be the target, in the sense that if it had not been for the MVP power, there is a good chance he isn't the target that week, where that's the only reason why he's on the block. Now, again, you can argue the fact that would McRae have just put up David to begin with had he known that there was no chance of getting David up in any other way. But still, I feel like that's at least something to give David some credit for, even though the rest of his game is also really bad. So again, here at number 286, now 285. Again, another one of these first boots that had some numbers behind them. And here we do have Jose from BB18. And Jose is obviously someone that, again, had a good chunk of allies by his side. He had almost half the house wanting to keep him. He also had very strong relationships with likes of Paul and Victor. So again, there's at least some stuff to praise, though at the same time, obviously his overconfidence in the game was really bad. Lack of awareness of his position in the game is really bad. So the fact that he was openly targeting the vets when banking on the votes of the vets to keep him around, it's all just really dumb. So again, Jose is still pretty bad, and he's here at number 285. Number 284, pretty much the same as Jose. We got Keith from BB13. Again, pretty much the same thing. Again, was openly targeting the vets. Had almost half the house wanting to keep him around. Was nominated due to being perceived as the leader of the other group. I think there are some extra bad things with Keith in the fact that he did throw the veto in that spot and ended up doing some pretty poor work with someone like Kalia, who was turned against him. But I think between him and Jose, I do think it is pretty close. However, I decided to go with Keith over Jose, just simply due to the fact that I think Keith's position was a bit of a tougher one, with the fact that he came into a season with almost half the cast being vets, while Jose came in with less vets in the game, and through that should have had more to work with, while Keith was largely screwed over just due to the overall format of the show, to where, again, because of that, for me, I do have Keith here at number 284. Number 283, we're finally getting to our first juror on the board. It's a really bad one, and here we got Cody Nixon from BB19. And obviously Cody was someone that was booted second and came back to the game, only to then be booted again just a few rounds later. Again, it is a really bad game. He barely even makes the jury phase of this season. But again, I'll give him like minor credit for a few things. First, in the fact that he did seem to be well positioned, at least in the first half of week one. That's something. Along with the fact that he was very good at competitions, where he's probably the best competitor of any of the people we've talked about so far. So again, at least there's that. Again, still a terrible player, someone that blows up his own game by trying to target Paul. And while you could say, okay, he got screwed over by Paul's plan of protection, again, Paul was going to stay anyway. So Cody plays a terrible game. Not a good player in the slightest. He's here at number 283. Now number 282. We're moving on back to a first boot, and that person is Lori from BB3, who is someone that comes technically close to staying on paper. Again, she does end up going in a 5-4 vote, to which you would think, oh, that means that 4 people wanted to keep it around. However, in reality, a lot of those votes were sympathy votes, where it was actually more of a consensus decision. But you just had the fact of like Danielle and Jason promising her their votes, and I didn't feel like it was necessary to betray that. But still, I mean, Lori is like, again, on paper, having people wanting to keep her around. She seemed to be largely affable to the cast. She just also seemed to be a very expendable person, which seemed to be the main reason why she gets taken out. Where she was even really the main target initially. The main target was Marcellus. So Jerry ends up using the veto on Marcellus, and through that, Lori ends up kind of going out by default there, in a position where like she could have potentially gotten the numbers. Again, Roddy was someone that she was really close with, though decides to just let her go in that situation, which was pretty bad. So, and I think there definitely are things to criticize here. So, and despite her like seeming to be relatively close to staying, I don't think she actually was, but someone that did at least have some outs and did at least have some people that did like her. So again, that for me, that's enough to put her at 282. Now number 281, we're moving on to a player that had very little going on in the game, but again, at least they weren't the target and went out by accident, and that person is Jillian from BB19. Where obviously, yeah, Jillian is the kind of first boot of the season. I would qualify her as the first boot. They're going on the first formal eviction. But again, it feels like a very wonky circumstances for her to go out in, where she's initially nominated as a pawn against Megan, only for Megan to go home, to where she's then a pawn against Alex, only for Alex to win the veto, only for her then to be the pawn against Paul, only for Paul to have the pen of protection, to where she ends up being the pawn against Christmas. Which, I mean, to be fair, again, had Paul been on the block next to her, Jillian probably goes home anyway. But again, she had some pretty unlucky circumstances for her to even be getting to that spot. And mixing out of the fact that she at least had some allies. Again, she was very close to Alex and Jason, who did want to keep her around. To me, it's good enough to leave her here at number 281. Now, number 280, we're moving on to another BB19 player. This one probably being one of the most disappointing players in the show's history, and that person is Ramses from BB19, who, I remember coming into the season, there was a lot of hype for Ramses, with people thinking that he was going to be the next coming of like a Steve or an Ian, but he really just ends up being completely aloof in the game, which I'm too fair, I guess it's not that far away from Ian, which we'll talk about. But still, Ramses was someone that's just like outside the power structure for really an entire season, someone that Paul never really trusted, and through that was always expendable in the game. To where he was a backup target in week 2, he obviously gets taken out in week 4 when he's a pawn, though in a situation where he completely fails to get one of his own allies in Jessica to not put him on the block, which is all really bad. Now again, at least he had relationships with like Jessica and Elena in particular, but still his situation should have been one that was so avoidable, and he just completely fails at avoiding that situation. So we're mixing that the fact that he was just so aloof on how a lot of the game was being played up to that point. I do have to have him here at number 280. Now number 279, we're moving on to a player that has like some minor praise to give him, though outside of that, played a largely terrible game, and that person is Pooch from BB24, where again, the praise I'll give Pooch is the fact that he was targeting Taylor, and he was one of the most vocal people in getting Taylor to be on her way out at the end of week 1. Not straight up, again, it's not particularly good results, but it is something that he wanted, and it was something that he almost got done. And he obviously had a very good connection with Turner, he had a good relationship with Daniel, again, there's at least something there. However, I think his week 2 is just terrible, where obviously in week 2, he decides to volunteer for the block, in a position where, again, the women were already targeting him, but he didn't realize that. He didn't realize the amount of danger that he was putting himself in by volunteering for the block, which again, to be fair, they probably would have nominated him anyway, but he really just throws himself in the firing line for no real reason. And despite some of the men fighting for him to stay at the last second, again, it never was really going to go through, and he really just seemed to drop the ball socially, to where he really didn't even try to build a lot of relationships with the women of the house. And that's obviously a major issue, to where it's not one of these games where, again, there's like a minor thing to praise, but almost everything else is really bad. So that's why she's here number 279. Number 278, we have a similar player. This player lasting one more round than Pooch, so at least that's something. That is Brent from BB23, who at least did some decent work in week 1. I mean, he did end up convincing Frenchie to not targeting him, despite the fact that Frenchie was so gung-ho about wanting to go for him. Though again, Brent was able to turn that around and instead become Frenchie's closest ally by the end of the week. So at least there's that. Beyond that, again, it's pretty bad. Again, he is on the bottom coming to week 2, to where the majority of the house actually wants him out. Though he gets very fortunate with a Kylan HOH, who's one of the few people that wouldn't target him, only for him to then just be targeted the following week and be an easy consensus vote, where literally the entire house is on board of voting him out, and he somehow doesn't realize it, which is pretty insane. Though again, in comparison to Pooch, I feel like for me, I think his move of convincing Frenchie to keep him around is a lot more impressive than Pooch's throwing Taylor under the bus. So that's why I do have him above him at 278. Now 277, moving on to a player, our first player from Big Brother 10, and here we do have Steven. And Steven, I think, is a largely forgettable player in the grand scheme of things, though as pertaining to this list here, again, like, I do feel like he was someone that seemed to have some decent relationships, particularly with Keisha, though where Keisha really fights for him to stay, though is obviously unsuccessful. But it did seem like Steven kind of struggled socially with most other people, and mixing in the fact that he did seem to be getting along with Brian, only for Brian to obviously eventually go home, and him being kind of the consensus target following that is all pretty bad, especially considering, again, he was on the block against Dan Giesling, of all people. I think Steven's game as a whole is pretty mediocre, and that's why he's here number 277. Number 276, we're moving on to a pretty sloppy player, one that was really just all over the board, but at least was a pretty aggressive player, and that person is Allison from BB9. And Allison is a player that did seem seemed to have some decent connections early on. Again, she was very close to Sheila. But even beyond that, she had a very close relationship with Josh and Sharon initially, to where, again, they had worked together to create this plan to blindside Maddie and Natalie, only for that to not go through at the last second, which really ends up burning her relationship with Joshua, which causes her to be targeted the following week, along with also this entire ploy of her and Sheila pretending like they're a lesbian couple, which just made no sense of why you're doing this. It just completely burns any semblance of a relationship she had with Joshua, to where, again, I just feel like there's a lot of sloppy play here, to where while there are some minor pros in or potentially having the power to flip a vote at a point, it's really just a lot of sloppy play through and through. So because that, for me, she's at 276. Number 275, we're kind of starting this sub tier here of these people who really were not given much of a chance, but through that, there's not really much positive or negative to really say about them, so they're just kind of here on the list. And at number 275, we're starting that off with Jody from BB14. Or again, I mean, there's really not much to say about Jody. I mean, she wasn't given much of a chance here. She gets voted out simply because, again, she was perceived as the weakest player on her team on a season that was structured that way with the coach twist involved. Again, I don't think she really got much time to really show what she could really do, but also didn't show what she could do wrong either, to where, again, she's just simply here on this list above the more actively bad players, but really can't elevate her too much beyond that, so she's here at number 275. And a similar thing goes for the next person we'll be talking about at 274. We do have Glenn from BB18. Now, I do think there's a bit more to know about Glenn's game than with Jody's. I mean, Glenn was in the game for a little bit longer, to where we do know that he was working with the group of newbies. He was very close to the likes of Jose and Victor and Paul, to where we at least have an understanding of where he truly was in the game. That being said, though, I do feel like he was, again, openly targeting the vets, to where I would not be shocked if he would have been a target, like, following Jose anyway, even if he had stayed, where he just feels like someone that could have been a very expendable number, especially with the vets running things, though Ozzy will never really see, though, again, another player I'm not willing to give that much credence to. There is here at number 274. Now, number 273, we have the quintessential player that didn't do anything right or wrong in the game, and that person is Neil from BB9, to where he literally left the game without us even seeing him on the show. That's something. Again, I really have nothing to say about his game. I don't know anything about Neil and how he was playing the game. So where, again, that's why he's here. He's simply just there on the list at number 273. Now number 272. Moving on to a very recent player here. This one being the formal first boot of the latest season. That being Kirsten from BB25. And Kirsten's someone that obviously did a lot wrong early on. I mean, she definitely did overplay her hand in a spot where it did cause her to be targeted by people that she actually wanted to work with, and really didn't have much of a chance when she hit the block. Though the reason why she's as high as she is here is because I do think there were some unlucky circumstances surrounding her, particularly the fact that she was instantly on the short list to be nominated from the very beginning, which made her have to play a bit harder from the beginning, along with the fact that she gets a bit unfortunate who the other people on that list is. Where had, again, Luke been able to be nominated, I do feel like Luke would have gone out over her. Now, again, like, I do think at the end of the day, she did definitely still blow up her own game, but I do feel like there are at least some justifications for why her game blew up, which is enough for me to land her here at 272. Now, number 271, we have a similar case. The someone that probably got an extra bit more unlucky, and that person is Annie from BB12. And Annie is a similar case in the fact that, again, she had something greatly disfavoring her in the fact that she was the saboteur. That being the case, that essentially means that she's essentially put in this position where she's forced to lie to the others and forced to play a specific type of game that may have not benefited her. Now, outside that, again, I don't think she plays it particularly well. I mean, she attaches herself to Brennan and Rachel, who are clearly on the bottom. She didn't really seem to really make many other lasting bonds in the house, and obviously create this feud with Brittany by the time she leaves, and kind of just makes herself a bigger target by the time she goes, where, again, like, there definitely is a lot of poor play there, but I do feel like the fact that, again, she was a saboteur, and also the fact that she was the backup target, she has to get pretty unfortunate with Brendan's veto win, to where, again, for me, it's enough to land her here at 271. Now, number 270, another player that I don't think is that great of a player, but one that did face a lot of unfortunate circumstances, and that is Kemi from BB21. And, again, Kemi's a player that I don't think was ever that good at the game, but I do think there's at least like a level of potential with Kemi. I mean, Kemi is someone that was simply put on a cast that really did not favor her. I mean, this was a cast that just didn't really give her the time of day, and because of that, she was just like instantly on the bottom, instantly ratted out by people that she actually wanted to work with. And again, on her season, she really didn't have much hope. I mean, again, there was even a point where she was going to be the first boot of the season until Christy backed out of it the last second. Like, Kemi's game on BB21 is terrible, but again, I do think there is probably a bit more potential with Kemi, where even if she was on a more recent season, I do feel like she would at least be able to get more footing in the game. Now, at the end of the day, again, I don't really get the sense that she's still the greatest player in the world, but I do think there's like a level of upside there to where she's high enough here to be at 270, now at 269, moving on to a player that for the most part is pretty bad, but another one that came into the game with pretty unfortunate circumstances, and that person is Amanda from BB4. And Amanda is someone that I've criticized in the past for being someone that didn't really try to play the game and didn't really try to save herself by the end of the week. But I will say something that I will say in her favor here is the fact that obviously she was massively screwed over by the X Factor twist, where not just the fact that she was in the house with her ex and Scott, which was just a very awkward situation for her to be in, which I do think definitely harmed her ability to build social connections, but even outside that, she came into the game late to where she was just instantly a target due to that from the very beginning. Now again, I still criticize the fact that she didn't really try to stay in the game, and the fact that they voted her out over G, despite G clearly being a bigger threat in the game. Again, those are certainly issues, but I do think considering how many bad circumstances she was surrounded in, and the fact that she does seem like a very palatable person, where I don't think anyone disliked her. Had she been given a better deal in the game, I think she would have been someone that would have had a lot of longevity on the season, but simply because of how passive or really non-existent her gameplay was, I do have her here number 269. Now at 268, we're moving on to a player that I do mostly look at as a pretty bad player, but this is one that I do think had some unlucky circumstances within the game that caused them to be taken out on the spot they were, and that person is Autumn from BB2, where again, Autumn isn't a particularly good player. She was someone that was kind of always looked at as a pretty expendable number, to where when she gets taken out, not really anyone's like really that upset at losing Autumn. While there definitely were some people that were wanting her to stay, it does feel like she's being taken out simply because it's kind of an easy move to make. But again, I think the fact that she was the target to begin with is a bit unfortunate. The fact that really only Krista was coming for Autumn. Like, pretty much everyone else would have probably had a different target this week, especially the top alliance, where they were clearly coming for Chilltown, and she just gets super unfortunate. The fact that the person that wins HOH is one that's again hooking up with Boogie and also trying to ride the middle. So again, I do think there is some unfortunate circumstances there. Again, do I think she plays well outside that? No, I do think she's a pretty poor player, really a player that just seemed to be entirely emotion based and never gained any traction in the game. But I do think those unlucky circumstances has her at 268. Now 267, a similar thing, but from a bit of a later season, and this person is Monet from BB12. And again, I think a lot of the same things about this, where Monet is another person that, do I think she's a good player? No. Do I think she even had much longevity in the game? Not really, but she was at least not the target. But I think she gets pretty unfortunate in getting taken out in the spot that she does. Again, it's a position where really only Rachel is probably coming for Monet. Outside of that, again, most of the house was coming for Brennan and Rachel, and had it not been Brennan and Rachel, it would have been someone like an Andrew instead. Like, not many people were coming for Monet, and she just got a very unfortunate HOH. Now again, do I think she plays well within that? No. I mean, she does end up spending most of her time with Brittany and ends up spending a lot of time just bashing on the others, and it doesn't really feel like she was like really playing the game that hard, and was just simply kind of there, and was once again pretty expendable to most of the power players in the game. So again, it's a pretty bad game still, but another one with some pretty unfortunate circumstances. So I have her here number 267. Number 266, we're moving on to another similar player. Who would have guessed? And this person is JoJo from BB14. And for me, JoJo is probably the most unlucky of the people we've talked about so far, to where she's in this position where she's really the third option coming into her boot week, where again, initially the target was Willie, however Willie gets expelled, where then the target is Shane, but Shane wins the veto, to where it seems like JoJo goes out because of that. Though outside that, again, JoJo's still not that good of a player. Again, another one that didn't really build the greatest bonds in the house, someone that didn't really seem to get the strategy of the game really at all. They did some pretty terrible campaigning. Again, like JoJo is still a pretty bad player, but again, out of the people we talked about recently, I do think she got probably the most unlucky of those people. So while I can't really see her doing well in really any season, there's at least that to it. So she's here at 266. Now number 265, we're moving back to BB12 for another relatively early boot, and this person being Kristen. And really, the difference between Kristen and Monet to me is not really that massive outside the fact that just Kristen had a bit more longevity, where I kind of look at them as somewhat similar players in the fact that they're both players that didn't really seem to have that much strategy really going on. They did obviously get into these conflicts with Rachel. I would say Kristen obviously was able to avoid Rachel's ire for a bit longer in the game. And again, there was at least a point where it did seem like Kristen and Rachel did have a somewhat decent relationship, only for that to eventually crumble. Sorry, I think there's probably like a bit more ability to hide her true feelings there. But outside of that, again, I do look at them as pretty similar players with pretty similar spots in the game. To be fair, Kristen was at least more connected to the core power structure through her relation with Hayden. But even then, that was simply just because Hayden was hooking up with her, not really due to anything she did really strategically in the game. So again, still don't really look at Kristen as a good player. So she's here at number 265. Now number 264, again, sticking with people that went out due to some unlucky circumstances, with this person not even being the target by the HOH, and that person is Michelle from BB4. And Michelle, again, obviously has the same thing as Amanda, and the fact that they were very unfortunate in being exes that came in late, and through that didn't have as much social capital. But even beyond that, Michelle obviously wasn't even a target for G. Now, she was still looked at as a pretty expendable person, where they just put her on the block thinking that she was a pawn, but she still ends up going home here without her really even being the target from the HOH, which, to be fair, can be looked at as a negative in the fact that they were willing to put him up to begin with. But still, I do feel like Michelle should be higher than the last few people we talked about, because again, at least she was never even the target. Though again, outside that, she's not really a good player. She never really understood. She never really seemed to truly understand the game, and most of her attempts at playing the game ended up leading to failure, with her attempting to get G to not put her on the block, only for that to go nowhere. And really, just no one really took her seriously. And to be fair, a lot of that came down to her age. But still, again, she's not a good player, but she's one that has these minor positives that put her at 264. Now number 263, a similar style of player in terms of game trajectory, though one that probably had at least a little bit more potential longer term, and that person is Tanya from BB3. And Tanya is a similar case of a player that was taken out despite not being the initial target, though also gets taken out in a relatively close vote with a good chunk of allies by her side, where again, both Lisa and Kiara very much wanted Tanya to stay in the game, where Tanya seems to go out due to the likes of Roddy and Eric being worried about the women gaining too much power. But again, it's the fact that she had those really close allies that make me want to put her higher on the list. Though, to be fair, even outside that, she's not particularly liked by a lot of the rest of the house. Marcellus absolutely hated her. Everyone else was willing to drop her, to where, again, it really is only the likes of Lisa and Kiara that she really built a super strong bond with. But I do think the fact that she was at least in the majority alliance at the point that she was voted out is at least something to give her credit for, to where she's here at number 263. Now 262, we're keeping with an old school player here, this time going to Shannon from BB2. And Shannon is an interesting player here in the fact that she obviously did a lot wrong. She was not particularly well liked by the cast. She was looked at as a pretty big target for a lot of the house, though she is another one that coming into her boot week, she was actually not the target. It was going to be Will instead of her. However, she kind of ends up laying down her sword for Will, to which, again, that is a complaint to be had here from a pure game front. Though at the same time, again, she had a good chunk of allies. She had a very solid group of allies, and her obviously being an initial member of Chilltown, who were very loyal to each other, or at least she had that grouping. Now again, outside that, I don't think she's a particularly good player, but she at least had these ride or die allies in the game, and seemed to be playing the game a bit harder than the likes of a Tanya and a Michelle, to where for me, she's a bit higher here at 262. Now at number 261, we're moving to a player that, I'll be honest, I kind of didn't really know what to do with this person, but I guess they're here, and that person is Casey from BB11, a player that didn't really get much traction in the game at any point. He was someone that was close to Jeff and Jordan. He was initially part of that grouping that tried to save Brayden, though ends up failing, to where once that happens, he's pretty much just on the bottom, not really knowing what's really going on in the game, and eventually gets taken out, with him being looked at as the biggest threat within that group by the time of week 3. It's again, there's not really that much to praise from his game, where I don't think he does much actively right. And he was someone that did seem to be, again, pretty aloof in the game, didn't really look at the game in that strategic of a lens, to where, again, I don't really have much truly positive to say about Casey, but he was someone that, again, still had a good backing behind him, a good chunk of allies, did come very close to being in the majority alliance. So again, those are minor positives for him, to where he's at 261. Now at 260, we're moving back to the most recent season of the show for a player that I just found infinitely frustrating, and that player is Red. From BB25, a player that also, like Casey, didn't really seem to know much about what was going on in the game. He seemed to be pretty aloof at what was actually going on, didn't really seem to be playing that hard. I mean, actively made strives to just not make alliances in week 1 until he was evolved into professors, and even then he was clearly on the bottom of the professors with no one really trusting him. And by the time of week 3, he was being targeted by his own group. And while he does survive all the way to week 5 and does get taken out due to a very strange circumstance of him at the last second, of him implying him wanting to rebuild his relationship with Cameron, that leads to the vote flipping on him, and was someone that at least built this very strong bond with Sari, where Sari really wanted to keep him around. Again, there are positives to Red's game, but really I just found Red to be an extremely frustrating player, particularly due to the fact that he was just so aloof to what was going on in the game. And even when there were points where Cameron wanted to do something about their terrible position in the game, Red would just stop him and instead want to be blindly loyal to this group that simply wasn't loyal to them. For while Red might not be the worst social player in the world, with there being some people that he can build really strong bonds with, I do think as a whole he is still a really bad player, with him seeming to have no real sense of strategy. And because of that, for me, he's here at number 260. And at 259, we're moving on to another BB25 player. One step above Red, I do have Heisem. And Heisem's a bit tough to rank, because I think in a way you can argue that Heisem should be closer to the likes of a Devin Shepard, a Frenchie, one of these really controlling figures that blow up their games early on or are taken out by week 3. However, I think for me with Heisem, the thing that separates him from them is the fact that Heisem actually comes extremely close to staying. I mean, there was a point where it did seem like Heisem had the votes to stay, only for it to be shut down by Cory in the last second. So again, I think it shows some pretty impressive work that he was able to rebuild these bonds with the people that actually backdoored him that week. While beyond that, he at least does get his target out in week 2, something that obviously like Devin fails at doing. And it's in general something that I do think has a somewhat rational mind for the game. It's just that the way he tries to enact his strategies is not in an optimal way, but I do think there is some method to his madness, to where, again, I do think Heisem is someone that isn't a completely terrible player, though still one that has a really terrible game, because that for me is at 259. Or 258, we're moving on to a player that I did consider putting alongside the likes of a Glenn, a Jody, a Neil. However, I decided to move him up a little bit in the sense that I probably have more faith in this person's overall game ability, and that person is Cameron from BB19. Obviously someone that wasn't really given much of a chance, did get voted out right away with no real time to actually campaign for himself, with him seemingly just being instantly targeted due to the fact that he was part of this nerdy archetype that had done well in recent years. I do think Cameron got very unfortunate with the hand he was dealt, but again, there's still very little game to truly assess from him, to where, again, I could see the argument that he should be with the Glens and Jodys, but the reason he's above them for me is the fact that, again, he is a super fan of the show. He knows the show pretty well. I would personally have faith in him on a return to have a somewhat decent run, to where, you know, while this is all conjecture for sure, I still feel like he's someone that definitely has a lot of potential that we'll just never really see. So because that for me, he's at 258. Now 257, we're finally moving on to another poster where we're actually going to be talking about a decent chunk of them coming up, but this one still being in line with my previous list of worst players to make the jury, and that person is Sam from BB20. Again, a really terrible player. I mean, one that really had no sense of the strategic game, was really just kept around by the whim of Tyler, who had to go so far out of his way to save her in week 1. And even beyond that, would be this very irrational person in the house, getting constantly emotional, where no one really had respect for her, along the fact that, again, during her HOH, she made a ridiculous speech about Haley and Caitlyn, and also proceeded to almost backdoor one of her closest allies until he had to tell her not to, and then she just changes her mind on the whim. And again, beyond that, like, she doesn't really have much agency in the game. She's simply just being dragged all the way to the final 5, to where she's eventually taken out in a spot where it probably was even the best move for them to take her out in that spot, to where, again, like, I think Sam's an all-around bad player. Really almost nothing for me to actually praise about her. outside of the fact that she made it all the way to Final 5, and because of that for me, again, she's here at 157. Now 156, again, another poster here, one that I think also played a bad game, despite her being an all-time great character, and that person is Jen Johnson from BB-8, who, again, is a pretty terrible player. I mean, from the beginning, she was an instant target. Or had she not won the HOH in week 2, she's probably a goner there, and then proceeds to be nominated almost every week following that, only for her to be saved by either her winning the veto or her getting Jamaica to use the veto on her, which again can be looked at as impressive, but it's also a situation that really ends up burning her even more social capital in the game. And even then, despite being part of why Dick ends up staying in the final 9 round, him and Danielle then proceed to target her anyway the following round. And again, Jen is someone that obviously is an incredible character, but as a player, she really never gets any true traction in the game. She was looked at as annoying from our other players and didn't really seem to know what she was doing in the game strategically either, to where, for me, I do have her here at number 256. Now number 255, we're moving on to a player that I thought started off doing pretty well, but then it really crumbles pretty quickly. And that person is Tiffany Russo from BB-18, obviously his sister Vanessa, who we talk about much later on this list. But I do think Tiffany, again, had moments. I think in week 1 she was actually playing kind of okay. Again, she was aligned with the majority group. She also had that women's alliance she was a part of, and it seemed like she was doing all right, but obviously her game crumbles with her trying to target Davon and her getting into conflicts with Frank, to where she's pretty much dead to rights in week 3 until the vote flips at the very last second to save her, only for her to then be taken out in week 4, where obviously she would just be looked at as this very unreliable number and this very expendable person in the house, to where again she certainly doesn't play it well, but I think that considering the fact that she at least had a good week in her, and also was able to actually win back Frank, to where Frank really fought for her to stay, and that's at least somewhat impressive, to where for me she's here at 255. Now number 254, moving on to a pretty bad player as well, back to being a poster, and this person is Dana from BB4. And again, I do think Dana is a mostly bad player. Dana is someone that was not really liked by most of her cast. Really, by the end of week 1, she was already being talked about as a potential target for the following round. She pretty much skates by the skin of her teeth pretty much her entire game. Where again, even in week 2, where the Stooges won HOH, and despite the Stooges actually working with her, they still talk about the potential of backdooring her. She was then a big target coming into week 3, only for her to win HOH, and then proceed to make herself an even bigger target by targeting Allison, which really doesn't play into her favor, with her just making herself an even bigger target for the following round, where she does get taken out there in a spot where, again, she is a bit unfortunate, the fact that Allison wins HOH. Though really, her win equity by that point was completely dead. I don't feel like anyone was ever going to vote for her. Again, people found her annoying. Though I actually think, again, had she gotten a different HOH result, I think she could have had some longevity. It did feel like the Stooges did want to bring her along in the game. They also just obviously made herself a really expendable number, but still, I do think she ends up being a pretty dynamic player, and that's kind of the reason why I do have her relatively high here, is because I do think, again, for the time especially, I do have some respect for the fact that she was so willing to play both sides, and she does end up flipping against her own alliance and try to find greener pastures, where again, realistically, she was on the bottom of both sides, didn't really matter. But I do have some respect for the fact that she was trying to make some moves there, to where, again, because of that, even though she is still a really bad player, she's still here at number 254. Now, number 253, we're moving on to a similarly terrible player, though, again, one that has at least one major high point, and that person is Jeremy from BB15. And again, Jeremy is a terrible player in the sense that he's just a massive dick, and no one really liked him outside of his core group. He obviously gets backdoored in week 3 due to him being looked at as a big target. Though, again, I will say, week 1, even though he was a dick and still behaved terribly, he at least was in the majority alliance. He was a central figure within the moving company and was a main reason why they had a lot of agency in the game, and was pretty integral to their positioning in the game, with him also bringing along with him the likes of Aaron and Gina Marie and Caitlin. But then again, obviously all that really crumbles in week 2, but even then it kind of crumbles due to some unfortunate circumstances overall, revolving around the MVP twist, which is him getting screwed over to a degree, but still, the thing is, Jeremy's a player that I just have no real faith in. I think if he plays a billion times, he's always going to be a relatively early boot, with him just being kind of a dick and no one really wanting to work with him long term. But again, it is that minor aspect of positivity and the fact that he did have the moving company early on. It's enough to put him here at 253. Now 252, a similar player, but one that probably had a bit more prospects moving forward, and that person is Winston from Big Brother 20, who again was in the level 6 alliance, though was a massive target within that alliance, where despite the fact that Winston should have been in a really strong spot on paper, he was pretty much always going to be one of the first targets from that group, to where really the opposing side had always planned on targeting him and Brett. And while Brett did end up being the main target for them, again, Winston was never in a truly good spot in the game. And considering the fact that his own allies are the one to vote him out here, I think that's something that's pretty damning to his game as well. Again, there's at least something to credit him for, and the fact that he wasn't the main target from the HOH, but I do think it really just exemplifies Winston's gameplay even more. The fact that he was cut by his own alliance, the fact that he was looked at as his wild card, and this guy that, again, like, did not really get along with a lot of the people on the other side, to where, and he simply wasn't that good of a player. But yeah, he does come relatively close to staying, and had he stayed, I think he probably could have had a decent run in him. Obviously, the remnants of level 6 do make it very deep into the game, so yeah, at least there's something to prop him up for. But again, at the end of the day, I don't think Winston's that good of a player, and he's here number 252. Now number 251, and we're moving back to some post jurors, actually a long string of post jurors that are not that good. Now, this person wasn't technically post jury in the sense that this season everyone was on the jury, but still someone that made it deep into the game, and that person is Amy Cruz from BB3. Well, that was the third boot of the season, only to then proceed to be brought back into the game, to where she is eventually taken out Final Four, but in a spot where she's essentially just dragged there and had no win equity, to where even if she had gotten to the end, it doesn't seem like anyone really respected the game she was playing and wanted to give her to win, particularly due to the fact that she was voted on and came back. And obviously all that's bad, but even beyond that, again, like, she was someone that did have some personality conflicts with people. People did not really gel with her. That's kind of what led to her being booted the first time around. And while she was a bit on her better behavior the second time around, she still really lacked in the strategic aspects of the game, to where I don't know if she was really even thinking about the game that strategically, and she was just so aloof at what was actually going on, to where I don't really have much to praise from Amy outside of her kind of longevity, and because that she's here at number 251. Now, number 250, continuing on with these somewhat later boots, and also keeping in line with my worst to make the jury video, we do have Lydia from BB11, who I guess is another one that didn't really seem to be that rational player, someone that played the game emotionally and kind of gets taken out due to her being this wild card due to that, and was someone that was kind of always on the bottom of whatever line she was on, where while initially she did work with the side that would later become the minority, she does obviously flip against that group to save herself, which again does show some dynamicism in how she plays the game, which at least that's something to give her credit for. But she kind of does so while burning those relationships in the process, to where again, like, following that, she's pretty expendable to both sides, to where while she isn't actually targeted until week 4, again, in week 4, her own quote-unquote allies are trying to get rid of her over the likes of Ronnie, and even then she continues to be put up as a pawn and is just looked at as someone that could easily go from really just both sides. So we're mixing down the fact that I don't think she had any win equity as well, though again, I just don't feel like Lydia is a good player really at all, but she did have a bit more longevity than the people we talked about so far. And again, I do think there is at least that somewhat killer instinct in her to play self-interestedly, to where that's enough for her to land here at number 250. Number 249, we're moving on to a few pretty early postures that really didn't have much going on in the game, but again, at least they made it somewhat far, I guess. And at 249, we're starting that off with Jocasta from BB16, and again, Jocasta was there. I mean, she really was not involved in many alliances at all. I mean, she really had her relationship with Donnie, and that's really about it. Outside of that, she was just constantly used as a pawn. She gets taken out in a spot where she was safe for a lot of the week, and again, was not the target of the HOH, but gets taken out due to this attempted flip against Nicole and Hayden, and trying to make a statement with them saving Zach. And again, like, I think that is something to at least give her somewhat credit for, is the fact that she does get taken out due to somewhat wonky circumstances. But again, she's in that position because she just simply was not an active player in the slightest, where no one really talked game with her, and she just really lacked agency in the game, to where, I mean, the reason why I would have her above Lydia is simply just due to the fact that she's probably less susceptible to having these emotional outlashes and everything. But again, like, really, Jacasta's not a good player either, and she's here at number 249. Now at 248, I mean, that's essentially similar thing to Jocasta. We have Indy from BB24. Again, kind of the same thing in the sense that this was a person that didn't really have much agency in the game. She was just kind of there, being on the bottom of the majority group. Now I'll say, in comparison to Jocasta, I do have her higher here because I do feel like she at least did have a group at a point. Again, she was aligned with like the girls and was on the side alongside like Daniel and Nicole. Like, she at least had some people, even though again again, she wasn't particularly high on their pecking orders, while Jocasta, again, was mostly isolated, just with a couple relationships here and there. Again, it's like really that minor difference, where outside that, again, Indy did not play well either. Again, was this very expendable person, where she was just an easy person from the drop at 11. Again, even then, to be fair, I mean, there was a lot of talk about taking out Alyssa instead, which is something that a lot of the house did want to happen, just that Kyle obviously stopped it. So again, like, I mean, Indy still plays pretty poorly, but at least there's like a couple things to praise her for, to where she's here at 248. Now 247, moving on to a player that is really bad, but I at least like that this person took their game into her own hands at the very end of it, and that person is Ashley from BB14, who again, on paper is really, really bad. Again, kind of similar to the last few people we talked about. Someone that didn't really have much agency in the game, was just kind of there. Oh, you'll be taken out in the post jury. Now, again, to be fair to Ashley, she gets 9th place, while last two we talked about got 11th place. And even beyond that, again, I will give Ashley credit for the fact that she did recognize the fact that she didn't really have much going on, and at least tried to make something with Frank and Boogie, and trying to save Boogie during his boot round, where again, like, was that actually her optimal move? I think it's questionable, but at least she tried something. At least there's some activeness to her game, unlike the likes of Indy and Jocasta, to where, you know, while it completely blows up on her face and she just proceeds to be taken out once Frank uses the veto, again, at least there's something minorly positive to say about her, to where for me, she's here at 247. Now number 246, we're moving on to a player that is also, for the most part, very passive. Though I think this person was probably better with one-on-one bonds in the house, and that person is Kathy from BB12, who is obviously becoming like kind of this meme player. But again, I think Kathy actually does have something to give her credit for, in the fact that, again, like, she built these strong bonds with people on their way out. I mean, she had good bonds, the likes of Monet and with Kristen. So again, at least that's something. I mean, she just seemed to be she seemed to be one of these people that, like, would at least talk to these people that were on the outs and not completely ostracize them. Now, again, straight up, I don't think she would have won a jury vote or anything because of it. Again, she didn't really seem to gain that much respect from doing so. And really, outside that, I do feel like she is a pretty passive player that didn't really do much in the game. But again, like, even when she gets taken out, she doesn't get taken out due to a diamond power veto, which is a pretty unlucky circumstance. So again, I think there's some minor positives here to say about Kathy. So she's here at 246. Now number 245, we're finally moving back to some earlier boots on the board. This one being the first boot of his season, though again, a very wonky one in that, and that person being Travis from BB23. And again, like, Travis is one of these people that, like, wasn't really supposed to go home the week he goes home. I mean, there were like so many targets during that week. Again, Frenchie's HOH week, where it just felt like it went from target to target to target, with unlucky circumstances happening to him left and right, from the fact that Christian wins safety, to the fact that Brent actually makes a pretty good pitch to Frenchie, to the fact that DX wins the veto and then uses on Kylan, who are two other targets, so where it eventually just all lands on Travis being taken out due to just so many other people gaining safety along the way. Now, again, Travis was a pretty passive player. I don't think he does anything that much right in the game, but I also feel like he doesn't do that much wrong either. And because that makes it a bit tough to really place him. But yeah, I do think the fact that, again, like, I don't really have much to truly criticize outside of his passiveness in the game is what leaves him relatively high here at number 245. Now at 244, we're kind of moving to this kind of like little sub tier of the list of these kind of later pre-merge players that demonstrated like some potential, though none of them really gain any true traction in the game. We're starting all that off with Whitney from BB23, who, and I don't think is an entirely bad player. I mean, I could see a world where Whitney comes back and actually plays a somewhat decent game if she were to ever come back. But I do think from what we saw in BB23, I just don't really feel like she really got much to really do there. I mean, she was aligned with the likes of Brent and Frenchie, and they obviously end up going relatively early. So she's kind of just an expendable number in the game, one that no one really had much of a connection to where she's kind of an easy person for Christian to go for, even though it wasn't the optimal target for him. But again, I think her issue is obviously the fact that she didn't really have anyone fighting for her. But despite that, again, she seemed to be okay socially. She seems to be someone that, again, could do well on a future appearance, but didn't really get to demonstrate any of that ability here. Because of that, she's here at 244. Number 243, we're moving on to a player that probably demonstrated a little bit more game ability, but is in a very similar spot, and that person is Brittany from BB16, who, again, is in a very similar position to Whitney, being this person who never really gains any traction in the game. I mean, I think actually on paper, Brittany probably even had less traction in the game, and the fact that she was instantly being used as a pawn and never really was taken seriously. I do think Brittany probably had like a little bit better reads on the game. I think she was a little bit more aware of what was going on around her, and her seeming to pick up on the fact that Derek was running the game, and at least there's that. I mean, like, really, again, she's still not a good player, but I remember her having a bit more awareness of her game, where because of that, for me, in comparison to Whitney, in a spot where they're very similar, that's really the minor difference that has her above her at 243. Number 242, we're getting to a player that was a bit tough to assess, with this being a player that I do think gets kind of dragged down by the player they were attached to, though at the same time, they didn't play well in their own right either. And at 242, we do have Jessica from BB19. Obviously, I think a lot of her game goes downhill due to Cody. The fact that Cody makes himself a social pariah, and she's obviously connected to Cody and ends up defending Cody, that makes her a social pariah as well. On the fact that she ends up winning HOH only to then accidentally take out Ramses, that's really bad. Ends up being on the bottom for the entire pre-jury phase of the game, where she eventually gets taken out at the very end in a spot where she also would have been in danger had the halting hex not been played. Where really, I feel like for me, the only true positive I'll give her is the fact that she stays over Dominique in week 3 and does do some okay work during that week. But really, a lot of the rest of her game is really plagued by Cody. But again, she's really not playing well surrounding that either. Again, like, I still can't believe the fact that she ends up putting up